Ascension, Stormborn Saga, Book 14, written by J.T. Williams, copyright 2020. Part 1. Madness. Valrin lay awake. His mind raced, but he tried not to focus on any one thing. He was never alone with his thoughts anymore. Not since Eastern Rock Island. Not since the demon had gone within him. From the throne room with Morog, he had been given not a prison cell as he'd expected, a safe place to stash him, but instead he had the most glorious of rooms just off the main hall, to where Marog saw people from the city below. He had not left the room since his arrival, but yet he had been sleeping for an unknown amount of time. The room was large, much larger than any he had ever had. He figured this place could fit over the harbor back at his home on the island of Travaa, but that was likely an overstatement. The floor had concentric circles, with crystals that changed color based on the time of supposed day or night, though there was always a glow outside. He sat up, brushing his hair and securing his sword around his waist. Morog had allowed him to keep them, another surprise, but he was the only one he had seen wielding a weapon. His wave-sliding board from Makli was against his bed frame, but his other clothes were gone. Instead, he was dressed in simpler garb of a tunic and plain pants. He wondered of his father's journal. He had kept it on him, but now it was gone. He tried to remember if he maybe left it on the Nakri, but everything was like a dream, and he struggled to pin down the memory. He walked across the great room, passing a large bath and incense that servants had brought in to light some time ago. He went to the balcony. Looking out, he saw the clouds in the far distance over the grand city. This place was nothing as he'd expected. Having dealt with Morog's fleet and the sea monsters, having been on the island where Morog rose and the death, and especially the masked forms, he saw none of that so far. The people, though before had still seemed hazy, like a dream, were now as real to him as everyone else. Far below, he could see them moving back and forth, going about their lives as if nothing nefarious was happening just beneath Misla. He sighed, hearing a knock at the door. He turned to see two servants in red robes bringing a tray of fruit and most likely tea. They had come to him before he'd lain down, but he'd refused. "Prelate Valrin, you have been sleeping for some time. The Great One has bid us wake you if you are not yet awake and bring you a meal. I am one of the red. This here is another. We are monks of the One." "Do you have actual names?" Both of them shook their heads. "We have no need of names in service of the One. Morog has decreed us servants in all forms to the prelate. You are the most sacred of the beings here. The Dwemhar serve the one who comes from the sea." Valrin took the cup of tea and sipped it. The monk stared as if expecting him to say something. "Why don't you kill them? Give their little red hoods a bit more red?" "Shut up," he said in a whisper. "Prelate, are you feeling well?" one of the monks asked. "We were to suggest you visit the priest in the great temple. He would very much like to meet you, but we understand the transfer between the two realms is difficult. Marog has said that you may be disoriented for some time." "Disoriented?" "Oh, lovely. Like a fine drink to the lips too many times and a bare-breasted whore to keep you warm." Valrin grimaced. The words were nothing but words, but as the demon spoke within, he cringed from the pain in his head. "How long have I been sleeping?" Valrin asked. He knew his ship was at dock below, so he could have slept for several days or weeks, especially after the events leading up to this place. 4 rotations, nearly 100 hours as we understand your time. The Templars chant sunrise and sunset, and you are only a few hours past that." "Templars?" "Yes, they honor the One, the God who has delivered us from destruction, charging Morog to lead us into a new world. We are survivors here, survivors of a great apocalypse." "A flood?" "No," the one monk said. "Fire, terrible hellfire. Demons overwhelmed the world, and all were consumed except for those who took cover on Misla. Marog and the One led us into a break in realities, but I should not speak of such. To do so leads to questions, and to question too much in the city of Misla leads you to desolation." Both monks bowed. "We are to remind you that you are free to go as you desire. Just ask and it will be given. Knock and any passage will open. You are the prelate, the one promised to us. We are here to serve you." They backed out of the room, shutting the door. Valrin set down his cup and picked at a strawberry on the tray. He had never heard of the One, and though he thought this place would be filled with those wearing masks and the cultish followers of Marog, the inhabitants of Misla were simple people. These monks were not too odd, but he knew this place. It reminded him of Iaclo, and the passage to the tower he was in now was just like Eliu's home. This place was Dwemhar, but not of his own world, a secondary world or something. He didn't know for sure. It was in this moment he thought of his friends, of his crew. He wondered what Ivern, Ivium, and the others were doing. The entire world could be burning beneath them, and Valrin and the people of Misla would never know. He hoped they were well. He would pray that they were well, but he did not think he was within reach of the gods here. In his own mind, he wanted to figure out what Misla was and how he might stop Morog, but he had the other one, the demon. He worked to push the demon from his mind, but as he saw it, he was only silencing the demon for a time. His voice was always there, and every thought Valrin had he worried was laid bare plainly to his possessor. He would see for himself what Misla was. The air here smelt sweet, and as he opened the door to his room, he saw the smallest of gardens, with tiny roses growing in stone boxes that encircled him. Above, he could see the blue sky and birds jumping from the boughs of trees. He saw another door and two figures in silver armor opposite his door, across a stone passage. They each held large staves with blue flames alight. As he proceeded past them, they both bowed. "Valrin, I am Rikar." "And Nanik." Valrin nodded slowly, staring at both of them. "We are your protection in the city." "If you are ready," the other one said, "we will proceed forward at your wish." Valrin wasn't sure why he had guards, but for now it didn't matter. While he was keeping an open mind as much as he could, he kept some level of thought against the demon within him. He wished he had Avium here. She was always better at this stuff than him. As he went through the open door, he emerged outside on a balcony with a grand stairwell before him to his left. Looking out, he could see many spires and tall structures, all crystalline but interwoven with trees and flowers. Birds fluttered from branch to branch beneath a large tree of massive hibiscus of varying colors. He had never seen these flowers, but they were in his mind. Perhaps it was something from before his own memory, something beyond himself. That said, with everything he had gone through so far, this was not a surprise to him. While it looked familiar to Iaclo, it was intact. Iaclo, even in the past, was war-torn, set aflame by Rusis attackers. This was different. They began down the stairwell, and Valrin came to a landing where large altars with incense greeted him with something he had not ever smelled. The largest of the altars had a stone form with multiple large arms, a strange being. One of the red came to him, bowing and offering a single stick of incense. "Myrrh for the One. Honor him, he who delivered us." He motioned for him to go before the larger altar. "Is this the One?" Valrin asked. The monk looked at the statue. "No, this is a representation of higher ascension, a path of the Dwemhar, a being of power beyond mere mortals. But even these serve the One in the realm of the gods. They will carry your prayers to the One. Light your incense as do the others, and then offer your prayers to that which you see before you. Your prayers only go to the One." Valrin took the incense and watched as others went to a small stand with a blue crystal floating just over a smaller altar. They lit their incense and then bowed once to the grand altar before setting down their incense before the large statue with manifold arms. I wonder if my prayers go to a god or to Morog. Valrin held the incense over the crystal. All your thoughts go to me. You have been working diligently to keep me out, but I am here. I am before you. Valrin grimaced, forcing the demon from the front of his mind. His head pounded, and the demon grasped his arm, dropping the lit incense. Suddenly, the statue before him seemed to look at him. Its eyes glowed white, and Valrin felt the demon flee, hiding in the far back of his mind. Valrin looked around, and no one seemed to notice anything. He looked back at Rikar and Nanik. They, too, didn't seem aware of what had transpired. He picked up his incense, the smoke trailing up in a twisting spiral. I pray my friends are well in the oceans below, that Meridas guides them, and that I can do what I must within this city. If you are of something higher than Marog in power, please help me. He bowed and then set the incense on the altar. He didn't feel any different, but whatever power the one had, it had forced the demon back and seemed to be sentient of Valrin's affliction. Valrin looked around. From here he could see the grand tower where Morog was, but also, far back to the right of the altars, there was a grand tower with a floating crystal above it. As he stared, one of two guards pointed. The Temple of the One. If you wish, you can go there. Valrin walked to what seemed to be an overlook of some kind. Here, looking down at the vast expanse of the city below, he could see Misla as he saw from his room. There was a central mountain, and around it were lakes, trees, and many more hundreds of buildings. White clouds floated around the mountain. Further away, he could see the walls of the edge of Misla, and he wondered how he was barely able to reach Misla with the Nakri, but now he was much higher than that. He turned to the two guards with him. Is this real? He asked them. One of them nodded. Since your arrival, the great temple and the palace ascended high above. You can still reach the lower level, but this is a sign to our people that our coming to the new world is soon. It is beyond the palace where Morog lays the black crystals in preparation for our full emergence. Valrin had never heard of black crystals, but based on what he knew of crystals, he assumed it had something to do with power. He knew from when he and Alera had been flying beneath the city that Misla was harvesting crystals from his world. He wondered how the two might be related. He saw a massive red crystal unlike any he had seen before, beyond the cities below, and in the far fogs on the edge of the city, not something he had seen on Iclo. He was too far away to discern what it was, but he saw hundreds of orb-shaped metal in the area around the crystal. He wasn't sure, but they looked like Akan. It seemed that even Misla had Akan, and that truth did not bode well in his mind when he thought of his friends. Valrin looked to his two guards. I can go to the Temple of the One? One of them bowed. Valrin had no idea who it was, considering they looked the exact same. Of course, the prelate would be welcome at the temple. Proceed without hesitation. This title of prelate was strange to him. Captain was much more fitting. That was another question he had, but he'd feel out his exact supposed purpose. Your purpose here is to take advantage of Morog for me. I will leap from you to him. How do you forget? He pushed the demon from his mind. You have no power over me. His entire body became hot, his joints suddenly surging with pain with each step. He fell to his knees, sending a shock wave of pulsating pain up his legs and into his torso. The two guards with him pulled him up. We did not know the prelate to have ailments such as this. This is something the One could heal, and it is important you be healed of such malignant sicknesses. How does one so young as you have pain like this? Took an arrow to the knee, both knees. An odd injury. The pain resided, and Valrin took a few deep breaths. Yes, he said, brushing off the dust from his knees. Not a common one, for sure. They began walking again. Valrin felt the presence in his mind grow. I always have control. Do not forget that. The Temple of the One was a glorious construction of intertwined silver and white, a metallic sheen with wisps of energy coming from the large crystal floating above it. The white stone above the massive white doors had flowers with bright blue petals growing around the entire structure. As he approached the doors, he saw other guards like his own. He heard chanting from just beyond the doorway, a song of some kind, but he could not understand the words. A feeling of sanity came to his mind, like the power of the demon was suppressed as they drew closer to his place. "Prelate," a voice said to his left. He turned to see a strange glowing form standing some distance away from them. All the nearby people were bowing, and even his guards had taken a knee. This form was not like any of the others, and did not wear any mask or ring that Valrin could see. It was a woman, her hair long and flowing blackness, her eyes a bright blue, literal fire glowing within her sockets. She had a white glow to her skin, and as Valrin stared at her, she bowed slightly. "Morog, the Great One, seeks an audience with you. I am to take you immediately." Valrin looked back to the Temple of the One, and then to his strange being. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am called Etha by Marog, a Chosen Dwemhar. I will take my place, as do you, prelate, but we must not leave our master waiting." Valrin stepped forward, then looked back to his two guards. They both stood and proceeded forward. Etha waved her hand. "You are not needed where the prelate goes. Remain here." "Our apologies," both of them said. "You hold the name of our fallen goddess, but you are not her. It has been decreed by the One that we are to remain by him at all times. You do not wish to anger the One, nor does Morog." Valrin looked between the two guards and Etha. Though her entire form brimmed with energy, she did not attempt to speak against them again. "Come, prelate," she said. He followed her, leaving the temple behind, with Nanak and Rikar following. Something about them gave him a comfort in such a strange place. As they began to ascend a long bridge that lifted into the sky, he remembered the city from when they traveled back in time once again. Marog was a part of Eliu, so it made sense to him that even here, there would be echoes from Eliu's life. Furthermore, rising away from the floating portion of that where Valrin had been up to this higher level, he looked over either side of the bridge to see the grand expanse of Misla, and it was difficult to fathom all who lived here. "Do you revel in the sight of Misla, prelate?" "I have never seen such a place," he said. "I did not expect this when I came here. We were shown a path forward by Marog, a path away from our dying world. I have been chosen for a greater task, and I find honor in my name. Etha, Kel, Throka, Wura, they all fell defending our world. It was Barua, a great god by his own right, working with Kel, who held the line against the demons, allowing us to escape. Our gods died for us. Do you know the love of a god? I've found them less than engaging with the events of the world, a rare sight for most." Etha bowed. "We are to be the living gods in the new world, a great honor." Valrin said nothing. He looked at this glowing being, this Dwemhar who had been given the name of a goddess, and realized that though she spoke literal blasphemy to the gods of the north, she did not see it that way even a little. They came to a courtyard and a large tower of black stone, with a great torch of blue fire glowing in the center of the courtyard. Masked forms, dozens of them, stood along the perimeter of this place, staring directly at Valrin. "The Ishta," Etha said. "Those whose blood paved the path for Morog to deliver us. They are dead? They are now. Through the power of Morog, their lives continue, as do the lives of all beneath the city, where there is weeping and gnashing of teeth, where those who do not hold to the true path are thrown. There Morog's servants and creatures of power wait. They will be the first wave upon the world beneath us, but Morog will share such things with you, It is not the place of one such as me. For a supposed future goddess masquerading as who he knew as Etha, Valrin wasn't sure what to think of the subservient attitude this charlatan held. Etha was nothing like Etha as she was in their world, but of course the real Etha in her world had fallen. They proceeded into the silver door of Marog's tower, moving down a long hall with blue fire in large troughs as their only light source. As they came to the first large room, Valrin saw that there were other doors here, but they were all shut. An organ played somewhere in the distance, an ominous thundering melody. Valrin did not bow as he proceeded, stepping forward ahead of Etha and seeing the throne of Morog in the distance. He was not there. Valrin stood for a moment as he looked back to see Etha backing away. His own 2 guards remained still. The melody of the organ had stopped, and Valrin now heard footsteps approaching. An old man emerged, gold and white raiments flowing off his body. "Prelate, you have come at a good time. You awoke and now you are here before me again. You feel well, do you not?" "Who are you?" "My friend. Who else but Morog? Why, I see that I might have changed a bit," he said, brushing his hand over his skin. "But is this not better, more acceptable?" "It is a bit less than Etha, who has glowing white skin and blue fire for eyes." Marog laughed. Yes, well, they are not us, but I have them believing what is needed. Walk with me, prelate. Let me show you that which is before us. Your guards may stay there," he said, motioning to them. Valrin wasn't sure if Morog was asking or demanding, but Valrin looked to them. Yes, they can. Both Nanak and Rikar bowed slightly. They walked together toward the throne, coming to the large window that no longer had a view as it did before, but yet now a landing and a stairwell up through darkness. They went up several flights of stairs. "The time draws near, prelate, your purpose to be revealed to you. You must not fear the coming of change. The One told me that I was to see you, and when I first got word of your arrival, it was something magnificent to behold." "I destroyed most of your fleet," Valrin said, "cut through them like it was nothing." Morog led them up the stairwell, his demeanor nothing like Valrin had witnessed in the past. "All fall in their due time. My fleet is but a pawn, a larger pawn than you know, but they are but a fraction of what is mine. I admit I did not project the image I should have to you, but being of what I am, and I know what I am, there was a certain degree of madness that was my root energy. I have ascended from those mere root desires. I have awakened to a higher way." They came to a walkway leading out of the tower and to a strange platform with twisting vortexes of white fire. "As I have connected to Misla, I have grounded myself in what it was of my predecessor that I needed to master. I should have never sought the power of the scourge siren. That was a mistake that cost us both." Morog rubbed the side of his face, and Valrin realized he had massive scars across his face in the shape of curled lightning. Valrin's arms trembled. "Bry." "A mistake, indeed," Valrin said. Morog stared at him, not with a glare of anger, but with a solemn stare deeper than Valrin had expected. "It has taken much for me to become as I am now, to lead the people forward. With Iaclo, my predecessor failed. But now, in a form I can control as needed, with the Dwemhar behind me, we will do what is needed. That which created me, the bloodshed, the darkness, that was not needed. But the past is just that, and if we do not learn the lessons of our life, we will be forced to learn them again. You and I are the same, Valrin. We are alone. We always have been. We always will be. But that does not mean we cannot do good." Valrin felt a tear in his eye, thinking of Bry, thinking of the rest of his crew. Morog was trying to play a role, something beyond that which he was. Valrin was not falling for any of this, but even more so than before, the demon within him was forcing his response, was using his words to foster a relationship with the one form Valrin wanted no more than to strike down where he stood. "What good have you done here?" It was a combination of words passing, yet aggressive, a blending of his thoughts with the subtleness of the demon within him. Morog lifted his hands, walking up to the platform of twisting fires. He placed his hands in the fire and began pulling what seemed like strings within strings, a strange summoning of Dwemhar magic. If it was magic or some technology, Valrin really couldn't tell. The reality from which I drew Misla from was nearing collapse. The gods had all but fallen. It was only from the foray into the space of time, where Iliu sought to protect you, that this all became a chance for me. Though I will admit my own desire for personal gain, I have since seen that me saving the Dwemhar of that reality was a chance for me to do right here. These few Dwemhar have reached a peak of physical ascension, Rikar, Etha, as I have renamed one of them. They have a chance beyond that which transpired here in our reality. The Dwemhar faded away. Thousands were killed, a few ascended, but the Dwemhar must return to balance the world once more, to seek what the others abandoned. He looked at Valrin. "Your purpose as Stormborn is to protect the flooded Dwemhar lands and lead those who will bring about the return of the Dwemhar. I do that, and as such, your purpose is with me. Rikar was one of the greatest of warriors in our reality, and now he returns in full form, capable of taking on any being and destroying them. He leads our armies. He is the perfect hand of my power." Valrin shook his head. "But Etha, she is not a goddess." Morog nodded. "No, she is not. But she will take the role. The gods have failed the people. They have failed much like the race of men. Do you not know that they have set up a false god, that they mutter whispers I have sensed even here on Misla of destroying those of magic? It is why I take Misla into the heart of the lands. I will decimate those who have the power to destroy us all. The gods of our reality could not work with one another. They made war, splitting into the Itsu and the northern gods. Where Misla comes from, the gods fought to protect all the people. They died for their followers. What can you say of your own? That they gave you a boat?" Valrin kind of chuckled, trying to hide it. "You see," Marog said, "such a small thing for one such as you. A powerful vessel fully realized here on Misla. The great Akan fleet, flying vessels of power, will set off across the lands, spreading the word of Misla to all the world. But the people will not bow to that. You are acting as a god to those who see you as a scourge. You warm the oceans. You have literally destroyed an unnumbered amount to take the form you have. The path to destruction and paradise can be paved with the dead. I have already admitted my sins. I cannot take those back, but I can make anew what is needed. As my first act, I will take that which holds sway over Taria. Misla must come fully into the world, and that I will make a reality." Valrin noticed that several platforms of white stone rose up from beneath them, each of them with large statues of figures he did not recognize. As he turned in place, looking around them at this strange emergence, he saw 8 statues. Before every statue was a large blackened crystal. Marog beckoned him to follow him across the platform just in front of them. Of all the platforms, this was the furthest away and had the newest of chiseled statues. As they crossed the stone path leading from the tower, Valrin noticed that the entire structure they were standing on was one piece, not multiple platforms, but simple separate pieces of a single whole. The gods who fell away are honored here in Misla. Their memory in these statues and the altars beneath them house 1,000 crystals in one, a night crystal. Unlike those that power the Aela sunrise and are recharged by the moon, these are capable of recycling the energy of life, bringing about an endless circle of energy. Now, I craft the final one beneath our feet in the forge. Once it is in place, this will serve as an anchor point. In the first blessing enacted on the world, I will use the energy of the Sentient One above Taria. Sentient One? The Black Moon emerged there weeks ago. It is a force that powers the vampires, a curse of the lands, Valrin told him. There is nothing sentient about the moon. Marog crossed his arms. When will you realize that history and lore is only recorded as it is known? There is an entire realm that exists contrary to the actions you take, a realm where all possibilities are explored and left to rot. As much as the sun shines high in the sky, bringing life and warmth to that below it, there is always another form, a form of contrast. Not evil or dark, just not as you would expect in your own experience. The Nethermoon is a separate body hiding in the skies above Taria even now. It is an energy source that the vampires simply tapped into. It is what they used to hide their city, what they used to shroud it in fogs until the Black Moon rose above the skies of Taria. But Misla will use that same energy, drawing upon it to reverse that which is upon Taria. The vampires will fall in line with the new world, or our Akan will burn them from their lairs. Valrin stared at the statue before them as Morog stroked his own chin. Valrin looked to Morog, seeing that his face appeared incomplete, flesh hanging off a burning form, and his eyes, or where his eyes should have been, were not at all even present. There was a white fire concentrated into oval pupils. Do not judge that which is still a work in progress, prelate. In time I will gain my pure god form. That is what is to become of the Dwemhar like Etha. They will take the place of the gods in our new world. The old will fall away, and in my grand design, that which is beneath the oceans of the glacial seas will rise again. Rise again? Valrin asked. In time I will raise the old ruins of our people, bring back that which was cast down. The oceans will break upon that which is called the North, and will stretch across that expanse, washing away the race of men and merging the glacial sea with the Gulf of Alrina. But that is far from now. If you look around you, upon this flower of life, upon the foundation of my grand tower, I will hold all the gods in reverence. You may have known only of the Itsu and the gods of the North, but there is much of your own history you do not know. There were more gods, forgotten teachings. All will be given to the people, and from high upon our mountain, you, Stormborn, will serve your purpose in a way none could have foreseen. Mass murder? You plan to murder an entire race? The race of men have fallen from that which you call holy. The many will pay for the sins of the few, for if they do not, a greater darkness falls upon the realm. Valrin, I will say it again and again. I have not been free of guilt in this path to a new world, but I cannot take that back. When I was cast from Iliu, the Dwemhar failed in his true understanding of Ascension. You cannot cast out the darkness and have balance within your soul. It is a blending of the two, a true balance of energies. I have but two options myself: embrace the raw primal energy of my darkness, or seek stability and order. My broken form is held together by a few threads. That is why I am here now, attempting to rebuild what was lost. Do you understand this? Valrin looked out across Misla, resting his hands on the statue and looking down at the opening awaiting the final night crystal. What of my friends, Morog? They work against us, but perhaps you can lead them to salvation. Misla will offer parley. I am not mad, but they must accept that which is offered to them. Then let me go to them, Valrin said. If you are the holiness you present yourself as, allow me to go to them. Perhaps even allow them here to discuss what you present. I get that you saved these Dwemhar and Misla, and that they are innocent. But that does not mean everyone must die for you and the Dwemhar to live. Morog nodded. You cannot leave this place as of yet, but soon we will begin drawing the energies from the Nethermoon. Your friends and the Nakri travel west, beyond Taria, and I cannot guess where they are going, but I will allow you to go to them in time. But you must understand I will not allow Misla to be threatened. I will bring swift judgment to any who come against us. This is beyond me, or the cursed forms of the mask-wearers." He paused. "Truly, I would throw them down, drown them in the oceans to release them from their darkness, but that would weave new negative energies. My old fleet and armies, even that which I amassed beneath the depths unknown to all, they will be unleashed, but our new gods will destroy them." Morog bowed to Valrin. "Truly, prelate, you can see what path we take and how it is the best of passages forward?" "I'm more for protecting the seas, catching eels even. In your seemingly infinite wisdom, you must understand that I find this entire reveal to feel a bit contrived." "I am Strantavedi," Valrin said. "My people would not have stood for this." "We are all Dwemhar," Morog said. "In time you will see. Perhaps you must see what is to pass, that which I have viewed to understand why I do what it is I do, why I bring such darkness upon the race of men. Surely even Evern would rather destroy a single race to save the others." Valrin sighed. "I do not pretend to guess what Evern would do, but I know right now he is doing everything he can to destroy you." Morog looked down. Valrin could even tell there was a strange sadness upon his form. A chill fell in the air. "For his sake, I hope not." He looked around them. "That which is started here must be seen to the end. The ascension of my palace and that of the One, the life force of our grand city, the spreading of the flower of life high above Misla, the crafting of the final night crystal, all starts us down a path we must see to its end. You, prelate, are a holy form here. I only wish I could return to you that which I took." He shifted his hands before Valrin, and he saw a form appear in a shimmering veil between him and Morog. As the veil stilled, he looked upon Bry. Morog moved his hands through the image, and it faded away. "I tried to bring her back. I tried for you, but I could not." Valrin trembled. "I tried to reverse that which I had done, but she was far from my grasp. It forever haunts me as it does you." "That is enough for today," he said. Morog turned from him, and Valrin's hand went to the hilt of his sword. "Do it. You want that revenge. Do it. I will help you. I will weaken him." The demon within his mind dangled a prize before his will. He wanted to do that which the demon desired, yet he paused. "Why? Why not have your revenge? It is simple. Strike him down. He has weakened himself. I will weaken him further." "I can't," Valrin told the demon. "That is what you want. You can. Just a quick fling of your blade and he will be stricken down." "Morog is not what he was. Avenge your Rusis love." The demon sent a surge of pain down his arm. His grip on the hilt of his sword tightened. Valrin fell to his knees. Marog stopped walking. "You only have this moment. Do it! Do it now!" Valrin resisted, building a mental wall in his mind even as his vision became blurry. Fool. Valrin collapsed. Part 2. The Night Crystal. Valrin awoke in his room. Staring upward, he could hear the chanting of the Templars, a long echoing tune that was both unsettling and calming, a contradiction, to be sure. He sat up to see Nanik and Rikar standing at the foot of his bed with their helmets off. "Rikar, look, he's awake," Nanik said, kneeling by his bedside. "Marog says you're still getting used to Misla, that your body is still weak. I think he's insane, but I thought that before. What was that, some magic?" "I thought it was a potion," Rikar said. Valrin grabbed his head, shaking it. "How long have I been out?" "Just a day," Rikar said, offering him a chalice of water. Valrin took it and sipped it. He was parched, and his throat felt scratchy. "Marog had us bring you here. Rikar seemed worried. It's odd to see that one worried. But you're good now." "Rikar?" "Yeah, he was there. Nearly at the same time everything went down. He was hoping to meet you directly, but when you collapsed, well, that was his meeting you. Rikar is about as of a purest Dwemhar loyal to Marog as you can get, Nanak said. We had a few incursions into the city, ruses, if you can believe it. Rikar hunted them down and killed them, by himself. Valrin threw his feet off the bed and stood up. He didn't feel bad, and he knew it was no random ailment that had struck him but the demon itself. Not surprising for Rikar. The war between the Rusis and the Dwemhar in my reality was quite a thing. Rikar always fought the Rusis. I guess you could say that, but no such war happened for us. The Rusis were friends to the Dwemhar, but Rikar demanded that none of the unclean ones were to come to Misla. He killed any who tried to come into the city prior to its launch, much to Morog's dismay, if we're being honest. I want to go to the Temple of the One, Valrin said. You said I can have an audience with the priest, that he wishes to meet me. We say he, but mean she. It's a she, a wonderful woman, at least that's the form she takes. So a priestess? No, we call her a priest, because it was the name of the title of he who held the position before her. She is a keeper of knowledge, a chosen form for the One. In fact, she may give you a different name for herself. She is really neither living nor dead. She no longer eats or drinks. She is fed by the One. Valrin raised his eyebrow at them. Does anything make sense in Misla? The tea, Rikar said. Wonderful tea. Valrin laughed. Well, I want to go to this priestess. You must wait until after their evening prayers, but Rikar intends to speak to you himself. We protested that you should rest, but Rikar is not the type to listen to us. Valrin wanted to go to the Temple of the One. I feel a drawing toward the One. He thought of the demon. I don't feel as pure as I should. I feel like something has followed me from my own reality. He was testing them, curious to what these two would say of such a claim. Then the One is whom you must go before. But that does not change the need for prayer and the chants. As of now, most of Misla is in prayer. They meditate, focusing their energies into the One, and in such, Misla itself. All save the enlightened ones like Rikar. At that moment, a form came through the door, not by opening it but simply passing through the wood and standing beside Rikar and Nanak. Hail Rikar, hand of Marog, Nanak said. Valrin, Rikar said. The appearance of the Dwemhar was nothing like Valrin had seen before. Rikar glowed white, and his eyes were the deepest blue, raging like fire, similar to the one called Etha, but his energy seemed more extreme. I was worried of you before, prelate, but it seems you are well now? Valrin nodded. I am. The energies of Misla act strange upon me. I am not used to it. Rikar nodded. In time, you will come to feel as I have to this place. I, for one, am happy to have put down my swords for a time. My war with the demons was long and difficult, but I pray that the worst of that which has come to pass is done. Hopefully, Valrin said. Guards, leave us, Rikar said. They looked to Valrin and did not follow Rikar's command. Valrin nodded. As Nanak and Rikar exited the room, Rikar bowed to Valrin. Already, you take your place here. They look for your guidance and ignore my own. Before your arrival, that was heresy, but you are the prelate. You are the one who shall lead us. As I am the right hand of Morog, you are as the left. We are one in our path forward to bring about a new world. Morog has told you of this already? Valrin nodded. He has told me of the night crystals, the coming of darkness to the lands, and the plans for Misla. I told him he was a fool, Rikar said, to trust you so quickly, but I am not one to make such judgments. He is who brought Misla to redeem our people. I serve him. But this place is but a product of the great work of our people. I wish to take you within the lower city. I know you will seek your ship, and Morog has decreed you be taken to the harbor. What is the Stormborn without his sacred vessel? Valrin couldn't tell of Rikar. Perhaps it was his lack of real eyes. The fires upon his face were difficult to look upon, and even harder to discern of his emotion. His voice had little inflection, and he spoke with such sureness of his own stance, there was little room for interpretation. I would like to see my ship again. Good, Rikar said. Then I shall take us down. Rikar touched his gauntlet, and Valrin could hear a whooshing sound outside. A grand Akan lowered to the level of the balcony. The vessel was silent. Not too unlike a can I have seen before, Valrin said. You will find it comforting to know that you will have a fleet of these with you any time the Aela sunrise is in the waters. It will be the Akon that bring the waters of the glacial seas across the lands to purge the fifth race. Valrin stepped into the vessel, looking around at the smooth silver walls and the low hum of the power source. This looked exactly like the Akon on Iaclo, the one he had crashed. As they stood before the window, looking out, Rikar simply bowed his head, and the vessel began forward, rushing away from the balcony and down, circling around the grand mountain at the center of Misla. Then, in a rush of energy flowing around them, they moved over each of the districts of Misla, intertwining between grand trees, sparkling rivers, and great floating orbs that swirled around them. Prayers to the One, Rikar said. The people can go to any lower shrine within Misla, and their prayers will be focused into the energy of Misla. It must be nice to have an Akan to move from place to place, Valrin said. It is, but this is more for you. There are passages to which all of Misla can be reached, while at the same time, isolation can be found for any who dwell upon this island. Sometimes, all souls need their time away from other beings, and that can be provided here. Misla is above Iaclo in all ways. So, you know of Iaclo? I have seen Iaclo, the fall of the Dwemhar. There is a place to which time has no hold and realities exist. I have been there for but a moment, but Marog has shown me much. I have seen what horrors come to your world. I am happy to be the blades to stop it. As they began downward, the melodic sounds of the Akan audible from within the vessel, he noticed they were much closer to the massive crystal he had seen before. Here, too, he noticed hundreds of Akon vessels all in rows. They had large crystals at the top of their structure, with silver wings outstretched like flower petals, absorbing the energy of a bright moon high above. As Valrin and Rikar exited the Akon, several Dwemhar came before them and bowed. "This is Valrin, prelate, Stormborn," Rikar said. "He comes to inspect the fleet and to ensure his ship is prepared." "Hail Valrin, hand of Marog," one of the pilots said. "Our vessels prepare for launch. The Aela sunrise is fully recharged and ready to serve its purpose." Valrin could see the mast of his ship in the distance. He was eager to get to it, but he embraced the formalities. "Good," he told the pilot, "but let us hope the people do not require our full fury." He walked away, heading toward the Aela sunrise. Rikar followed beside him. "You still seek such a path of peace?" "I do," Valrin said. "That is the path of the Dwemhar, not war." Spoken from one who has not had to cross blades as I have, the ways of peace are only possible once the war horns have fallen silent. If my people had understood that, perhaps we would not be upon Misla. But they have placed faith in the One, and I will honor that. "But you do not agree?" Rikar looked to him. "I have little faith in any gods." "Evorn might actually like you," Valrin thought. Valrin noticed the Aela sunrise had many guards around it, and though it appeared to be sitting in a harbor, there was no water, just shifting clouds, or so it appeared at first. "These are the encircling waters," Rikar said, motioning to the clouds around the Aela sunrise. "They give life to the lands of Misla, and though they appear as clouds now, they are in truth a part of Misla. The rivers flow into this, recharging and renewing the basic needs of life. Our crops grow without fail. Our water is endless. Misla is able to protect our people against any calamity through the wonders and workings of Marog. Valrin had never seen anything like this. Ayeklo was not this. "It is an amazing feat," he told him. Valrin stepped on the deck of the Ayla Sunrise. As he walked from one side to another, he noticed the wood was polished. The sails had been replaced. There was no damage to the hull or any frayed ropes. He wondered of his turtles, and the moment he did so, 3 of them rolled out from a space beneath the helm. "Hello, friends!" Valrin went up to the helm, touching the crystal levers and then looking at the power source along the back of the ship. "All is good!" Rikar shouted. Valrin had gained quite a crowd, as several of the Akan pilots had joined around. They looked somewhat like the pilot he had dealt with before. They had long black robes, simple metal breastplates, and helmets like interlocked bird wings coming around their heads and down their shoulders. "It is a bit better," he said with a surprised laugh. Another one of the pilots jumped onto the deck. This one didn't have a helmet, but she did have several silver rods on a belt. Each had a different color crystal. She was not clean as the other ones, and seemed to even have some glowing dust on her sleeve. "I did my best to bring the ship up to its highest standard. I am Carolyn, Great Akan Right of Misla, and captain of the Akan vessels." Valrin nodded, pointing to the Akan. "You built those?" "Most of them. I followed much of the plans Morog provided us, but the overall idea was rather simple. A liquid metal electrified by conscious thought at a high frequency. Simple once I figured out the basic idea. Our replicators went to work only a moon ago, and we have quite the flight of them. We're limited by our pilots, though. Only our best can fly them, but they work well. This, though," she said, walking along the deck. "This is solid craftsmanship, not like the Akan. This vessel is the oddest of creations. The Dwemhar created this?" "Similar. It was a group that took a slightly different path after a great flood had covered their lands. They were the Stranta Vedi." "A name not too much unlike a god of our land, Stravidi." "There is a god with that name?" Valrin asked. "Yes, brother to Meridas, a grand god who attempted to use the seas to consume the rifts that eventually destroyed our lands in fire." Valrin had never heard of a brother to Meridas. He also realized that though Carolyn had copied the Akan design of Ayeklo, it seemed the automated mode he had seen used in Ayeklo was not something Misla had developed. That was likely for the better, though. He put his hands on the wheel at the helm, noticing the ship was locked into the side of Misla. "Careful," Rikar said. "I wouldn't disengage that for a test flight. The clouds beneath us will rip a vessel apart if you're not careful. The energies beneath Misla keep a rancid fleet fed with energies. Only Morog's wizards go that way." "Wizards?" Valrin asked. Rikar shrugged. "It is the word we have for them. They are some of his old masked warriors, the ones who survived, at least. They are like a festering infestation under Misla, but so is all of his old form. It is good, though. He claims that our weakest point is beneath the city, that as we come into the new world, it will be a focal point of any attack. Thus, aside from his fleet and the Leviathans, the wizards intend to protect that which is beneath our city." "The weapon?" Valrin asked. "A stabilizer," Carolyn said. "There is no weapon there." She pointed to the massive crystal to the right. "That is our weapon. It allowed us to punch through a void demon, shredding its tissue, allowing us to break free before the journey began to our new reality." Valrin crossed his arms, exiting the Ayla Sunrise. "I'll keep the ship ready to go," Carolyn said, "though the mechanical turtles did quite a bit to help me. I'm happy I'm getting time to work with them. Do you mind if they help me with an Akan? A pilot crashed it, and I'll be honest, I do not have enough hands to keep the prisms of the inner conduit open for me to do my work." Valrin nodded and looked over to the turtles. Assist Carolyn with whatever she needs, Valrin told them. Thank you, prelate. The shipwright seemed surprised Valrin allowed it, but seemed excited even more so to get back to work. The other pilots bowed to Valrin before departing. Where are they headed? Valrin asked. More cognitive transference training. They are preparing for an attack on our city. Does Morog expect an actual attack? He says that your world will not simply allow us to come in. The Akan are preparing for dragons. It is about the only vessel they fear. The fire can melt the outer hull and bring these down rather easily. Valrin thought of Ilera and Nevron. He thought of all his friends. Do not fear the coming change, Rikar said. Those beneath us do not know the true evil that is to come. We must do for them what they do not understand. It is their own folly if they resist. Valrin pointed back at the crystal weapon. But if we appear in the skies, using that weapon and flying out in Akan, I do not see them simply understanding. Rikar said nothing for a few moments, and then he looked back behind them. These Akan pilots are expendable. In fact, all within the lower city are of such a low vibrational resonance that I would sacrifice hundreds of them for one of us. The truth is, we picked the best of a rotten lot, physical forms useful for contributing to the greater good only in a few ways. Valrin wasn't sure what to make of Rikar's opinion of the others. At first, he saw the higher portion of the city as just a sign of power, but it seemed that at the very least, Rikar felt strongly against the supposed lesser Dwemhar. The crystal, the night crystal that Marog told me about. It is a power source, correct? As prelate, I wish to see this power source for myself. There was a fatal flaw with the old crystals, one not easily seen if you do not know what you're looking for. I wish to see it. Rikar stared at him for a moment. I do not think in your form you can get to it. It is highly volatile, but... He nodded. I can take you to where it is. You can at least see it and perhaps talk to one of the crystal smiths of the issue. It worked. Valrin wasn't sure of what he was doing, but he knew that Morog needed the crystal, and if he could do anything to disrupt this, it had to do with those crystals. Even as he thought of this, he looked at those around him. Though Rikar seemed of a level above, a closer step to the madness Morog wanted, the others of Misla seemed innocent to that which they were a part of. Sure, they were present. They would be a part of what could only be called an invasion. These Dwemhar, though different, were not guilty. He shook away the thought. These Dwemhar were not supposed to be here. Fate had decreed they were to die, but Morog had stopped that. Rikar was leading him away from the platform where the Akan and the Isla Sunrise were, moving down a central road that went into the heart of a large urban city. The crystal buildings rose like high mountains, and as they came to a central square, he found there were large flowering trees here. Fairies bounced between the branches, and it was here, for the first time in Misla, he saw a child. It was a little girl no more than 6 years old. She ran toward Rikar, unafraid of what would be a rather scary sight for a child of the lands beneath them. Rikar, the little girl said. Valrin thought back to Oyaklo, walking with the Rikar of their reality, and the children then. Those were different, of course. They were elves in Iklo, but still. The little girl looked over Rikar's shoulder as several other children from the alleys around the square came out to greet them. Rikar, is this the prelate? Yes, Rikar said. This is Valrin, a warrior who will lead us to our new home. Master Valrin, a small boy whispered, are there void demons in our new home? Valrin shook his head, staring at the child. Of course not. There are none. Yippee! The child said, jumping up and down. The other children began giggling. Valrin noticed that they had markings on their foreheads, glowing gold lines, and at least 2 of them had the shapes of moons. "These are the future," Rikar said. "There have been many babies born in the last few weeks. A new generation as we move into our new lives." Rikar knelt, the flames rippling off his face to the amazement of one of the children. "Master Rikar, I was worried when you were struck. You helped my mother and my little brother from the mountaintop, but that demon, how did you escape the demon?" "Our master Marog has given me a path to greater powers of our people, powers that all of you may have one day in our new world. The lands we go to have a great darkness upon them, and we must stop it before it's too late." "Are you going to help them, prelate?" the original little girl said. Valrin gulped. Looking at these children did nothing to help his position against Morog. Regardless of the demon, it just didn't seem like his path was as clear as it was before. "I am going to protect all who need protection," he said. The children smiled. As both Rikar and Valrin began away, the children began to jump around, hiding behind the trees and chasing one another into the alleys. This is one of our lower districts. Most of their parents have been working to elevate their overall consciousness to take greater positions within the city. It is why Misla only could allow those of higher levels of power into the city. Those of our race were already higher in consciousness than most of the others in our lands. The Ruses were close, but they were not what was needed. "So there are only Dwemhar here?" "Yes," Rungar said. Ahead, Valrin could hear the distinct sound of water dribbling onto rocks. As Rikar took them down another twisting street, leading into the darkness underground, Valrin looked up and saw aqueducts running above their heads. "All of Misla connects down here. It is the principal focal point for all workers. Though the crystal smiths work on the actual crystals, it has taken other hands to run the machines and crafting fires, to take the raw crystals needed from old sky ruins in your reality." Valrin noticed that the walls here were sheer stone. Pale light in the bricks around them was their only form of light as they went deeper and deeper. "How is it you could interact with a world you were not a part of? How could you do some things yet not others?" "Marog has not allowed us to take the crystals. That was the work of his fleet and his masked ones. They are low vibrational beings, only good for labor and madness. They have none of the required capacity for ascension, and thus are engineered to serve one purpose alone. First, to bring Morog's form to full light, as he has told us of the higher forms, and then to prepare the path for Misla. It is all gone as he has planned." They emerged into a subterranean world. Massive bronze machines with crystals and glowing stones churned and ground a continuous stream of broken crystals from somewhere out of sight. There were workers here in tan tunics. They looked up at Valrin and Rikar and bowed deeply as they walked through. "These workers are physical forms created from mud. They are controlled by Dwemhar in deep meditation just above here, but they only last a few hours before they break down. Then, their forms are collected, reformed, and again inhabited by other Dwemhar." "Slaves?" "No," Rikar said, "not in the least. These are purely physical beings that we control, thus building upon our mental capacity for psychic powers and raising our levels of energy to feed the greater power of Misla. Using slaves would lower our vibrations, bringing down the very city that gives us life." Valrin was trying to process the extreme difference in the world he was in. As he watched these strange creatures formed from mud, yet looking no different from him or any other Dwemhar, he witnessed the sudden collapse of one of the workers. The body turned to dust, and immediately several large crystals flew down from above, absorbed the dust, and then a new worker was formed where the one before had been. But these creations are not enough for the crystal smiths. The tactile requirements and mental calibration is too much. Rikar brought him to a window where he could see a massive black prism spinning, with multiple blue shards hovering around it. The infantile crystalline formation. It is near completion then, Rikar said. This is the night crystal? Yes, formed from the eternal starlight of stones that have absorbed sun and moon for many eons. This focused form is the greatest of our creations, and we have done all of this in only a few moons. That knowledge of Morog coupled with our own has propelled us forward. In truth, prepared all the worlds forward. The limit of the Dwemhar is only that in which our minds create. I am a being of power, he said to Valrin, putting his hands on his shoulders. My path is different, for I am a warrior. But you, prelate, you are a bit of both. A perfection of warrior and being of spirit. The true path will be one only you can forge for the Dwemhar of Misla. That is why you have come. For a strange moment, there was a feeling of relief to his mind and body. He felt the same as he did before in Iaclo, as he did aboard the Ayla Sunrise on the open expanse of the glacial seas. Valrin noticed a man coming from the room where the night crystal was. He passed through several wards of some kind to finally open a door that slid into the wall. Rikar, you needed me? Crystal Smith, this is the prelate. He has knowledge of the crystals, a potential weakness. Valrin had forgotten he had said that, and now had to cover for that lie. A weakness? The man asked. Yes, a built-up positive charge from crystal creation in a negative pressure environment. It could lead to an explosion of energy that could crack the crystal itself. Moonlight would help reduce the positive charge. The crystal smith stared at Valrin. Prelate, I may be down in the depths of this place, but I have an advanced level of knowledge of starcrafting, and I assure you a negative pressure is ideal for this crystal. I have made 7 without issue, and I hardly believe you are to tell me that I must check something. Rikar drew one of his blades, lifting his free hand, bringing the crystal smith up into the air, choking. Speak to the prelate again like that, and we will have one less crystal smith in Misla. You will do as he suggests. Check it under moonlight. Even I know that night crystals need more exposure than you've given them. We are in the final moments before emergence, and I would not want to be answering to Morog if your crystal fails. He threw the crystal smith against the wall. The man stood up, blood pouring from his nose and his own stance staggering about. My apologies, prelate. I will do as you suggested. We will check the crystals under moonlight, Rikar. Rikar sheathed his sword as the crystal smith returned to his work, the other crystal smiths going to him as he entered. It is a waste of some beings who breathe air in our city. He was one of the holy ones, the Templars who foretold our destruction. He may have found mercy under Marog, but if this was my rule, he'd be thrown from the city walls. Valrin looked back, but was careful to keep his face with Rikar as they began out. What was his name? His name doesn't matter. You have met those you need to. Any others are a waste. The other ascended ones like myself will become as gods in the new world. Etha has spoken highly of you. He thought of how he had only spoken to her once. Kel, Throka, Barua, they all have their place. But I and the Akan pilots, we are the ones who will go out and bring about this new world. The others are mere pawns while we serve the one. Marog made himself out to be a god to his masked followers. A god form is easiest to use against the lesser kind. I believe that was his intent with your world until he saw a greater path with us. He does not follow the path of the One, but he does bow to the One as it is now. And you? You do not consider this path following a fellow Dwemhar better than serving the One, the new god? The creation of the One came about as our people became as we are now. The One formed from our greater consciousness. The gods had their purpose in leading us to the vibration frequency of Ascension. They were placeholders, and when cataclysm came upon our world, they served their purpose in giving their lives for the greater creation. They emerged from the depths of the Undercity, looking up at a pale dark sky as the Templars began to chant across the city. It was morning now. Valrin didn't really know how much time had truly passed, but he felt he had been with Rikar for quite a while. "It's strange that the Dwemhar have become as you," Valrin said. "In my world, some ascended beyond physical form, while others remained of pure physical form, my own kind who rejected that which the other Dwemhar sought. There was division between physical and technological ascension. Power was not to be found in purely one place or focus." "Is this form not one of power?" Rikar asked. Valrin looked at the fire rolling across his body, his large muscles and pronounced form. "It is powerful, but should you not refuse to seek violence? Is that not a lower vibrational energy source?" "I wish it was so easy, but it is a necessary division. My place is to be the sword of our people and to bring about a better world. I do not expect you to understand this, prelate. In time I will put down my blades and take another path, but that is not for me to do as of yet. There is much work, and speaking of such, the crystal smiths will be moving the night crystal for the coming full moon tonight. You were wise to tell them of such folly. I'm sure you have saved him a rather nasty punishment. He has been working non-stop, without sleep, for some time. At first, he was doing as he needed, and allowing the growing crystals to breathe, but I am surprised one such as you knew of the advanced crystal mechanics coming from a world without them." "So am I," Valrin told him, smirking. "But I believe Misla has opened my own mind to knowledge. I am fortunate to be here." Rikar nodded. "I must tend to my own duties. I will summon an Akan." Valrin looked up at the platform high above Misla. "Is there not a path that leads near there, to one of the portals?" "There is, but you do not want to walk the long road to it. It would take several hours." "I wouldn't mind. I have rarely been left on my own, and I wouldn't mind to see the sunrise on my own." Rikar nodded, the flames of his eyes darkening as he bowed slightly. "I understand. Proceed, then, along the road we came. But do not turn toward the Akan. Continue past the twin fountains, and then take the bridge out of the city. The swans that swim beneath the bridge are quite beautiful." "Thank you, Rikar." As he left the Dwemhar behind, journeying on his own for the first time within Misla, he couldn't help but feel a strange pulling on his being. Not like the feeling he had forgotten something or should have said something, but a true pulling, magnetic, drawing him away from the clear path he had before him. Doing as Rikar had said, finding the twin fountains and pausing for a moment, he admired the place where he was. Regardless of its origins, these were his people in one form. This was Ayiklo, as perhaps it should have been. This place may have had its origin as a weapon, but it had become a sacred ark, a place that saved the people of another reality, bringing them to his own. That was difficult to fathom, too. There were realities outside of his own. There was a Valrin still on Travah, and a form of himself that perhaps was never sent away. Somewhere his parents were alive with him, but everything that had transpired had done so for a reason. While there were other realities, they were not his own. Though a deep sadness overtook him, thinking of his crew, of all those who had fallen to ensure his safety. He began to smell incense. Many people were gathered around this place. While some simply meditated along a rocky wall that surrounded the main pathway, many others bowed before a large statue with open hands, a feminine figure holding a large flower. It was a hibiscus. He didn't know how he knew that, but the word just came to him. His connection to Misla was strong, yet in truth, he should not even be standing here. "Prelate," a voice said, drawing him away from his own thoughts. He turned around to see a woman fully garbed in silver robes. She had a silver circlet on her head, and her eyes glowed white. "Yes?" She bowed before him, and then offered him a hibiscus. "The goddess speaks of your sacrifices to me, and I must thank you for what you've done for our people." "Oh," he said, Well, it is what is needed in this time. The woman bowed, obviously some form of priestess. He took the flower from her. In honor of the hundreds who fell before the gates of Misla, protecting our home, she began. Set the flower in the fountain. They were all worthy of their deaths. Her tone changed slightly, and a tear ran down her cheek. The chants of the Templars echoed over the city as he set the flower upon the surface of the fountain. He turned back to see a shift in the imagery before him. The woman was still there, her robes blowing around her as her eyes glowed bright white. But Misla, as he saw it before, was not there. He saw a barren land, fire ripping across the horizon. The sun was black high above them. Flashes of white blasted across the skies as gargantuan forms fought in the clouds, blades and spears, blasts of energy, and swirling clouds and fogs veiled his vision. Before him were thousands of people running up a great stairwell, and behind him were great gateways, 3 of them. Beyond that, higher in the sky, a great crystal loomed over the doorways. This was Misla, and this was the world in which Misla had come from. "Stranta Vedi," a voice said, turning his attention back forward. A man stood just before him. He was staring at him. He wore a black coat with silver buckles and had a large saber at his hip. Valrin went to speak when he watched an image of himself step out from where he was. It was a phantom of himself. "They are all ready," he heard the phantom say. "We managed to bring the sacred elven trees, and Meridas has blessed the waters. A place has been made for all to survive this. The gods give us the time we need." "As I promised they would," the man said. "The oceans have vanished, but the Stranta Vedi live on in us. Truly, that which was divided has returned as one. We no longer must hold to what we did before, and now all Dwemhar come together as one. Your mother would have wished to see this moment." Valrin watched as the phantom embraced the man. "I miss her, father." "We both do," the man said, "but this is as the gods decreed it, and we must understand it. Rikar said there were no survivors in our home when he went there to help them. I could not get there before the fires overwhelmed it. The great ones even fight for us now in the end. Yet now we have a chance. All who took refuge have a chance." Valrin watched as the 2 of them cried. It was himself and his father, yet it wasn't. This was something else. They continued embracing one another. He felt a strange tingle on his own skin, watching as massive flames began to spin down from the sky high above them. The people wailed, screaming, as several robed forms took position along the stairwell. "Together!" a voice shouted out of Valrin's sight. Rippling gold shot up around the stairwell. A massive ward expanded outward many times as the flames struck the magical shield, rolling off the side. They were Rusis. He looked behind him to see a host of Dwemhar, Rikar without his glowing eyes, running up to Valrin's phantom. "Pelet, this was not as Morog decreed. The Rusis are not welcome. They were not to be brought. They assisted the High Elves in the war against us. After we burned Urlas, I thought it was clear." The ward the Rusis had crafted vanished as the fires receded from the stairwell. Several Rusis came beside Valrin. One of them he recognized. It was Rungar. "Rikar, I beg you," he said, bowing. "Kel delivered us from the demons. He brought us to the great plateau within sight of Misla. We know the gods have blessed Misla, and Marog has come to deliver us. Please, I know our people have never agreed, but we are all that remain. Please, I beg of you, see us to safety." Valrin looked out, seeing the masses and that there were hundreds of the robed individuals, the Rusis, amongst the crowds. Rikar drew his blade. "The Dwemhar have ascended to this position. Those of lower life shall burn in the fires of the void." Valrin watched as his phantom turned to Rikar. Did you not tell me to assemble them all, to bring them before the gates of Misla? I have traveled across the vast oceans before the fires, rallied the elves, dwarves, and the people of the lower valley, the race of men. I have brought them all to this place." Rikar turned to him. "As I did tell you, Morog has spoken, and Pelet, you have done well." Several other Dwemhar came alongside Rikar, and beyond, emerging from Misla, came a vast line of warriors in golden armor. Rungar and his Roos's kin took several steps back. "Those who have survived up to now will live on. That has been decreed. There are still others of Dwemhar kind, others we must save. The time is soon." A great light began to glow behind Valrin. He looked up to see Misla beginning to glow. The city was powering up as in the distance, where he could see the grand towers of blue and green, and the Dwemhar city beyond the stairwell was suddenly veiled in fogs. "The time has come," Rikar said. The Dwemhar burst forward, bringing his blade down upon Rungar, who caught the blade in his hand, energy surging around his gauntlets. The other Dwemhar beside Rikar began summoning glowing spells around them, sending rippling blasts down the grand stairwell, the survivors of the world screaming as their physical forms were shredded. Valrin watched as their essence was brought up in a great silver river flowing into Misla. "Rikar!" Valrin's phantom father shouted, but the Dwemhar and the Roosis were locked in battle. The armies of Misla marched down the stairwell as the intermixed races fell upon one another, trying to avoid the blasts from the Dwemhar casters. Several elves emerged from the crowded stairwell, running along the railings and leaping high into the air, before jumping with long white blades upon the casters. "Elves of Urlas, brandish your weapons," someone shouted. Hundreds of elves with silver blades emerged from the crowds of terrified peoples. Rikar drew a second blade, spinning about many times, sending blasts of energy across the stairwell, shattering the faces of the closest warriors. The Urlas warriors charged the Dwemhar position as the armies of Misla reached the lower level just within a few paces of Valrin. Then, coming up from the clouds around Misla, was a shimmering silver ship with great white sails. The ship was battered and scorched, but still flyable. It was the Nakri, and at the helm was a woman with flowing blonde hair. She made a pass just over the stairwell, unleashing volleys of blue orbs, striking up and down the stairwell. Rikar shouted, and the casters not engaged with Urlas elves arched their own spells, shredding the ship as the Nakri flowed directly up toward them. But even as the Nakri was torn apart, the blonde captain ran up to the front of the ship with a glowing red spear, aiming directly at Rikar, but her spinning tip missed, striking the ground just before him. She jumped off the vessel and landed in a roll upon the stairwell. Rikar laughed, looking back at Valrin's phantom and his father. "You lied," Valrin's father said. "It's all a lie," his mother shouted. "The Dwemhar do this. Morog does this. None of this is real. He has betrayed us." Valrin's father drew his saber, flying toward Rikar as Valrin's phantom did the same. Rikar spun about, shattering their guards and slashing his blade through Valrin's phantom's face. "The prelate!" one of the Dwemhar shouted. "Son!" his father cried out. Valrin watched as his phantom, himself in this reality, fell to the ground, blood bubbling out of his broken face. His mother and father both charged Rikar, but his mother was pierced from behind with multiple Dwemhar spears. His father was cut down, Rikar hacking at his body. Valrin couldn't bear to watch this. He didn't want to, yet even still, the glowing-eyed form remained, staring at him. He looked back to see Rungar grab Rikar from behind, the Roosis taking Rikar and gripping him with both hands, sending undulating bolts of electricity into his body. Then, several Urlas elves came beside Rungar, thrusting their blades into the warrior's body. Rungar took Rikar, throwing him from the stairwell. The Roosis and Urlas warriors formed up behind Rungar. Dwemhar, do you believe in what has transpired? Do you believe this Morog is your future? You have a gift from the gods, blessed and strong, a place for all. Do you not believe in the oneness of that to come?" The Dwemhar army locked shields, their spears out, and began a slow advance down the stairwells, blocking the gates of Misla. "Golden Templar of Rinagrace," Rungar shouted. "Urla's blades, survivors of the Great Purge, follow me to our salvation. We shall be the light of the new world." The armies clashed, and Rungar cut through the Dwemhar lines like they were mere pawns in a game he now controlled. The Urla's blades led the host of dwarves and men who were the shield to the vast number of unarmed survivors and children farther down the stairs. Then a horn call went out, and from the darkness of the void beside the great stairs rose masked forms. A form covered in black fires appeared above the Dwemhar battle line. "What sin has been committed here? My right hand has been hewn off. Why? His life was protected. It was spoken, and it is done. Resurrection is bestowed to my hand." Valrin watched as a great blue and white light twisted and rippled with energy. 2 white blades were brought to bear, and Rikar returned to life, striking the stairwell just before Rungar. "What necromancy is this?" Rungar shouted. "Ascension," Rikar said. The Dwemhar brought both of his blades to bear, cutting through the crossed gauntlets of the great Rungar, severing his forearms before kicking him in a blast of energy down the stairwell. The host behind Rungar staggered back, holding their blades up, but unsure of what to do with the emergence of Rikar, brought to life before their eyes. The menacing form of the Dwemhar warrior caused many in the battle line to drop their blades, bowing down. It was then a golden form slammed into the ground before the cowering host. Valrin looked at a woman in flowing green robes, with dark black hair, held up a great curved blade. "Etha, save us!" one of the elves cried out in the host. Valrin looked as the goddess turned to those who the Dwemhar had been massacring, looking at Rikar and then to Morog. "The gods have fallen to protect this place. Kel took 1,000 spears before falling in battle on the outskirts of this city. Dimon still shields Misla with his winds, but the demons will overwhelm him. Meridas, Barua, Throka, all have fallen. Yet you live, Marog, the savior of our world. You strike down children and those not of your blood. Now, you create this?" "The Dwemhar ascend," Morog said. "Soon we will be the gods of the world. This world has failed, you gods have failed, and now all that has fallen will be given to Misla." Etha looked back at the people and then to Rikar. "You are not a god." "Not yet." He thrust his blade forward, and Etha spun, bringing her blade into a parry before reaching out, grasping the host of Dwemhar warriors, lifting and tossing them aside, plunging the army of Misla to their deaths in one single act. Rikar was joined by several other Dwemhar, all formed as he was, and glowing white with stark blue eyes. They assaulted Etha, but the goddess held her own. Marog descended. He reached out with both hands, tendrils of black fire tearing through the hosts of survivors. Valrin saw as what few warriors remained fought and died, squeezed to death. Masked forms rose around the stairwell, and a river of blood flowed down into the Dwemhar city below. The massacre was happening before his very eyes, and there was nothing he could do but watch. In a few mere moments, an unknown number of souls had been destroyed, a silver energy rising and flowing into Misla. Morog then struck Etha, black fire enveloping her. Etha sank to her knees. She was no longer glowing. Her blade was broken, and tears ran down from her eyes. "Your power is lost, Etha," Morog said. "You were too weak to protect them, and you have failed." Etha looked up, smiling. "So have you." A blast shook Misla, and several large crystals flew into the sky. Etha stood up, lifting her hands, sending the large crystal up high above them before dropping them into the blackness far beneath them. She reached out, gripping Morog with blackness curling around her own body from his many tendrils. She used her other hand, lifting up again. "Kill her! She has ripped the crystals from Misla's core!" She brought her hands down as Rikar thrust his blades into her back. Marog then released his grip on her, focusing on the crystals. One fell into the blackness, and another two came directly for them on the stairwell. He halted them in the air, holding them in place. Beyond the bloodied stairwell, fire overtook the Dwemhar city. "It is time," Morog said. "This has cost us dearly, but we will recover." He brought both the crystals down to the stairs. "She ripped out our energy core, but we saved these. It will be enough. We can reach where we need to go, but it will take longer." Etha reached out, and her body turned to dust. Valrin saw as she became one with the crystal, but this was not noticed by Morog. "You killed the prelate," one of the Dwemhar present said. Valrin recognized this one as the one who had told him she was Etha. "There is another who can fulfill this role," Morog said, "but we must not be as we were here. This is not the path forward." "This shall be the last act of such darkness I will commit. We must be of greater form, all of us." Flames overtook Valrin as he saw Misla simply drift away from the ruined world. He saw a single flash of white, and he was staring into the eyes of the priestess again. There was a small moment where he was alone in a black void with the one who had showed him what he had seen. "Why did you show me that?" "Truth, truth you must see. Nothing has been as it seemed. I remained to reach who I could. You are the hope. You are the one of the world he has brought Misla to. The gods know the plight. The gods will act. Time must be given. You have never been alone." He was standing on the bridge far away from the fountains where he had been standing when all of this started. He looked down at the lake far below the bridges, seeing the swans. Valrin's hands were shaking. The sun was rising over the horizon, and the Templars were still shouting. At the far end of the bridge, not too far from the fountain, he saw two individuals in robes. They were looking at him, but not moving. He turned away, beginning down the bridge. He then noticed that ahead was a slight distortion on the bridge. He put his hand on the hilt of his sword and continued forward. He looked behind him and noticed that the robed individuals were no longer there. He turned to see three figures ahead of him, and flashes before a curling volley of lightning struck all around him. He turned to run, drawing his blade as two figures cast shards of ice at him. "Rusis." He spun, dodging the spell before bringing his sword down. "Hawk and rock!" A blast of lightning cut into one of the Rusis. He turned, catching another blast of lightning with his blade, holding the hilt with both hands as the energy surged around him. The chanting of the Templars had stopped, and a loud horn rumbled across the city. The Rusis paused their attack, looking up, attempting to flee when a flash of blue light came from high above them, landing upon the bridge. Rikar reached out with his hands, grasping the Rusis, slamming them into the bridge, and then dragging them before him, holding them in the air. Valrin noticed that several Akan had lifted off, moving into position around the bridge, their soft melody the only sound in the air. One of the Rusis was gasping, trying to speak. Rikar looked up as several other Dwemhar, the others like him, floated down to the bridge. He lowered the Rusis down, holding them with their backs off the bridge. "Rikar," Etha said, "you have found the ones we sensed. They attacked the prelate." "Kill them," one of the other Dwemhar said. "Kel, no," Etha said. "That is not our path. We must take them to Morog." Rikar nodded. "That is our path." A bright light appeared on the bridge, a stairwell that led up to the upper level. Several other Dwemhar had arrived, including Valrin's two guards, Nanik and Rikar. They quickly went to his side. "The prelate will go with us. We shall take him to his quarters. Rikar nodded. Walk, they told Valrin, pushing him along. They went to the stairwell, but he didn't need to climb. The moment his foot touched the stairwell, he was instantly before the Temple of the One. Rikar and Nakin moved him toward his room, moving quickly up the stairwell. As they entered the small garden outside his room, they paused. He looked at them and then went to go forward. They stopped him a few paces from his door. Valrin turned. It seems you have more enemies here than we expected. I thought Misla was a safe place, a place I didn't even need a sword. It seems Marog does not control all. His two guards stared at him, unmoving in their stance. We have been sent by the One, the only in a level higher than Morog. We are not under the control of him, but are free. The Templars of Misla serve you. Others, as you saw, do not. Valrin stared at them both. He couldn't see their faces in their heavy armor. Are you actual Dwemhar? They removed their helms, each of them showing long white hair. They looked almost the same. We are brothers, more importantly. But yes, we are Dwemhar, as you say. You are not shocked by this, that some would not be under Morog or calling you prelate? Valrin shook his head. In my world, I've seen Dwemhar. You do not look the same. They were more. He wiggled his fingers. Flowing. Ah, as we understand it, you are from a different reality. Your Dwemhar were destroyed, were they not? Mostly, Valrin told them. He reached over to one of the roses and picked it, looking at the petals. It looked no different from the roses in his world. It smelled just the same. There are a few like that, mainly those who serve very closely to Morog. They can have the flowing look, white fire, burning blue eyes, not us. We are not of that. We are followers of the One and the power within Misla, Rikar said. Our world was burned, Nanik said. Valrin noticed that Nanik rubbed his arm visible beneath the cuff of his black bracers. Rikar looked at Nanik and sighed. My brother pulled me from a burning mountaintop. I was grabbed by a demon at that moment, and he threw himself down to allow me to escape. It was the power of the One that saved us both, though he was burned over most of his body. I don't get it, Valrin said. You serve the One, but Morog is from my world, and he is not some holy being. Good, you see that. The One is the only holy form. It is the life of the city. While our Dwemhar did not ascend, they did become like the Creator God. As our people died in the apocalypse of eternal fires, they gave power to the city, a never-ending source of energy powered by that which is you and me, the energy of our consciousnesses. It is a potent power, something even the void demons sought in our reality, but it seems we actually protected it from them. But this is why Marog has been gathering crystals. He cannot use the city as he wishes because he has not gained the favor of the One. As it is, he must usurp the power of the One by channeling that which hides in your world. Nanik put his helmet back on. Come now, little brother. We know they are always watching. Keep silent. He will seek an audience with us to see what we have been told by Valrin here after his attack. We are his guardians, not his teachers. Rikar nodded, placing his helmet on his head again. That is true. You must speak to the Red. They are mindless monks now, servants of Morog, but they too serve the One. Simpletons, Nanik said. Unlike you. No, that was why we approached you as we did. There was no sense in hiding if you were in true service to Morog. You knew? Valrin asked. No. But how would an enemy go against him for so long and then suddenly not? We are fortunate that those Rusis did not kill you, but we've had to move quickly to express that you are not the one who betrayed them. Our true prelate was killed. They sought revenge and not ill-founded, but you are not one who sees Morog as holy. Rikar placed his hand on Valrin's shoulder. Besides, we are not the only ones against him. Valrin felt the wind shift behind him, and several robed figures appeared. He went to draw his sword when both brothers put their hands on him. They are not foes. Strange now to hear a Dwemhar say that, a woman with blonde hair said, ever since Rikar murdered our refugees. She bowed to Valrin as the others did the same. We are the last of the Golden Templars, Ruses, sacred followers of Rungar, and we too are here to serve you, Stormborn. Part 3, the prelate. It was a strange finding. The three Ruses seemed to just be living in the garden between his room and the outside world. For a moment, through everything he had seen only a few minutes ago, he felt a relief, yet too a sorrow. Valrin looked around. How many others are here? Just us, she said. The Ruses who attacked you were not aware of who you truly were yet. They had been isolated to the lower level. It is Rikar and his brother here who made this place for us. It is secure, powered by the one to veil our energies when we are not using invisibility. Rikar can see us, but he can't catch us. It's been a game to stay away from him, but I could not believe it when we first saw you. You look just as the prelate did. I doubt he understands that, one of the other Ruses said. I do, Valrin told them. Before I was attacked, I saw a strange vision. I was standing upon a stairwell before Misla. I saw my father and mother even. I saw a horrid massacre, and I saw Rikar strike down a version of myself. The Ruses had bowed their heads. The tragedy that befell our people was but forestalled judgment, I fear. Rinigrace was overwhelmed early in the war against the demons, but the war god, Kel, delivered us from what was our last stand. You, or... She paused. The other you was on a grand voyage across the oceans to offer safety to all the races, for all to come within Misla and be saved. That host were those who had followed you and made it to the Palace of the Crystals above the capital Dwemhar city. Valrin rubbed his arms. So, the Valrin of your reality had spent his final days trying to save everyone. As Rungar told us, you were nearly back to Misla, when a fissure opened up in the sky, and you and your crew were attacked by demons. Rikar pulled you from the wreckage of the Aela sunrise. Your crew was dead. The woman sank her head, and Rikar motioned for everyone to move into the room. Perhaps we can move to somewhere a bit more comfortable, unless you all want to stand in the garden. As they moved into his room, the Ruses who had been speaking sat alone in a corner. She was crying and had slapped away the comforts of her kin. Rikar and Nakin spoke in whispers to one another, and Nakin departed. Rikar brought up a few random seats from across the room, way more than Valrin would ever need, but they served a purpose now, with so many in the room. The one seals this place beyond just the garden, but your room is safe from Marog and any of his ilk. Nakin has gone to keep watch on Rikar and the others. They will no doubt wish to speak with you soon over what happened. The two Ruses were quite different from those Valrin had seen before. One, wearing dark blue armor, crafted a small fish within his hands, bending his magic before it quickly dissipated and fell on the table. The other one grinned and shook his head. He wore black armor and was chewing on the stalk of a flower from the garden. His hands were calloused, and his armor had several large dents in it. There was a knock on the door, and Rikar quickly went to it, opening the door for several monks who brought in trays of food and drink. There were fresh fruits, vegetables, and a slice of meat of some kind that Valrin could not make out. He could smell the tea, though, over the aroma of the food. A strong herbal mixture, and he did not wait to pour himself a glass. The Ruses in black armor said. You prefer the black tea of Rusis lands? Strange, not a Dwemhar delicacy. Not a Dwemhar, Valrin said. I'm Strantavedi. The Ruses spat the plant he had been chewing on the floor. Dwemhar, they're the same. Still, if it weren't for you, or the other you, Vadinar and myself would be dead. I am Trugno. And as I was already introduced, Vadinar. The Rusis was again crafting the fish with his magic. Give it a rest, healer, Trugno said. If I wish to develop this more, I must keep practicing. Fish magic. Just keep to your blasts of water. I need someone to cover my attacks, not send little fishies at Morog. You plan to kill Morog? Valrin asked. Trugno leaned over and grabbed a few berries. I'm not here to smell the flowers in the garden. I don't expect any of these idiots to do it. Well, maybe her, he said, pointing toward the other Rusies. Serene could do it. One of the few caster types who could. But my entire being is meant to kill that one scourge. I struggled to resist. He smashed one of the berries in between his thumb and palm, rubbing the red juices in a circle. Rikar stood next to Valrin with his arms crossed. Thank you for resisting so far. We had to wait until the new prelate was here before striking. He touched Valrin on the shoulder. Vadinar here is a master of water elementals. He has reached a proficiency where he can give sentient life to his magic. Sometimes, Trugno teased. Still, better he keep to offensive and healing spells. Vadinar shook his head. It is a natural path of healing to bind Rusis energies with water. It is why when we cast invisibility, it is like falling into water for a moment. One can be within mortal death and be restored just by moving their energy into water. It is a deliberate action, but the first occurrence where it was discovered, it was purely by accident. And Trugno, Rikar said, is a blade elementalist and the only Rusis I've heard of to land 3 strikes on Rikar. Just the name makes me ill, he said. Strikes? Valrin asked. Impressive in this world or my own? Unlike our old master, I prefer a keener version of elemental magic. My hands become my blades, and be it an elf, a siren, or a bastard dwarf, I can kill it. Enough talk about killing, Serene said. I won't have it. Both of the Rusies snapped to sit up as she moved next to Valrin, pouring herself some tea. My apologies, prelate. The deaths of my husband and my daughter are still fresh on my mind. My husband and I had just lost our daughter prior to coming across Trugno and Vadinar. They were sneaking onto Misla and we were headed to the stairwell. We were going to assist Rungar, but... She took a sip of her tea. I guess that would not have worked well either. Valrin noticed she had golden armor. She was one of the Golden Templars. You served with Rungar? Valrin asked. Serene sighed. Yes, 2 wars against the Dwemhar, the Void Gate battle where the demons first emerged, and then the defense of Urlas. Massacre of Urlas, Trugno said. That place ran with blood the moment Misla appeared in the sky. Marog attacked there first. We had no idea why. He attacked Urlas? Valrin asked. Massacred, prelate, Trugno stated. We determined, he declared, that for the Dwemhar to fully ascend, they must destroy those within Urlas. He was looking for a child, 4 of them, actually. Suppose demon hybrids to the Dwemhar, anchor points for the coming destruction. I reached the young ones first, but Rikar caught up with me. He slammed his fist on the table before covering himself with his hood. My friend here was forced to watch as Marog bled each of the children, drinking their blood. A horrid act that I cannot imagine, Serene said. When I finally arrived with a dozen of my Golden Templars, they were killing the last child. As we unleashed a volley of our magic, striking the masked ones, Morog engaged me. Trugno broke free from his bindings as Rikar drove his blade into the final child. That last child, that one was stubborn, Trugno said. Grabbed one of Rikar's smaller blades and thrust it into his leg. Rikar smashed his skull, but that gave me time, and I managed to break through his guard and leave my own mark on him. Not enough, though. The Ruses took out a small bottle from a pouch on his belt, taking a swig of whatever it was. He wasn't like his brother. The oldest one, Taslun, argued with me about protecting Urlas. I was trying to get the bastards out. Keelan, that was his name. His last act, even as a young elf, was to rip out a chunk of Rikar's leg. Would have been quite a warrior one day, I think. Marog, though, he drank their damn blood. It was after that his blackened form turned to what he skulks around in now. He looks like some sage, some wise man. Damn this all. What are we doing talking? There's been enough of this. We have waited long enough. You keep saying we must wait. But we are all here now, Rikar said. The One is extending his protection over you, Rusis. You will be able to move about the city, but only next to Valrin. We are his protection, a safeguard in the eyes of the One. Morog has no choice but to allow this. I don't trust this one, Trugno said. We are Rusis. The One does not care of race, only allegiance. My god was Kel. My god died for us, Trugno said. The One cannot do greater than die as an already immortal form, and what happens? We kill Marog and just drift over his world? He motioned to Valrin. I'm sure the Ruses of his world will accept us, same with the Dwemhar. There are few Rusis left, Valrin said. The Dwemhar are all but gone. My world did not progress as yours did. Trugno seemed dumbfounded by this reveal. The Dwemhar and Rusis' war did not end then? Vadinar asked. They did not have the demons like we did to stop our war against each other, Serene said. It did. Some Dwemhar ascended, others did not. There was another Misla called Ayaklo in our world. But it was not the refuge this place was, or it didn't provide as Misla did. It was used as a weapon against the Rusis, and Rungar and his Golden Templars sought to destroy it. In the end, Ayaklo was destroyed and crashed into the ocean. A fine death, then, Trugno said. An honorable death, just as our Rungar. Serene nodded. That was a plan of our Golden Templars until the fires enveloped the world. Then we worked just to protect our people. It seems even in your world, though, Rungar's fate was sealed. Rungar is alive in our world. The Ruses suddenly leaned in. Rungar is alive? Vadinar asked. How? Where? How are there not more Rusis? He was under control of Morog for a time, but no longer. He is an ally of my crew. The Rusis were scattered. There are still very few of them anyway. Your crew? They try to get here? Trugno asked. I told them to prepare for Misla. They are organizing a defense, at least I hope they are. Then we must kill Morog, retake control. We've deduced that his power over the masked ones is tied to his life force. If he falls, they will fall. The Dwemhar may be stronger, Vadinar said, but they should be able to be killed just the same. He is powerful, Valrin said. He fought a dark being in my world and attempted to take her energy. He is not a mere Dwemhar, as you expect. But if we can disable the city, perhaps I can signal my allies and we can swarm the city. There are many innocents here, Rikar said. The people of Misla do not seek harm to your world, and most have been fed a lie that they are to save your world. They do not see the actions of Marog as evil. I do not know what to say of the people, Valrin said, but our focus must be on Misla. Rikar took me to where the night crystals are. We have been trying to find them, Serene said. Night crystals normally need to be tuned in the light of the moon, but we have not seen them. They will be revealed tonight. One of them. I told the crystal smith that they were essentially unstable, and Rikar backed me. They craft them not too far from the Akan platform near the massive crystal at the forefront of the city. Then we will need to search for them, revealing ourselves. A risky move, Trugno said. Rikar stroked his face. It is, but not one that would not lead us to the result we want. Which is, in your opinion? Trugno asked. Slowing down the introduction of Misla. We cannot stop it. That is merely a folly. We'd forever be between the two worlds, like someone waking in a dream yet trapped upon their bed. We must slow it down, giving us time to strike Morog. Serene sighed. We would not need to damage it too much then. Morog seeks to draw upon the Nethermoon in the Prelate's world. He would need the night crystals, as will we, upon entry into the realm. So, Trugno said, standing, tipping a bit more of what Valrin was fairly certain was some type of alcohol into his mouth. "We spring a bit of a trap, kill a few crystal smiths, break some stuff. Seems simple enough." "So, you are volunteering?" Vadinar asked. "I have to go. You doing it would get yourself killed. We already lost 3 others." "About them," Serene said. "If they are still alive, we need to find them." "I doubt he will have kept them alive," Rikar said. "If he did, perhaps he'll tell me," Valrin said. "I know I will need to talk to him soon, anyway." "Yes, and then, since these fools want to kill him, I can strike him down." Valrin gripped his head. "Stay away. Please do not forget about me. I've been staying nice and quiet. Especially now, these will wish to purge me from you. Can't have that." Valrin fell to his knees, hyperventilating and shaking. Serene and Rikar knelt down. "Prelet, what is it?" "Don't say it." Valrin felt the pain return to his head. The demon caused a surge of pain down his spine. "It is from the..." The pain began to subside. "It is from the realities. I'm pulled between them," he said, breathing fast. "Then we must work quickly," Trugno said. The door of the room opened. It was Nakin. "Rikar comes! Veil!" he whispered to the Rusis. Drakar remained with Valrin as the Rusis became invisible. "We will reveal them in time as monks of the One, but not yet," he whispered to Valrin. Rikar entered the room, looking around and seeing Valrin. "Is he injured? You should have sent for healers immediately!" he shouted. This was the first time Valrin had been around Rikar since the bridge, since he learned the truth to what had happened to his parents in the other reality. He could not help but grimace even as he worked to continue the lie. "I am torn," he said angrily, "torn between the realities. My head aches, but it is subsiding. I did not expect to get attacked." "Of course," Rikar said. "Morog is dealing with those Rusis fools, but I have come to check on you. Morog seeks an audience with the Chosen Dwemhar and the prelate over dinner tonight. Are you able to come, or should you seek rest?" Valrin stood up. "I wish to be there." Rikar looked up at Rikar and over to Nakin. "I failed to protect him. I am sorry." "The One does not seem pleased," Rikar said. "Of course, I assure you that you will remain by the prelate, no matter who is with him. We will report this to the One and the priestess, but she may order more of us to protect him. He is sacred to Misla and the One. They do not wish for ill fortune to fall upon him." Rikar twitched. "Of course not. He is safe in Misla. These were rogues, wanderers, stowaways." He looked to Valrin. "I will see you in a few hours, prelate." Rikar departed, slamming the door as he left. As a slight breeze came in through the balcony, the Rusis returned into view. "He's a bit angry," Serene said. "He'll be angrier when he dies," Trugno sneered. "But finally, I feel we'll be close to our goals after tonight." "Yes," Rikar said. "You must be garbed as monks of the One, but this dinner will provide a good time where all of the Chosen Ones are away. We must use this. I suggest one of you stay with us, attend the dinner. We are all of the Prelate Prime in the eyes of the One, guardians of Valrin. But while we are watching over him, 2 of you will disrupt the Night Crystal." "That we can do. I can cast an elemental burst on it. It'll keep them unable to touch the crystal for some time. Once we do that, we can sort out how to kill Morog, but at least after doing this, we will have more time." "I'd love to kill him now," Trugno said, "but not with all the Chosen Dwemhar present. It will get more dangerous for us out there after this. They'll be scouring the city, looking for us." "And you'll be safe here," Rikar said. "A good plan." Nakin nodded. "Just get away after you do what you do." "Then who will it be?" Valrin asked. Me and Vadinar. He casts the spell, I protect him." "I am in agreeance," Serene said. There was a moment of silence. Valrin could feel the demon within his mind. He wanted to say it, to say that the demon was within him, but he knew he couldn't. He didn't know what power the demon had over his physical form, but it was painful, and he was sure the demon could do more. "I wish to go to the One, the temple. It's a good time, before chants and whatnot." Rikar nodded. "I must confer with the priestess of the Russes and get robes for them. We can do it together." "And we'll wait," Trugno said, sitting back down. He kicked his feet up on the table and began eating again. "Wait until we finally can get started doing what is actually needed." Part 4. The One. Valrin left with Rikar and Nakin. Moving through the small garden and out to the outside world, he looked up at the sight of a bright blue sky and the sun high above them. "We are getting close," Rikar said. The sky was one of the last things to change as we moved from our old realm. It seems even without the night crystal, Misla is having a greater effect on the world. "Then we must be sure of all workings," Valrin told them. They went down the stairwell and cut across the courtyard, making for the Temple of the One. Several Chosen Dwemhar approached them, cutting them off. Valrin noticed one of them was Etha, but the other 4 he did not know. "Prelet," Etha said. "These are some of the others. Kel." She pointed to the first one. This one had a large spear. "Barua." This was the largest of them all, with a massive 2-handed sword on his back. "Wura and Ur." Wura looked a lot like Kel in size, but had a simple staff. Ur, however, had a grotesque face, almost orcish, but that was an insult to Ordak. "Do they please you?" Valrin shook his head. "I'm not sure how I am to be pleased. The gods of my world rarely take physical form. You are still but Dwemhar." "Chosen Dwemhar," Kel said. "Yes, but you're not gods." Valrin began to walk past them, Rikar and Nakin staying just beside him. "Then it is true," Ur said with a scratchy voice. Valrin paused. "The prelate does not denounce us, therefore the people will not. What Marog has spoken will come to pass. The gods will fall to their knees before us. Beg for mercy, reach out and be given it. We shall enslave them." "Even Etha?" Valrin said, staring at Etha but referencing the Etha from their world who had been killed. The Chosen One simply stared, baffled by Valrin's words and left in a state of disbelief by his action toward them. As they reached the Temple of the One, Valrin turned to see Kel and Ur approaching. 3 monks of the One walked past Valrin, blocking the way to the temple. "You are not welcome at our temple," they said. Kel and Ur simply stared, the fire rippling from their eyes as he followed his guards to the door of the temple. The temple itself looked nothing like the rest of Misla. In fact, if he could have guessed, he would have assumed it was placed well after the construction of everything else. The stone of the structure was raged black rock, like something he'd expect to see near a volcano. In fact, of everything, this looked like Iaclo did before it sank into the depths of the glacial seas. The stone itself was fused with strange woven gold, blending the seams like some patchwork masonry. The top of the temple was pointed into 3 distinct crystals, with a growing number of triangular patterns that glowed dark red. Still, he felt neither joy nor dread staring at such a place. Unlike where his travels had taken him in the past, be it undisturbed ruins, crypts, or holy temples, this place felt like exactly nothing. The doors opened as they approached, and Valrin smelled something strong, like an herbal tea that had steeped too long syrupy, filling his nostrils and embracing him. He felt dizzy, and then took a deep breath, moving into a large open atrium. High above them was a large crystal that seemed to be growing in size with slow, rhythmic pulses of faint light. The structure itself had a long aisle with pews to either side that formed a half-circle toward an altar. There were candles everywhere, but no particular balance or consistency to their placement. Still, he felt nothing in this place. The red monks were plentiful, moving about with their heads bowed and hands together in front of them. A single monk approached them as they entered. "Glory be to the One Most High, holder of the keys to infinite wisdom and light. The priestess has sought the prelate. It is good you have brought him here." Rikar bowed, closing his hands in front of his chest as he did. Valrin assumed it was some kind of greeting between the two of them, as much as it was something done in honor of the One. "That is well. Please bless the prelate. I will seek out the priestess and—" "That will not be necessary," a voice said. A woman emerged from an unseen passage beyond the altar. She wore red, not too unlike the monks, but had an elaborate headdress of curved spikes made of crystal. A rippling string of energy moved between her and the crystal high above them, and her eyes were glowing white. "Prelate," she said, opening her hands and moving them together in front of her chest in an elaborate wave. "Since I saw your coming, I have dreamed of this moment. To see the one meant to assist the Dwemhar in their return to the world, quite a sight." The demon moved through his mind, seemingly jumping within his body. He began to feel a tinge of pain and tried to hide it. "Hail the One, hail Morog," Valrin said. The pain subsided, and the demon calmed. "Oh, Valrin Prelate, you do not need to act as you do, child. I do not want his name spoken again." Rikar and Nakin took to their knees as the priestess approached. "I am Urachna. I am the body of the One. I am whom you must listen to if you wish to survive what comes." "And what is it that comes?" Valrin asked. "Misla," she said, moving her hands above her head. "Why, have you not heard?" Her sarcastic voice seemed to echo through the halls, and she grinned. "Misla comes, and with it much changes to that which you love." "Rikar struck down our prelate, but you will do just fine. That I trust." "Leave us," she said plainly to his guards. "Unlike Rikar, I can protect him more than any others, and that I will. Take what you need for the 3 Rusis. They are under my protection, and remain as so until their purposes have been realized by the winds of Misla." "Can I offer them any solace to the fate of their kin?" Rikar asked. "Only this, their deaths were swift. Beyond that, no further knowledge is needed." Rikar went to speak, but instead, he and Nakin bowed again, stood, and left Valrin's side. "Come, prelate." She took him down the aisle of the temple, around the altar where now 3 monks stood with lit incense, offering their prayers up to the One. They hummed monotoned sounds, making circles in the air with the sticks, the smoke rising in the formation of a strange beast as it lifted within the temple itself, merging with the crystal. Urachna then motioned for him to proceed into the passage beyond the altar, where he found a single fountain and a walkway leading into a hallway that seemed to have a ceiling much taller than even the temple. "When I came upon Misla, the fires burned over the world. Survivors fled here, and Marog sought to stop my presence. It was in this place that he put the holiest of his objects to himself, something that I cannot allow in this place. So I sealed it from him." "Can I speak plainly to you, priestess?" Valrin could tell the point of them coming here was to show him something, but in his mind there were even greater things to talk about. He had to be sure of where the One stood in relation to Morog. Of everything he had seen so far, it seemed like the One was some form of counterbalance to Morog. That was at least how he had interpreted her, or it, whatever it was, be it priestess, priest, or something else that the One actually was. "I have no ordained speech or formalities with you. If you wish to ask if I know you did not come here to serve Morog, do not waste the words. Your place in all of this is just as it should be. I am the One. I know all that must be done for the Dwemhar, for I am all who were lost. I am the consciousness of the wise greater forms than you'd ever know in your current state." Valrin nodded. "Then you know you invade an innocent world, that you are of a reality not of the same as I, that Morog shows an outward form, but is from a malevolent energy, pulled from one who sought to dispel evil from his own heart. Yes, I know this. Our world had failed, Prelate. Our world would have burned had it not been for the actions of Marog, but he is a deceiver, a true entity trapped somewhere between living and dead. He was not created of light and love, as are those who inhabit our realities, but of something else. While we avoided the fate the demon princes of the void launched upon us, we are part of a worse fate if Morog would have his way. Already he has tainted those who were pure. From his arrival in the skies above our cities, he was that of malevolent energy, but others claimed it was a sign, a spark within the cosmos, perhaps of another planet, as all Dwemhar have dreamed of at one time or another. The vast consciousness of space is not but an empty blackness, but a formation of energies blending between celestial objects, uniting us all in a song of eternity. Valrin noticed that the sounds of the monks had faded away, and that fogs rolled around them, as he could hear the constant and rhythmic sounds, almost like a heartbeat within the room. At first, he wondered if it was his own, but it wasn't. It was something else. It was the crystal within the temple, the form that, the more he thought of it, was nothing like the actual crystal he associated with Dwemhar, but a living force, a creation unlike anything he had seen. There is a darkness within me, a demon that I fear I must remove. It wishes to act out of turn, drawing me here only to take Morog. The priestess smiled. Not only Morog, I think, but all of Misla. You know this? The One knows. It was sensed and known before you spoke the words. Purge it, please. Remove it. Any plan that we work against Morog will fail, and we will unleash even worse upon our realm. The priestess turned away. The demon is but a part of what must come to pass. I cannot remove that before it is time. Actions must be taken, for this is the key, she said, moving her fingers through the air, spinning her entire body as if in a dance. She smiled and then pointed to the hall before them. As fogs continued to fill the passage, he could see the image of a sun over a horizon with a curved moon beneath it, almost as if mirrored. There were stars above the sun, and as the fogs rolled around it, the wall began to glow with this image at its center. Once he trusts you, you may enter this place. He can no longer go here, and thus his vision is clouded. You, however, may seek true enlightenment to much that moves. There have been many lies, many songs that were not true, many ocean currents yet unknown to the master of the glacial seas, Valrin, captain of the Ayla Sunrise. I don't understand. The room returned to that as it was before, dark, with several flickering candles of which the trickle of wax became acutely noticeable. You will, Prelate. You will. She led him back out to the temple aisle, before the altar and beneath the great crystal high above. Go with the faith of the One. There is much horror that awaits you, Prelate. Have a strong heart. Those of your realm will need you. As he began down the aisle, leaving the priestess behind, he noticed Rikar and Nakin ahead, waiting at the door. Both of them had their heads covered and were standing with their palms out. As he approached them, they looked up. Lights within their eyes faded, and Rikar smiled at him. Good? He nodded. Yes. They exited the temple, and Valrin noticed there were dozens of Akan floating through the air almost level with the upper level of Misla. We took care of giving the robes to the Rusis, but hurried back for our own prayers. They are prepared for their actions, and Serene will join us, Rikar whispered. Valrin pointed up. I had wondered if that was related. What's going on? Training, Nakin said. The pilots continue to work to hone their abilities. These machines were not common in our realm, and these who fly them now were not the ones who flew the few that existed before Misla. At least they haven't crashed them into us yet, Rikar said. Yet, exactly. Valrin noticed the sun was moving quicker over them, and as he walked, he felt his feet slightly lighter. Rikar looked up. He's doing it again. What? Spatial manipulation, moving time faster. I don't get how he does this, but he moved it faster and slowed it down before. Apparently, time only changes here and not in the realm we head to, yet the sun above is not actually your sun. I don't get it. Neither do I. But thinking back, Valrin thought of how Eliu had used something like this above Iaclo when they were trying to save Avium. If only he could truly reverse time and save Bry. His mindfulness toward his love must have been obvious as Rikar touched him on the shoulder. You are in pain. We all are, right? Sometimes it shows, and yes, but that is one of the first tenets that must be worked through as one of our race. He stopped, looking into Valrin's eyes. But I could feel the sudden shift in your aura, the sense of fear, and the stark break of loss. For the moment, Valrin could feel more centered upon Misla than he had before. There was a mix of the sunset and dark skies above them. It was an unnatural blending of the two, nothing like the many sunsets he had seen while aboard the Aela Sunrise. There was nothing natural about the world, and yet here he was. Rikar and Nakin stared at him. The one seeks you for a path you do not expect, but even we do not know the one's will, Drakar said. All moves with the will of greater gears, moving us to a time where our worlds will bend into one another. The loss you feel now, we hope you do not ever feel again. There is not quite the feeling as the one you were always meant for, a blending of souls meant for more. Though, all feelings are a construct of the mind, a merging between knowledge and the ties of the spiritual realm. Valrin, a stark voice said. Valrin turned to see Rikar, his burning eyes glowing brightly. I had come to take you to your dinner with us of the Chosen and Morog earlier, but you were not there. I sought to go to the Temple of the One to see what the Dwemhar who died in the world before became. And what did you think? A strange place and not much to be said of it. Rikar smiled at Valrin's guardians as another red-robed individual joined them. Rikar looked over. And what is this, monk? Drakar looked over to the monk and then to Rikar. This is another monk sent to protect the prelate. The one has ordained them in this sacred duty. There are two others. They remain where the one has spoken them to be, ready to serve the prelate if he comes under attack again. Rikar crossed his arms. He will be safe with us Chosen and Marog. None will dare assail him there. Still, Drakar said with a bow, we will remain with him at all times. It is as the one has spoken, and as such, it is absolute. Rikar grimaced, balling his fists. Come, prelate. As Valrin walked beside Rikar, his three guardians walked behind him. Serene kept her head covered and down, trailing between Drakar and Nakin. He wondered of Trugno and Vadinar, but he was sure they were well on their way to seek out the crystal. He didn't even know where the crystal smiths were going to be, but that was not his to worry about, a fact even more pushed to the forefront of his mind as Morog himself greeted him as the smiling old man guise he held, laughing as they approached his tower. Welcome, welcome, Valrin. I am glad to have you here. I simply could not wait the hours needed before our grand dinner. Valrin bowed, as did Rikar and Valrin's guardians, but Morog embraced him. This was the first time he had seen him since before his vision, and he felt his stomach twisting as a sour taste filled his mouth. Son, you are most welcome here. I feel the resistance in you, but you shouldn't fear this place. I know what I am, and I know how you see me, but not only am I making up for who I was, but also of the weakness of Eliu. They entered his tower, moving about to the throne room and following a path lit by candles that Valrin had not seen before. Here, they moved up to a dining room high above the floor of the throne room. Great windows showing the entire horizon of Misla surrounded them. Between every window was a glowing crystal set like torches, but with a more constant and soft light. There were small trees in circular blue vases adorning the walls, and above them, Valrin could see the stars and small fairies floating from flowers that adorned massive pillars that supported the roof. He went to one of the windows. The cityscapes near where the Akan and the Ayla sunrise was far below. He looked at the grand lakes beneath the bridges far beneath them and thought of the Rusies. Valrin sighed as he looked to his guards. Morog spun about with his hands open. This is all built for our new world. I will get the others. There was a corridor that went from this room to yet another tower, a large silver structure that rose up and away from Morog's tower. It is from there Morog controls our grand city, Rikar said. Valrin remembered the control room of Iaclo, but this was much different and nothing like the central tower of Iaclo. This had multiple crystals spinning in circular patterns around its surface and was clearly built after Morog's tower. You cannot see it from the outside. It will protect us from any attack, and it is a focal point of our Akan defense line. If they can't see it, what are you worried about? Valrin asked. The Rusies of your land had many technologies from what Morog knows. It is why we have taken many extra precautions. It was the Rusas attacking the main control room of Iaclo that destroyed it. That will not happen here. Valrin knew that wasn't what had brought down the city. He had brought down Iaclo, at least as it was now. The Rusies also had a better foothold in Iaclo than any of the Rusies here had. He began to think of what Evorn would do, how he would likely try to attack the lower portion of Misla, but he forced it from his mind. For one, he didn't want the demon to force him to speak it, but also he knew that beneath Misla was both the Leviathans of Iaclo and whatever remained of Morog's fleet. It wasn't undefended, as was Iaclo. Morog returned from the hall leading from the control room. With him were 8 Chosen Dwemhar. One was Etha, and another 2 he recognized as and Kel. The others were not familiar to him, and he had not met them. Their names matter little, Morog began, but each of these Dwemhar have been chosen to take over the place of the gods of the new realm we enter. In unity and peace, we will rule as a great light to lead the world further. Darkness comes otherwise, a great darkness, and of that I must reveal to all of us. But first, let us eat. Part 5. Morog and Meddling. Valrin took a seat near the end of the table, as Drakar, Nakin, and Sareen stood behind him. As the other Dwemhar took their seats, Morog sat at the head of the table with a trio of servants emerging from a glowing portal that appeared unceremoniously at the far end of the room. Each of them held a tray of goblets and a black bottle of wine. Another moved his hand over the table, and food appeared. There were several roasted sea creatures, none of which Valrin had seen before. There were plates of cheese, berries, and tiny cakes of some kind, with a frothy cream on top of them. The table was silent. Rikar reached for several berries and dropped them on his plate before taking a chunk of meat from one of the sea creatures. Another of the Chosen took a knife and began carving up some of the meat closest to him. Meridas should not eat that, Morog said. There were some shared laughs. Narwhal blubber is rather sweet, Chosen Meridas said. Valrin wasn't eating. He took a sip of the wine but didn't care for it. He cared little for anything he was seeing. Chosen Meridas ripped another serving of meat, and Morog stood up. "Drop it," he said, slamming his fist onto the table. "You were chosen because you could slay a whale. Meridas is just that. You will be replaced if you do not follow as I have spoken." Chosen Meridas became somber, sulking down, and the room became even quieter than before. Morog looked at him, his fist relaxing as he took his seat again and picked up his goblet. Rikar has been as he is for some time, but the others here, they are still learning. Though our time draws near, I have prepared something for you, Valrin. Well, 2 things, actually. But first, it is important that all remember what it is we do. Your world draws toward a cataclysm, something I did not expect, but upon viewing it in a grand vision, I saw what was to come to pass. He waved his hand, and fog rolled over the table. A great wall rose before him, and as Valrin saw it, he was flying high over the lands of Taria, the north, and the glacial seas. He looked to the east, and could see the black smoke rising from the volcanic south. He looked further west and saw a great desert, and as he began to see the Bay of the North, he saw the vision before him center on 2 cities along the coastline. "This is the city of Lok," Marog said. "It is here a new religion has begun, one not faithful to the gods, but to the inner desires of the race of men. It is together with Lokam that I have seen a blackness devour the lands, yet it does not harm men. It chokes all who use magic, moving across the entire continent and drawing out those who follow the old ways. In the waste of what remains, I see only a shroud of fog and decimation of all that Eliu and you have fought for. In the end, the Itsu return, and none rise up to stop them. They consume the world, and when all defenders have fallen away, when men have become subservient to their horrid gods, the void awakens, rising out of the shadowlands and consuming all. Your world burns. Without the guardians of the Dwemhar and the Rusis, to hold the great gates long shut by your ancestors, the world will be devoured." He looked to Valrin as the fogs vanished. "I will stop this for you, Valrin. You were meant to return the Dwemhar to the lands. You were meant to do much. But as I have seen it, the plan as it was laid down never saw the return of our people. Your path was to lead the Dwemhar back, to secure the seas and the people of the living realm. That is why you have come here. The old must go away. The gods, they are not that which they claim. We all know the many northern gods, Wura, Kel, Etha, Throka." He paused. "But that was not as the gods should have been. Those called the Itsu in your reality were vile. Those in the reality that Misla escaped from were not the greatest, but that is why the Chosen Dwemhar shall take their place. They will rule over in the void left by the fall of the gods. Our ascension is at hand." Valrin looked over the Chosen Dwemhar. They looked nothing like independent beings, and the only one who had any personality outside of staring with their fiery eyes and slowly eating was Rikar. "Perhaps we can speak to the northern gods then," Valrin suggested. "Will a king give up their power if you just ask nicely?" Morog asked. "What of the one?" Valrin said, taking another sip of the wine. Morog picked up his goblet and finished the wine. A servant came immediately and filled his cup, to which he finished and dabbed his mouth with a towel. "The one was not part of my visions, and the one is a new form, a being who came from the great loss of life at the destruction of the world. I do not trust the one, as it seems it seeks more of the old world than the new. I tolerate its monks and—" He suddenly looked up to the guards around Valrin. "I am terribly sorry. Would you like to take a seat? Or perhaps a drink?" The monks remained silent and still, their stances unwavering. "No," Rikar said at last. Marog shrugged. "You see, you try to be hospitable and they just refuse to be a part of anything." He leaned into Valrin. "You must be careful of the one. Though it seeks to preserve the Dwemhar and Misla, it is not something the Chosen Dwemhar here like. You are the prelate. You are sacred, but we are more than capable of protecting you. These monks are not necessary." Valrin looked back to his guards and then to Morog. "I wish them here," Valrin said. Morog seemed shocked by his response, but he sat up, straightening himself in his seat. He picked up his goblet and lifted it up. It seemed like he was making a random toast. The Chosen Dwemhar turned toward him. "The wind blows upon all. Change is inevitable, like death, like the coming of the new world. Once we were all in darkness, but now we step into the light of what comes. No man or woman here has been innocent. has been a pure lamb offered to the gods on the altar of sacrifice, but it is through forgiveness that we find salvation. No Dwemhar shall be denied a place at my table, at Misla, who holds to the old path. Yet in darkness the Dwemhar were left, yet I seek to offer my hand to any of Dwemhar blood who remain. We are the light, brothers and sisters." They all took a sip of their wine, and Valrin took a single grape. Morog looked over to him. "You are not hungry?" "I haven't been." Morog nodded, taking his own portions from the many offerings on the table. "Very well. I will not bore you by simply eating in front of you. The others are a bit off too. Their transformations were a bit later than Rikar's, so none of them are well, but time draws quickly upon us, and we must act soon. As for what else I had for you, I had something special. An honor for you, to be sure." He turned to one of the servants. "Bring them." The servant bowed, and the other two followed them to the portal at the end of the room. Rikar sat back, crossing his leg and smirking. Valrin wasn't sure what to expect. What would Morog see as an honor to me? It was in this moment of unsureness he realized how little he had felt the demon within him. Perhaps it was due to not wanting to be sensed by Morog. He didn't know. The portal snapped in the distance, and the servants returned with two individuals garbed in all black and bound from behind. "The introduction of this portal network was a fine idea," Morog said, looking at Rikar. "Yes, it makes getting around much easier than the stairs." Morog laughed. The servants brought the two figures around to Morog and backed away. Morog stood up, slapping each of them before saying anything. Valrin could tell it was more of fun than malice to Morog. There were three, but one had to die to get these other two to speak. He pulled the hoods from the two figures, and Valrin saw it was the two Rusies who had attacked him, Serene's companions. He looked behind him and saw Rikar and Nakin back up to Serene. "You see, the Ruses attacked us, Valrin. They slaughtered thousands. Rungar, a name you know, he melted innocents upon a grand stairwell that led from the Dwemhar capital to Misla, a stairwell to salvation turned bloody by the Ruses. Had it not been for Rikar, many thousand more would have died." Valrin was struggling to stop from shaking. He knew this was all a lie. He knew exactly who was responsible for the massacre. He looked back to his guards and noticed tears rolling down Serene's face. She sank her head, careful to not show this to the Chosen Dwemhar, but none of their attentions were on her. Morog was behind the two prisoners. "Valrin, the Rusi sought to kill you. They knew we were bringing a new world to bear, a world without them, and they could not have that. They are the last of the Rusis. It was just before dinner tonight. They finally gave in, and we entered their minds. They are the last threat to our rule, and they are those you must show into a new world. Purify them." Valrin looked at the two Rusis who were looking directly at him. "Please," one of them said. "You don't know." Rikar reached out, gripping them from across the table, pulling the one who was speaking toward Valrin and flipping them onto their back. Valrin heard the Rusis gasping, their body convulsing. Valrin stood up, and Marog looked to him. Valrin noticed that the Rusis' hands had been cleaved off, and two burned nubs were all that remained. They were bound by metal chains, with large nails driven into their forearms. "Is this a path to higher ascension?" Valrin asked. "Higher vibrations?" Morog motioned to the others, and each of the Chosen Dwemhar stood, moving toward the two Rusis. As they passed in between them, they brandished metal rods. In a rhythmic motion, they struck both of the Rusis in their heads. Valrin drew his sword. "Stop it!" he shouted. Rikar stood up, having been the only one not to have taken part in striking the Rusis. The other Chosen Dwemhar stood beside Morog to his right. Morog had his hands together, almost as if praying. "Valrin, Valrin, you must understand your place above this rabble." Rikar drew one of his blades, pressing it against the Rusis who had spoken out before. He pressed the blade into the back of their skull. "These are not beings who must be shown mercy. They are not the innocent animals that run wild or fish that swim in the ocean. They are not children. They are not the elderly who need our care. They are those who come against us and must be put in their place. They attacked you, prelate. Do you not seek revenge?" Valrin shook his head. "You cut their hands from their bodies. Is that not torture enough? They never hurt me. But they wanted to. Will you not commit to us now? You came upon Misla seeking to serve Morog, but we bring you our enemy, and you will not do what is necessary." Rikar began stepping on his blade, forcing it through the tissue of the Rusis' skull. Valrin began to hear a cracking sound coming from the skull. Valrin held his blade up. "Stop this!" "Do you threaten me, prelate?" Rikar asked. He stomped into the blade, piercing the Rusis' skull completely. The Rusis flailed once more, and then began to jerk at random. Rikar lifted the blade, his eyes burning wildly, and his Dwemhar blade dripping with blood and brain. The blade shifted from white fire to black as he pointed it toward Valrin. "Do you?" Rikar asked again. Valrin held his stance as both Rikar and Nakin stepped beside him, drawing their own blades halfway. Morog walked around Rikar's side and waved his hands. "Stop this nonsense. Of course he is faithful to us. You haven't given him a chance." He slapped Rikar across the chest. "Get back now!" Rikar wiped his blade clean using the other Rusis' robe before sheathing his blade. Morog motioned for Valrin. Valrin kept his stance, holding his blade out. "There it is. Perfect. Though his guard is up." The demon spoke to him. "He doesn't trust you, which means he will be ready. I need him to relax. I need action from you." "Leave me alone," Valrin said. "Kill the Rusis. Now, do it and he will trust you. I will not kill an innocent. I won't do this." A surging pain went through him. "I can make you kill any I want." "Why are you this way, Valrin?" Valrin felt himself moving forward, unable to act as he wished. He stepped beside Morog, feeling the entire form of the demon throughout his body. Morog stepped away, leaving the path open to the Rusis. He looked at them now lying face down just a few paces from their dead kin. He stepped over the Rusis, his hand moving down with his sword, the tip at the back of the Rusis. The Rusis turned over, and Valrin pulled the blade up, forcing his hand against the demon's grip. It was a woman, her eyes filled with tears. "Please, no!" Rikar went to stomp her when Marog shouted, "No! Stay back!" Valrin's hands were trembling, and he began to sweat, his heart thudding in his chest. He had never met this Rusis in all his life, but he felt a deep and resonant feeling in his chest. He felt drawn away, drawn to something else. He looked at her in the eyes and could not help but to see Bry. For a moment, there was a flash, and he saw Bry upon the dark seas, her electricity curling around Marog as he watched the Ayla sunrise and himself in the distance escape the doom that was upon him in that moment. He came out of the vision, and his blade was in the young woman's throat. He gasped, the blood running out of her pierced skin, the feeling of her artery pulsing against his blade. With every thud, the strength of her pulse faded. The demon was fully within his body, and he felt a horrid sickness rising in him. And then he felt something, a draw upon him. There was more to Misla, something he wasn't sure of yet. He didn't know what was about to happen, but he felt as if he had just awoken from a dream. The demon would strike. He felt it. Everything was about to happen, but he needed something more. He needed something beyond killing Morog. A hand touched his back. It was Morog. "My child, you are the prelate of my vision. All will now move forward, and we shall rule the world." Valrin felt the demon suddenly again, and he felt his blade flip in his grip. It was angled at Morog. He went to thrust the blade, but felt a voice cry out in his mind. Valrin. It wasn't the demon. He didn't know who it was, but he gained the strength to stop the demon, falling forward onto his own hand. Valrin stood up as Marog backed away. Rikar and the other Chosen Dwemhar had their weapons drawn, and his guards drew their own. "Wait! Wait!" he shouted to them. "It is a pull to something else." He felt the demon within him. He had to make something up, something believable. "I feel something within the city. Something is coming. It pains me, but I sense it in my blood. I am part of the city. I am part of Misla. We must be ready for whatever comes." He had no idea what he was talking about, but he focused, attempting to block out the demon. He regained control of his sword arm and dropped the blade. Morog looked at him with grave concern. "Perhaps he senses the attack of his friends. We draw close to the Bay of the North. I suspect they will try something." Valrin felt Rikar and Nakin at his side. "There is something upon him, some presence," Rikar said. "His friends betray him. They curse him," Marog said. "I do not think so," Nakin said. "He must go to the Temple of the One." Marog looked to Rikar. "Go. Give the unfaithful their ultimatum and prepare for purification of the first city. We mustn't delay." Rikar departed immediately. Valrin had no idea where he was going, but he struggled to stand. Morog knelt to him. "Pelet, you are strong. Resist this. They will not hold sway over you. They do not understand. But all has been laid bare. Soon you will see." "He must go to the Temple of the One," Rikar stated. "You are his guards," Morog shouted. "But in my temple, this place I have built, you can do only that. Guard. He is well and safe. Fetch me water from the table. Guard." "Go on," Valrin said, exasperated. He was beginning to feel a numbness over his body. He had no idea how he had overpowered the demon, or why he felt what he did when the demon killed the Russus, but he knew the demon was still there. "The Temple of the One," Valrin said. "I need to go there, I think." Morog touched his head, and he felt a soothing feeling overtake him. "The One is not needed. You can fight that curse within you. Soon, whatever power they direct toward you shall hold sway no longer. Come." Marog pulled him to his feet, walking him toward one of the windows. In the distance he saw the large crystal above the Akon beginning to glow. Then, a small blast of energy surged beneath his feet. Marog seemed concerned. "Come, Pelet!" The two of them went to the corridor that led to the other tower. His guards trailed behind, but quickly caught up to them. As they came to the large silver doors of the control tower, they entered into a place of multiple glowing crystals and many robed individuals wearing strange crowns or swords, connected to floating golden orbs that moved about the ceiling of the tower. Directly in front of him was a large glowing tube of undulating electricity and a grand window that looked out over Misla. "The weapon is charging as it should?" Morog asked. One of the controllers bowed. "There have been minor fluctuations in power. Even with only a partial grid of night crystals, though, we are still able to charge the main crystal. There has been a fire near an exposed crystal. We have not had communications there as of yet." He turned back to the way they had come, and Valrin nearly jumped, seeing that all of the Chosen Dwemhar had followed them. "Go to the city and ensure nothing has happened with that final crystal. I want nothing to inhibit us as we move forward." The Chosen Dwemhar bowed and departed. Valrin thought of the other two Dwemhar and their plan. It sounded like they were successful, and he prayed they were getting away from there as fast as possible. "Proceed with purification," Marog said. Valrin watched as the massive crystal on the outskirts of the city began to glow before he was forced to shield his eyes, a blast of energy sending a dazzling light all around Misla. In a few moments, it was over. The crystal darkened, yet was still glowing a warm pink color. Purification has been completed, a controller said. Morog stomped away, pushing his way through Valrin's guards as he motioned for Valrin to follow. As they went back to the dining room, Rikar appeared a few moments later from the portal. Your message has been given, but I suspect there is more underway. Valrin went back over to where his sword was. As he knelt, he whispered, I am sorry, to the two fallen Rusies. He stood up, cleaning his sword off with the adorned cushion of Morog's chair before sheathing it. Another ripple of energy flowed beneath them. Morog looked up. We're losing power again. The time dilation device just lost power. Rikar, go figure out what is going on with that other night crystal. A loud horn began to sound across the city. Rikar bowed and departed. Marog seemed disturbed. What is it? Valrin asked. They move against us, but I see their effect on you has passed. I feel much better. They cannot get to the control room. They will go for the core beneath the city, Valrin said. Send me with my ship. Morog stared for a moment. Valrin could tell he was thinking about it, but he wasn't sure. I killed your Rusis. I am faithful. Do not endanger your Akan pilots yet. Keep them here to protect the city. Ayeklo was destroyed from beneath and within by Rusis. Let me protect Misla. If they are attacking us, then they have faith in something that will be able to defeat anything you have. The Ayla sunrise will throw them off. They will not expect it, and if it is another ship like mine, I will destroy it. He bowed. Morog smiled. Hail the prelate, he said confidently. I did not expect this of you, Valrin, but it seems it will be as I saw. Use the portal. Envision your ship. It's that simple. Valrin looked to his guards. Come, Part 6, Traitor. Valrin didn't know what was happening beneath the city, but he had to try to protect them. Evern and the others had no idea what they were doing, but he needed more time. Perhaps he could talk to them, or perhaps not. But he needed to sort out all that was working within Misla. If they had a weapon, he would stop it. Destroying Misla would not stop Morog, and Valrin knew it. Morog and his Chosen Dwemhar were too powerful. Aside from that, the people here were innocent. The one had a greater plan, or so it seemed, and he had to use sense. Not just that, he felt something within him that he hadn't had a chance to figure out. He heard a voice, something calling to him, and had to have time to seek clarity. He stood in the portal with the others, envisioning them all moving toward where the Ayla sunrise was docked. In a flash, they were there. Several Akan pilots saw him and bowed as he moved toward the ship. We are assembled, Prelate, Carolyn said, affixing her helmet. All pilots are awaiting your command. Lead us, Prelate, for the glory of Misla, another said. I am going alone, he told them. You are to lead us, Carolyn said. We are able and ready. The pilots here are prepared to die for the Prelate. No, stay here. Protect Misla itself. I go to the underside of the city, the core. I will protect it. They looked at him, confused, before each stood tall, bowing. Very well, Prelate, Carolyn bowed. He went to his ship, stepping onto the Ayla sunrise for the first time since he sought revenge for Bry's death. He thought back to that, the rage filling within him. Now he was protecting Misla. To think the irony between the two emotions, but he felt there was so much more to his actions. This wasn't him protecting Marog or Misla as much as something else that he could not explain at all. The crystals on the back of the ship were fully charged. He disengaged the locks to Misla as his guards stood around him. They began to float down through the clouds as Valrin moved the ship over the walls of Misla, beginning down into the tumultuous storm of clouds beneath the city. Serene fell down against the railing as she began to cry uncontrollably. As Nakin knelt with her, Rikar looked at the ship itself. I'm going to act like I know what you're doing, and trust this, he said, in the most sarcastic tone Valrin had ever heard him use. I know what I need to do. I need to protect the city. They go for the center core." "How do you know?" Rikar asked. "It's either that or they're trying to get to the city itself. Either way, I need to stop them. There's more to all this. Something else is within me, Drakar. The One knows, and I think Morog may know. But there is something else. I can't explain it. Just hold on." They were entering a thick black cloud. His nose curled at the putrid smell rising from the seas beneath, as even over the sounds of rushing wind he could hear thunderclaps beneath them. He was coming under Misla from the far west. He could not see anything at the water level, but moving just beneath the city itself, he could see pillars dropping down into the water in the far distance. Above him, the underside of Misla crawled with masked forms, the castaway followers of Marog who had taken up residence beneath the city. "I hadn't seen them that often," Rikar said. "But is this the fate of all followers of Morog?" "I'd say so," Serene screamed. "He tortured them. The bastard cut their hands off. He paraded them out just to be killed like some game." "I am sorry," Valrin said. I didn't want to do it." Serene was distraught and could not be consoled. "I don't think she can help us right now," Nakin said. "Hopefully your friends do not bring too many." "We're not fighting them," Valrin said. "We won't need to." He could see the crystal far ahead and headed toward it. He looked out, and for a moment he saw flashes of red. It wasn't flames, but he saw repeated volleys. It had to have been something from Evern or someone else. He simply didn't know. Valrin was drawing close to the core of Misla. It looked almost the same as the Iaclo one, but as he approached, it began to glow before sending a ray of light down into the ocean below. A few moments passed, and there was a crackling blast of energy. "It is defending itself," Drakar said. More pillars began slamming down beneath them as waves crested into view in the far distance. He saw a single ship on a direct approach far beneath them. Nakin and Serene looked over the railings, down to the ocean beneath. "Morog's fleet is pulling back!" A random masked form flew up the deck of the Aela Sunrise. It was a gangly form holding a silver wand, some type of magic user, but not one Valrin had seen before. "Fall back, you fools! Misla has detected a Rusis Devastator! We must let the prelate defend the core!" "You fool!" Drakar shouted. "We are with the prelate! Get out of here!" The wizard spit at Drakar and then jumped from the deck, catching a pillar as it rose back up into Misla. "Rusis Devastator?" Serene asked. "What is that? I thought the Rusis had all but fallen." "We still have a few, and we have Rungar." Serene's eyes opened wide. "Rungar lives?" Valrin wheeled the Aela Sunrise to the left, engaging the crystals along the deck of the ship. He had no idea what was coming, but he had to be ready. The core began to glow again, sending out rays of energy beneath them. He looked over the edge, trying to see the vessel he had seen before. The seas were dark beneath him. "Keep watch," Valrin said. "The ship is a vessel capable of flight like this one. We disable it only. Do not touch the crew." "What kind of weapons do they have?" "Spears with enchantments to make them move faster, concentrated earth magic, and just about every Rusis and Dwemhar spell you can imagine." "You have both Rusis and Dwemhar as a crew?" Drakar asked. "No, I have one, Aviam." He paused. "Just don't hurt them. That is now why we are here. I will target the ship. You just defend us." The clouds beneath them began to clear, and Serene pointed. "I see something rising through the clouds. It's glowing." Valrin tried to see what she was talking about, spotting a single small form rising from the waters far below. Then he saw the Nakri moving far beneath the core. "What are you doing, Evorn?" "It's a person," Drakar said. "A person rising up." "Aviam?" "It's a man. He's floating just below us," Nakin said. "Fire! There is fire on the deck of the vessel below." Valrin looked down, seeing a blast of red and blue fire, smoke rolling off the deck of the Nakri as something that looked like a rock with fire behind it spiraled toward them. He spun up the crystals. Whatever it was coming fast. He shifted the ship, angling his energy-based weapons and sending a blast downward. A ward deflected it. Soon, a single form rose out of the clouds, looking down as it did. It was Rikar. "Stormborn!" he shouted. "You have betrayed us!" Rikar ignited fire in his hands. Valrin leaped forward, drawing his sword and sending a single blast toward the Rusis. "Huck and rock!" he shouted. But a moment later, a massive rock blasted up the side of the Ayla sunrise. He didn't know what it was, but it was headed for the core. He jumped back to the helm, angling the ship up, engaging full forward speed. He was nearly even with the object as Rikar flew up beside it, curving his magic to direct the object's path. They were nearly at the core. Valrin spun the wheel, directing the Ayla sunrise into the path of the object. Reaching down, he switched the ship's ward on. A blast of golden energy surrounded the ship, catching the object and causing a blinding flash that caused the entire ward to shake and crack. He felt a searing heat all around them, and he could not see anything but the light. The Ayla sunrise trembled. He closed his eyes as he gripped the wheel, the heat surging around him as the ship was inoperable as long as the ward was engaged. He had no idea what this weapon was, but had they been this close on any other vessel, he knew they'd be dead. The light was fading as the entire lower portion of Misla glowed a bright red. He looked through the ward still around the ship and saw that the core of Misla had been spared, but a large red blast had torn up a large portion of the underbelly of the city. Serene ran to the side of the ship. "He survived! Rikar is alive!" Valrin looked over, knowing that Rikar believed him the enemy now. Rikar was surrounded by a ward of his own and was moving back south just above the surface of the turbulent waters below. He disengaged the ward, moving them with haste back to Misla. He questioned what he had done. If he failed to stop Morog himself, thousands more would die. This might have been the only chance his friends had if he wasn't able to stop Morog himself. He looked down. He didn't know if the Nakri had gotten away. They could be just below him and need help. He began to turn the wheel when the demon gripped him from within. "Where do you think to go?" "I need to check on them," he said. "I need to make sure my crew is okay. They are not yours anymore. They will all be dead soon. You are mine, and you should not forget that. You are mine." He continued to try to fight the demon, pulling against him, but it was simply his own controlled left hand fighting against the demon-controlled right. "I am the path forward, Valrin. Soon, I will leave you. Then I will have killed the last of the Strantavedi and taken control of the most powerful entity in existence. Do you not relish in the truth that you shall be killed by the most powerful of forces in existence? Marog is like pure honey to one such as me, a delightful delicacy of delicate damsels. Oh, it spurs me into poetic words unlike any of this sad living realm." Valrin relaxed, seeing Misla shifting above. They were still not fully in his own realm, and as he came out from under the city, he moved over the breadth of lower Misla, passing over a grand forest and several smaller crystal towers. High above, he saw that the platforms near Morog's tower were glowing brightly, and there was a beam of energy flowing into the skies high above them. He brought the Ayla sunrise to dock just beside several Akans. The pilots he had left were all clapping, greeting the ship as it returned. He locked the ship in and led the others off. As Valrin and his guards disembarked, one of the pilots came to them, smiling. "We sensed it. We were told it was a Rusis weapon, and an energy discharge actually rippled up and over the side of the city. We couldn't believe it when we saw you come from beneath." Rikar approached them, and they all bowed, moving out of his path. "That was rough," he said to Valrin. I was in the control room and saw the blast readings. Misla has taken damage, but it could have been worse. Come, let us return to Marog. He will wish to see you." Valrin and Rikar went to the spot where he had taken the portal before. As the guard stood next to them, they moved together to the portal in the room just near the control room. As they moved away from the portal, Valrin looked back at it. "What keeps others from coming here? The portal just works for us, but not others. Only we may use it. The others are at a lower vibration than us. Morog dictates who can use the system, and if we sense one of the lesser Dwemhar ascending in energy, he indoctrinates them. As it is now, few will ever move further than they are." "The chosen ones, then? But if you're all to be as gods, would you not end up with chosen ones who have no gods to impersonate?" Rikar smiled, his fiery eyes rippling as he looked to Valrin. "Power is overwhelming, prelate. Few will retain our power without falter, and when they do, others will rise to fill the rank left open. We are eternal, prelate." As they headed down to the throne room, Morog met them. He came inside from where the night crystals were. He immediately went to Valrin and embraced him. "Roos's trickery is no match for Misla. You made the right choice. You nearly gave your life to protect us, and for that, I truly trust you." "Still risky," Rikar said. "Wait," Valrin said. "You knew?" "I have absorbed all my creator knew when he fell upon Ieklo, using the very technology I have once again engaged, making time pass slower beneath us." He smiled. "I absorbed all that he had learned. The Roos's weaponry was deployed against Ieklo, but it never struck. I took precautions and not only deployed a system capable of tracking and burning the weapons, but also reinforced the core to be protected against a direct attack. We are quite safe from your old, pitiful friends. But you, I give a greater blessing. I know what troubles you, what pain you feel. The One prohibited me from entering a place I dearly loved, but now, with my blessing and your favoritism by the One, you may enter. See what you wish to see. Gaze upon the future world. See the folly of your friends and their wrongdoings. Go to the One, and they will give you access to all that you need. You may even converse with those who are lost." He paused on those last words. "Confirm your place at my hand once and for all. The attack on my final night crystal was solid, and those responsible will be found. But now, I have sacrificed yet again for my goal." He revealed that both of his hands had been burned badly. "A Roos's spell meant to prohibit our glorious crusade, but I have seen the crystal put where it is needed, and soon I will draw upon the energies over your world, using the power of the Nethermoon, and at last Misla will emerge into the world. We are in the final moments." Valrin knew he needed to do what he needed to do, not the demon. He had to try something, his own attack back at the demon. "Marog," he said. In his own mind, he kept a keen focus on the demon, seeing it cowering deep within himself, attempting to not be felt by Morog. Valrin kept his concentration on it, like a hand around its throat. "I need purification. A demon within me seeks to strike you. I have it, but not for long. Please, now." Morog's eyes glowed and he pointed. "I see it." Valrin lost control, the demon knowing it was found out. "Trying to do what I do not desire, Valrin." Valrin had no control. He drew his blade, sending a crackling blast at Morog before Rikar slammed him into the table by his throat. Morog reached out, grabbing Valrin with multiple tendrils from within his own form. The demon pushed back, grappling Morog's face with flowing blackness. Morog began to glow black, whips of fire grabbing into his back. "Master!" Rikar shouted, gripping Valrin tighter. "Rikar, it isn't Valrin!" Morog screamed. "The blackness, strike it! I lose my power over the others!" "Guards of the prelate, we must hold him. You are servants of the One. Purify, purify," Rikar said. You cost me much, Valrin. He is not weak enough. He will destroy us both. Rikar and Nakin were already deep in prayer, golden energy flowing over Valrin as he felt his entire body shake. He could see nothing but blackness and flashes of gold. Rikar drew both his blades, flipping over Morog and cutting into the whips, trying to weaken him. More whips appeared and began fighting Rikar, gripping his blades and pulling them down. A dark shroud rose out of Valrin. A voice boomed out. You lose all your power, Marog of the Black. I have severed that which connected to your followers in distant lands. Your hold on that beyond this place is broken, and those possessed by your will, engorged on your spirit, and those that rule in your name, will fall. Reclamation comes soon. I will take that which you have gathered for me. Suddenly, the glass behind them shattered, and a glowing presence entered the throne room. Many chosen ones began appearing as the priestess of the One reached out, touching Valrin's head. Valrin saw light, and a black form was drawn out of him, flailing about. The priestess opened a crystal vase, drawing the blackness in. As she capped it, she reached out, forcing Morog and Rikar from Valrin. Arise, prelate! Valrin was breathing fast, his body covered with sweat. He sat up and felt Rikar's and Nakin's hands upon him. The demon has been pulled from him, Urachna said. A few moments passed, and an entire cohort of red monks entered the throne room. Marog bowed. Glory be to the One. Valrin, why would you not tell me sooner? Urachna lifted her hand. He had little control, and could have been killed just as easily as the demon attacked you, Morog. He is faithful fully to our cause. The demon is no more. I have disposed of its form in the holy ethereal waters of the One. It will not trouble the prelate any more. Valrin was shaking. Morog bowed to him. Prelate, you continue to amaze me in your actions. Now we can fully move toward our crusade. I beg of you, rest. Take the time you need, for greater time comes soon. I wish for you to see our entry into the world. But for now, rest, recover, and seek the One, so that you may confirm all you wish to confirm. Rikar and Nakin lifted him up, walking him from Morog's throne room as the monks around him spoke. Glory to the One, glory to the One. It was a strange feeling, a warm air about them. It wasn't comforting, but more so empty. Their words brought him neither pain nor pleasure. The more he thought about it, the more tired he felt. Moving from Morog's tower toward his own room, he noticed the air smelled strong of incense again. He saw that the temple of the One was flowing with silver smoke, almost like fog. He took a deep breath as they moved up the stairwell. Entering the atrium, he smelled the flowers and felt much calmer than any of the flowing incense before. It was odd for him, now being free of the demon. He was left in a state where he felt as if something of himself was gone. Then he realized it was. The spell he had used to try to kill the demon had taken a part of him, and now that part was gone. He wondered if the demon's presence had changed his feelings that others had given him, like the presence of the One and the temple itself. It had felt empty before, but now he felt something else, and he wasn't sure if he liked it. As he entered his room, he went to his bed and lay down. He didn't even say anything to Trugno or Vadinar, both of whom were standing on the balcony. As Valrin lay on his bed, he realized none of the others were talking. He was face down, and he turned over to find that Serene and the two other Rusies were embracing one another. Rikar brought Valrin a cup of tea. The Ruses, all of them, were crying. He murdered them, Serene said, whimpering. Valrin was forced to, and I was angry at first, but now I see it wasn't him. A demon was within him. He is lucky to have survived, Trugno said. I felt them fighting. They were resisting, Serene said. They must have given in only after we were under the full protection of the One. But they were true. They did not give in to him until they no longer felt us. We must honor them, Vadinar said. I shall create the spell. Even from here, I will cast it into the new sky we see above us. They fought to help us survive. They deserve as such. It can be like the other we saw rise to the sky. We knew there were other Rusis. Yes, Rungar lives in this reality, Serene said. He fights with us. I know it is not the same, but he is Rusis. Perhaps there are others, more than even the prelate knows. Perhaps, Trugno said, but they fall. The rising star we saw was one in memory of one, and there are few Rusis. I think that is enough, Rikar said. If anything, Valrin needs meditation, not Rusis emotion. It's fine, Valrin said. They have gone through much. Vadinar began twisting magics in his hand, combining frost with different levels of elemental blasts, forming up 4 glowing shards of magic. In remembrance, he said. Trugno took a swig from his bottle, sighing. Better warriors than us, brothers and sisters. Friends, Vadinar said. Serene crafted her own spell, joining up one of the shards. None of us would be here if it weren't for her, she said. My daughter. Trugno finished his bottle. Damn this place, damn it! He began crying, throwing his bottle. It shattered against the wall. Vadinar sighed and lifted the crystals. Valrin stood from his bed, joining Rikar and Nakin as the Rusis moved the crystals on the balcony before lifting his hands, sending the 4 shards into the sky high above. Valrin watched as the crystals became as stars high above. May they all find rest, and may all Rusis honor those who came before, Vadinar said. There was a solemn presence in the air. Vadinar, Rikar, and Nakin meditated in the garden. They had wanted Trugno to join them, but he'd decided instead to nurse a bottle of wine left over from their food earlier. Serene and Valrin sat on the balcony, looking over Misla. They were sharing tea. Valrin looked at this Rusis, feeling something familiar about her. She was much older than Aviam, and had strands of silver in her hair. The stars, the memories of those lost, Valrin said. You said there was another? It rose out of the southwest sky the other night. It was sudden and not from any Rusis on Misla. He wondered if it was for Bry. He knew that Evorn and the others had gotten in contact with him, and Rungar would have wondered of Bry. Where is it? Serene pointed up to the stars. There, not the little strand that makes up the fishtail of Meridas that you can see from that grouping of 6 stars, above it, glowing blue. Valrin saw it. He didn't know for sure if it was for Bry, but his sudden memory of her came flooding back, and he let out a breath, trying not to get upset. Not all Rusis can create stars. Vadinar is about as advanced with his elemental water magic as you can get. Serene looked at Valrin. You knew a Rusis. It is why you asked of that new star. Do you fear they fell in battle? I know she did. Serene put her arm around him. It was strange. He had a sense almost like he had with his Aunt Tua back on Travah. It was a motherly embrace, and as she rubbed his shoulder, he trembled. Marog killed her, he said, sniffling. You do not have to tell me if you do not wish. I understand. The loss of my daughter is still on my mind. I do not believe it. I still think she is hiding somewhere, but then I remember her face and her death. Valrin coughed, looking up at Bry's star. She was saving another of my crew. Morog destroyed the tower they were on. They floated in the air for a moment, and then, well, I was engaging Morog in his darker form. He was just energy, floating above the ocean. She dove down into him and left that mark on his face. The bastard even brought it up like I'm supposed to be accepting of his change of heart. But she died then. She died for you, Serene said. Valrin nodded. It led me to go into a blind rage. In the end, I lost my ship and nearly lost 2 more of my friends. I'm lucky to be alive, but in truth, I feel like I died that day. Nothing has felt the same, but—" He partially laughed. "I feel like she is still with me in some form. The storm that has followed Misla, has blue lightning. I have teased my own mind that it might be her." Serene picked up her tea. "I know of the storm you speak. I had heard talk of it by others in Misla. It has slowed Misla on several occasions. I thought it some defense of your world. I have heard legends of some Rusis capable of overtaking natural objects, blending their magics into volcanoes or glaciers. It was a strange sect, nothing like us Golden Templars. But was this Rusis one like Rungar? Did she survive from his time?" "No, I'm not sure where she came from. She didn't know herself, or if she did, she didn't tell me." "What was her name?" "Brai." Serene was silent. As Valrin looked at her, her eyes watered. "Why do you speak of her?" Trugno said, stomping over. "We do not speak her name in this cursed place." Valrin jumped up. Trugno was holding a curved blade of fire in his hand. The other door opened, and Vadinar, Rikar, and Nakin came in. "What is it?" Rikar said. "He speaks of her. We were not to utter her name again in this place." Vadinar stepped between Trugno and Valrin. "Why do you speak of her?" Serene embraced him, her body shaking. "She was the same in your world, selfless, strong. I didn't think it was possible, but if Rungar is alive, it made sense that she'd be there." "Wait, your daughter?" Serene nodded. "My daughter's name was Brai, named after her grandmother's favorite star." Trugno collapsed onto a chair, sinking his head. "You loved her. You were together. It is why she died. To protect you?" Valrin nodded. "Damn it," Trugno said, swigging more wine from the bottle. Vadinar went to him, but he slapped him away, stumbling forward and nearly falling into Rikar. The Dwemhar caught him, and Trugno pushed him off. "Keep your hands off me, Dwemhar." He stumbled toward the garden and left them. Valrin looked at Serene. Was he family to her too? Serene smiled, looking down. Yes, but not like me. They were bound to one another, and she was with child. Valrin looked toward the door. "Do not trouble yourself, Valrin," Vadinar said. "He has lost his way, though we have tried to bring him back. He cares about only one thing, killing Morog. He has no ill thought to you." "How did she die?" Valrin asked. Serene sighed. "It was at the same time that Rungar fell. Just before it, I guess. He didn't trust the Valrin of our world. He directed a group of us Golden Templars to sneak upon the city, but Morog sensed us, descended with his wretched masked forms. It was Trugno who engaged him, even as he grasped me and Brai, dragging us toward him. The masked ones managed to grapple him, dragging him down and biting him. As Morog twisted us in his tentacles, other Rusis were struck down. He drew us close to his face, and upon seeing, she paused. His delay makes sense now. She looked at Valrin. He must have recognized Brai. He became enraged, dropping me and putting all of his focus on her. I freed Trugno, and we both attacked him, but he continued to push us back. In the end, Brai pushed us back. Vadinar created a block of ice, and though we tried to get close, Brai's energy forced us back. She looked to Vadinar. My daughter was in this world. She never knew me, or she never spoke of it, but she was the same. She was a light of our old city, he said with a smile. Valrin, Serene said, tell him of the storm, what you told me. There is a great storm with blue lightning that had followed Misla. I felt her within it, like she was with me. Vadinar stroked his face, looking over at Rikar. Do you think it is possible? I know what you're talking about, but it would depend on more factors than we know. Though if she had focus on a strong emotion, it could be possible. Soul resonance would require more energy than even Rungar could wield at once. It would take many weeks of focus. But Valrin said Morog was essentially raw energy. Even as that, the scar upon his face was made by Brae, Serene said. Soul resonance, Valrin said, like an echo or the spirit. Her essence within something else. We do not know, but the storm could be a form of her. Not her, of course, but... Vadinar paused. Clouds do not just hold water, they are made of water. Water is the most consistent element in our living world, making up everything we eat, touch, and even breathe. It has been and will always be, thus it remembers all. The storm could very well be a memory of her, an impression of her. Without training, I doubt she could have had an impression upon it that was more than that. That is a level of magic beyond any of us, and most who did it were secluded monks on the fringes of the world. But part of her is with us. Serene and Vadinar smiled. Yes, Serene said. Valrin looked up to see Trugno standing in the doorway of the garden. His face was red. He pointed at him. You and I are the same, he said, slurring his words. I loved her, and I loved the life within her. She died for me. They both died for me. I will kill him, he said, nodding. I will kill Marog. Your bride was not mine. She was not mine at all. But I will avenge her just the same with you, Valrin. I have lost all that means anything to me. I could not care less of my race, of these two, he said, pointing at Vadinar and Serene. He stumbled forward, moving toward Valrin. But I will avenge my bride, and you will avenge yours, together. He embraced him, barely able to hold himself up. He staggered back and collapsed, snoring. Valrin curled his nose at the stench of Trugno's breath still lingering in the air. Serene went to Valrin's bed, pulling off one of the many pillows and placing it under Trugno's head. Though he's had a bit more drink than us, I think we should take his lead. While those beneath the city are likely just recovering from the blast and their attack, our time will move much slower for a while still. Morog had many pieces on his game board, and he only has one chance to make this right. As do we, Valrin said. Tomorrow I will go to the Temple of the One, speak to the priestess, and see whatever it is I am to see. It is a great honor to be able to go to the inner sanctum, Rikar said. Marog isn't allowed there due to the One, but in the oddness of ironies, neither can the One, but I can go. I do not believe we see all the strands at work, Vadinar said. We must all be even more careful. Rikar nodded. Let us rest, especially you, prelate. I will take first watch. Part 7. The Veil of Time. Valrin didn't know how long he had slept, but with Morog's manipulation of time, he could only guess it was only a few hours. Outside, the sun had yet to rise, but he couldn't sleep anymore. Rikar was asleep, but Nakin was awake. You arise early, prelate? He asked. I can't sleep anymore. I assume we can go to the temple now, prior to morning prayers? Of course, he kicked Vadinar. Wake! We will take the prelate to the temple. He went to Serene next. Wake! Looking at Valrin, he shrugged, pointing at Trugno. We'll let him sleep off his drink, but you should see the sky. Come here. Valrin followed him out to the balcony and looked up. The sky, though clear last night, was now a mix of orange, bright blue, and black. The clouds seemed to be swirling from the southwest direction. Misla enters your world. Marog has summoned the power of the Nethermoon from over your lands. It was happening. Valrin sighed. We do not have much time. With all the horrors in the skies above, there was a sweet smell in the air. Looking down from the balcony, he could see many flowering trees with red and blue flowers. It was a splash of beauty on the backdrop of terror. Come, prelate, Nakin said. They were leaving Trugno and Rikar. Considering he had likely just gone to sleep, Valrin didn't ask why. They proceeded through the small garden, where Vadinar made a point to cast a small amount of water on the flowers. I've never understood Rusis magic. Is it really simply from within you? They stopped. You mean, like the same as spitting? Well, no and yes? Vadinar chuckled. It is manipulation of elements present. You could not cast fire under water, but electricity could be cast from almost any place. Ice would still be possible from a volcanic region, but it would be much less potent considering you're relying on steam from fissures or whatnot. Though a staff or wand would eliminate these restrictions. But wands and staves are a weak medium. I'd rather cast a weaker spell than a limited concentration. Arusis always has an option for casting. I'd say Trugno is a bit strange for his ability to curve elemental magic, but there were a few others who could do it. Ruses and their spells, Nakin said. I'd still prefer a good solid blade. Valrin smirked and they continued out. Looking up at the sky from this vantage point, they realized there were bolts of lightning coming down with a silent buzz from high above, striking the platform above Marog's tower. It was there Valrin knew the night crystals were arranged and doing just as Morog desired. Further on, he knew that those in the control tower were directly linked to Morog and Misla itself. He thought to himself, finally free of the demon, of how he could get to the Ayla sunrise and take out the tower directly. But even as he thought that, he knew there was something else, some other force drawing him to do more. They came to the doorway of the temple, and it opened. As Valrin stepped in ahead of the rest, the doors slammed behind him. "Hello?" he asked. He didn't see any of the red monks, though there were more candles now. He proceeded forward, feeling at ease with the Temple of the One, but feeling a strange tingle in his chest. The air was warm, and though he could still see the upper eaves of the temple, there was a slight fog rolling above him. Looking up at the great crystal, he realized that it was solid white now. The priestess emerged from behind the altar. "Prelate, you have come, finally free of what held you before." He noticed immediately that she had the bottle she had placed the demon in before on a necklace around her neck. "You still have it?" He pointed. She smiled. "I cannot purge a demon from a space between two realities. It is something that must be done when Misla has come to rest in its new home. Keeping it here, I suppress its power. It cannot harm you or me in its current state, though it is quite powerful. It must have consumed many to reach this level." Valrin approached the altar, bowing slightly. "What did I say, Valrin? You need not follow such habitual fallacies here," she said, smiling again. "Marog desires you enter that which all others are denied, and the One has seen it is time. All has continued to progress as needed. The demon was but a step for you, sensed upon your arrival by the One. It was known that you'd have to go through a natural state of allowance with it, waiting for a moment where Morog himself called upon the One. You see, he lost some of his power upon doing so. His draw upon your world lessened, and he gave some of his power to the One, in a form unconsciously surrendering himself to the One, even if for a moment. This is a powerful sacrifice, do you not agree?" "I don't think Morog saw it as a sacrifice," Valrin said. "It doesn't matter what he thinks. It only matters what has befallen him and his intentions. The One is prepared, and I am prepared." Valrin nodded. "I am ready to see what he wishes me to see." "But what do you wish to see?" He shook his head. "I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to be seeing." "You are not supposed to see anything particular. You must understand that you are entering a place that does not exist in any one world, but is instead like a gateway. You see, to think that we are the only ones who inhabit any one space is folly. Beyond us, there are worlds beyond worlds, places that are linked into our own world like strings in a net. Power flows into the heaviest portion of the net. You were a fisher as a young boy, right? You saw how a net was cast. A fish trapped would pull against the net, and all other forms of power, other fish, they were powerless to the one strongest fish fighting the net, right?" "I preferred eels," Valrin said. The priestess smiled. "Of course, They could easily slip out of the net, not concerned with the affairs of the fish. That is you, Valrin. You go to a place that Marog and the One only wish they could. He should have never gone there before, and I ensured he never would again. You see, you are in a net where fish fight to prevent their own destruction. You are the eel, Valrin of Trava. He wasn't sure how he felt being compared to an eel. He also didn't remember saying anything about Trava or how he dealt with fishers. Do not worry of the questions in your mind. Release them. Follow me, for it is time. He had half a thought not to, though he had taken action prior to this for a reason. He had to sort out his place in the workings of Morog. He followed her, going behind the altar and down the long hall. As he looked behind him, he saw the red monks suddenly appear. Have they been there on the edges of the temple the entire time? Then he shook the thought from his mind and looked at the massive wall ahead of them. As they exited the hallway, Valrin realized that before them was a massive cavern and a large gray stone. It was an orb of sorts, but from down the corridor behind them, he could only see one side of it and not the top. Just like before, the image of a sun, a crescent moon, and stars greeted them. It began to glow gold before a small crack of light pierced through the stone and a golden fire erupted, opening like a door. The priestess beckoned him close. Keep your mind sound. Keep your focus. You are Strantavedi. You are Dwemhar, and you see that which you could only see in a state of ascension. Do you wish to enter? What? You must desire to enter this place, she said with a hurried and plain tone. Do you wish to enter? Yes. The priestess bowed and motioned him forward. He took a deep breath, looking at the unnatural doorway before him. As he began to step forward, he looked deep into the undulating fire and wondered if it would burn him. Suddenly, the fire shifted from rippling flames to a smooth corridor, and as he looked behind him, he saw only light. He took a few more steps and emerged onto a great walkway surrounded by water, with twilight skies in all directions. The stars were above him, and he saw only a great white platform in the distance high above the ocean. He began toward the platform, looking behind himself to see a kaleidoscope of swirling colors, his exit from this place, whatever it was that this place was that he found himself. As he came to the steps of the platform, he realized that his hands were not his hands, but instead were a glowing energy. He looked out from the platform and saw many monolithic stones floating high above the ocean. He looked to his right and saw the sun setting, and to his left he saw a crescent moon rising. The air here did not move. There was no wind, no sound. Stepping up the final few steps, he saw a shimmering pool and a single figure. The figure was not looking his way. He proceeded toward the pool and looked down at the water. It was then the figure turned his way. Valrin looked up to see a figure of glowing white light with no face, but yet, as it began toward Valrin, a face appeared. Valrin stood up tall, attempting to draw a deep breath, but then realizing that he could not in his present form. You are not of us, the figure said. I am not sure what I am. The figure knelt. It was then Valrin realized how tall this figure truly was. You do not come from our realm. Are you some kind of god? The figure's face was fully formed. Valrin realized he knew this person. Rikar? You know me in appearance, yet you know not where you are. I remember you back when I was as I was before, back on Iaclo. Valrin looked around. It this Ascension? Rikar looked around. This is not. This is where I was drawn quite suddenly, as it is clear our paths converge at some point that has not come to pass. Then why are we both here? Here is relative. This is a place that we believed existed but could never go. If you are here, it is because there is something you must see. If I am here, it is because I am to guide you, and something threatens the living realm. Marog, Valrin said, and Misla. Rikar stared at Valrin, unblinking. There is not a memory I have of such. It is something Elihu made, an attempt to draw out the darkness within himself to become pure. He created something else. This something else has broken every law that might exist in the natural world, and now has created a second Iaclo, something he calls Misla. It is a Dwemhar city more powerful than Iaclo. The seas are poisoned. Marog seeks to destroy the gods and form his own empire, with supposed ascended Dwemhar with glowing fiery eyes to be the new gods. Rikar crossed his arms. I thought we had avoided this. It was a plan of the Dwemhar that was seen as folly. The flooding of our lands, the drowning of those who sought to supplant the greater powers. It was the last of the Dwemhar and the Strontivedi who took very different paths. Your people protected the old ways. You were on a path not too unlike that of our own, but the Dwemhar ascended, leaving this world. I remained behind in a way. There were others, you see, others of my kin who were unaccounted for. There was some belief that they would try something like this, but we are limited as ascended beings. In time we will return, but not to rule as Morog says. Whatever he has created is unnatural, and not of the natural plans. I feel everything has been disrupted. As it has, and it must be made right. You say there is a city of Dwemhar? From another reality, a mirrored place, I guess, where the world burned and demons killed the gods. Then they have entered our consciousness realm, and thus they will be judged and become part of our collected consciousness. Are they possessed? Not that I can tell. They are nothing like those of you I met when I moved through time. They are somehow lesser. Rikar sighed. Then you must protect them as much as yourself and your friends. I fear still, there is more. Marog has allowed you to come here? I think it is part of something else, a test or something. The one seems to believe it was necessary too. I have not heard of the one, Rikar said. It is a formation of the Dwemhar consciousness, created by those who died in the war that destroyed their world. Rikar looked over at the pool and then back to the portal in which Valrin had come from. The Creator has put us upon this place together, but I do not think it seeks me to return. I am a guardian of the ascended realm. I must wait. I know this. But your path was meant to lead you to me, and perhaps— He paused. Perhaps your path will end before your original fate would have had it. I'll die? Something, Rikar said. There will come a time when the Dwemhar return. You are tied to that prophecy, to those who are not purely of Dwemhar blood rising up. But the actions and failures of Elihu have become known, and you will suffer because of that failure. Much darkness surrounds our meeting here, but I will journey with you to seek what must be found. Perhaps I must guard you. Rikar stood up, looking out at the rising moon, which was staying stationary. Time itself is a construct of conscious beings seeking to quantify their lives. It does not truly exist, for in a way, we are all eternal. Whether we sleep or wake during our life is entirely a result of how we live that life. But no soul would simply combine to form a god. The one, whatever it is not Dwemhar. I cannot help you outside of this knowledge, but let us enter and see what it is we are to see together. He outstretched his hand to Valrin, and they leaped within the pool before them. Valrin and Rikar stood upon a great rock, the seas rising up and crashing around them. Valrin looked out, seeing a great form moving about the clouds, shrouded in blackness. Rikar and Valrin floated behind the blackness. In the distance there was a bright red light. Drawing closer, they came upon the edge of an island where fogs rose around them. For a moment, they were suspended in mid-air. Valrin noticed orbs, tiny strands, moving with haste in front of them. Then, in a clamorous sound, the blackness moved past them, and Valrin saw a golden object flash into view. Valrin and Rikar descended to a white platform above this golden object. Valrin couldn't see it clearly, but he could feel a familiar presence. As they floated down to the platform, Valrin was shocked to see, of all people, Ilau. "Welcome, Rikar, Valrin." "You're dead. Where did you come from?" Valrin asked. "Way to spoil the surprise, Valrin." Eliu laughed. "No, I knew coming here was my last act. In fact, these few moments are giving you and your crew the time they need to save Avium." Valrin looked below, seeing only a fuzzy representation of what was actually Iaclo. "When time stopped?" Valrin asked. "When else?" Eliu said. "Morog kills you soon. He destroys this ship." "He does. That is when he learns all that he needs to construct Misla. But he knew he needed an anchor, something to draw himself toward this realm. Then how are you and I here at the same time as we're both elsewhere?" "I was forgiven, Valrin. As such, I remained within realms, not ascended, just a part of the strands that make up life. You would return here, I knew that. Once I knew Marog's intentions beyond claiming the Scourge Siren's power, I realized that the only way to help you was to risk everything. Morog is unstoppable, but his power can be locked away if his form is broken." "Rikar," Eliu said, "you have seen what it is that flows about the world?" "The Itsu of old," Rikar said. "They move in the shadows. Their fogs reach out to grasp the weak-minded." "Yes, yes, they will be upon the world, but now you may communicate it as such. The gods of the north will aid if they understand the Itsu are involved." "I spoke with Kel," Valrin said. "I went to the realm of the war god at a time after the fall of Iaclo, and as part of my training, I fought an ancient one possessed with an Itsu spirit. Kel said it was within me, a consequence of moving through time, and much like a demon, it inhabited something of greater power. A small remnant, but the truth that was feared. If Morog comes from another world, he may bring another." "The Itsu were not evil in the other world," Valrin said. "The Itsu are great deceivers, Valrin. Search your own mind. Do not speak it, for we should give it no more power. But know there are many workings in the aftermath of Morog. For that, I am sorry. But we will all have a path in the end." Valrin wondered of the one, but did not give it further thought. He was here for a reason, but it could not be just this. Valrin looked down at Iaclo. "Why am I here, though? What is the point?" "I do not know," Eliu said, "but I can tell you this. Morog needed an anchor point. He was to use the Scourge Siren. It was potent, strong, and deeply rooted to the place of his own creation, Iaclo. But the Scourge Siren was destroyed. He anchored to something else in order to bring about his plans, for you cannot use that which is dead." He paused. "You could not come here with a demon, and seeing you are alive means you defeated the bane of Strantavedi captains." Valrin nodded. "I did. Well, the one did." "The demon sought to destroy Morog?" "It did, and it was almost successful, but Morog called upon the one. The priestess purged the demon from me, but Morog seemed to be adversely affected. He lost power." "Then you should strike. Strike now. He has lost his hold on the world, but the demon, that is a concern." "The priestess of the one has it." Eliu looked at him with a straight face. "Then you have all your answers, but you have not said or realized that which would end your time here. I have no power beyond the knowledge I had and what you have told me." Valrin looked around. "What am I to say?" He thought about it, going over what Eliu had told him. The anchor point. That was the key to my purpose here. Marog couldn't use the Scourge Siren and his tie to Iaclo, so he used something else. But what does Marog care about? Nothing of your world or others. He desires powers, a cultivator of opportunity. "He wanted my ship," Valrin said, "the Ayla Sunrise." We are more than our belongings, even you, Stormborn. He took someone, Valrin said. Another form of power that he used to journey toward our world. It can't be. It couldn't be. I couldn't sense her anymore. Bry died. Morog was nearly beaten when I chased him down. I would have seen her. Bry can't be alive. Marog used the very ability I did to pull him from me, to pull her from her body. He used what power he had left in his broken form above the glacial seas to take that which you loved, scarring himself in the process. He took her. He split a part of her spirit, I believe. As her physical form sought to be returned to its spirit, she led Morog back from the netherworld between realities. It is why I was where I was when you found me on the edge of the world, a construct of my own design to protect myself from what I feared. When I came upon the living realm as I did above Ieklo, a part of me, Marog, destroyed what remained. Bry is dead. Her spirit is strong and pulled from her form. She is but a storm upon the ocean. You were drawn to Misla beyond the power of some demon or revenge. It is love that has guided and protected you, but Morog has used that as the ultimate power to enact his plans. Stormborn, I enslaved many in the dungeons of Ieklo, and Misla is but another incarnation of Ieklo. He was drawing upon that which remained and the energy of her being, but just like I pulled his spirit from me, I remained. Her spirit is but a storm, the anchor point to draw them to the glacial seas. Then she is alive. Bry is in Misla. Thunder cracked, and suddenly Rikar and Valrin were thrown from the pool. Valrin pushed himself up, taking a deep breath and looking around. She can't be alive. She was dead. How could Morog do this? Stormborn, you were told to go here as a test, and allowed by the One and Morog to go here. They know you will have this information. Maybe not. They could not enter here. Morog did, but the One stopped him. Rikar took a deep breath, a glowing crystal forming at his forehead and then dimming. Go, Stormborn, guard yourself. I do not trust the One or Morog, but as we are both linked in the future of our world, I have given word to the gods of the north. If the Itsu attempt to enter your world, as I believe they have already in some form, the gods will stand with the Stormborn. I do believe you are about to be in the greatest fight of your life. Valrin bowed to Rikar. Thank you, Rikar. Rikar returned the bow. Go with the power of the Strantavedi and the Dwemhar, Stormborn. Part 8. The Storm of Soul. Valrin stepped through the portal, passing through the passage of light and emerging on the other side to see nothing but trailing dust and open ground. The temple of the One had vanished. He looked back, seeing the large stone orb close behind him, and ahead he saw Drakar, Nakin, Serene, Vadinar, and Trugno. What has happened? Above, there was a great bright light swirling high above Misla, but it didn't appear to be something created by Marog or his night crystals. He began forward. His guards ran to him. Valrin, we do not know what has happened, Drakar said, but the Temple of the One vanished. Morog has been in his tower. It wasn't him. The entire structure turned to dust. Valrin noticed he was holding his wave-sliding board, and Drakar had a set of silver armor, a breastplate, and pauldrons. Valrin noticed a series of runes and a carved image of a fish. He took the armor. Of Meridias? He asked. Stravidi, Drakar said, the brother of Meridias, and this. He handed him the lost captain's dagger. After Valrin secured the armor, he put his wave-sliding board on his back. He took the dagger. From a fallen ally, a promise to fulfill. He tucked the dagger away in his boot. It seems you are familiar to this kind of thing. No, I've never worn armor like this before, but a few weeks ago, I didn't know I was as old as I actually am. I'm sure there's more than that to be learned. Rikar nodded and then turned to their challenge ahead. The tower was quiet, strangely so considering the odd feeling in the air. No more subterfuge, then? A bright light flashed in the distance, the massive crystal firing a concentrated blast before an explosion of rippling red energy expanded upward. The blast had hit something. No, Rikar said. The Chosen Ones are with Morog. Misla shifted its direction and is moving against something else. We have seen golden lights in the sky, yet it is nothing we know. They look like corsairs, Serene said. Servants of Dim, angels of the wind, but none have come across Misla. The gods will stand with us, Valrin said. He stared at Morog's tower. We need to go there. He began walking, the others following him. What was it you saw? Rikar asked. Morog took something from me. I will take her back. I will kill anyone who gets in our way. We cannot trust the One either. Rikar stopped him. I am not your enemy. We are servants of the One in opposition of Morog. The One is Dwemhar. Really? Valrin asked. Where are the other red monks? Where is the priestess? Rikar said nothing. I trust you, Rikar. I trust Nakin. I will trust any flesh and blood Dwemhar, but not the priestess. She knew what was in me and let it remain. She or it or he has its own agenda. We have ours. He looked to Serene. Bry was used as an anchor point for Misla. He took her body, split her spirit, leaving it like a breadcrumb to find his way back. She is alive in the prisons of Misla, and I'm going to find her. Then I'm taking my ship and I'm blasting the control tower and killing Marog. I'm with you, Valrin, Trugno said. He crafted a red blade of fire, spinning it between his hands. Vadinar bowed. Valrin, your information concurs with what I have felt. The One is not as it says. What of the Dwemhar in the lower city? What of the innocents? Rikar said. Valrin closed his eyes. There are thousands at risk right now. Help me do what I need to do and kill Morog, and we will sort out what can be done with the others. None of us wanted this, but we all have been used. Now let's make our own moves. Valrin drew his Dwemhar blade. Trugno was beside him as Rikar and the others followed him into Morog's tower. The throne room was empty, and the stairwell leading up to the dining room and portal also empty. Valrin looked up to the lotus platform. The night crystals were floating in a circle directly above Morog and the Chosen Ones, who had formed a circle around their master. Valrin opened the way into the control room and walked directly to one of the pedestals. There were several of these, and as he went to each one, his eye twitched. He couldn't read the language they were in, but the characters seemed familiar. One of the attendants touched him. What do you seek in this place? Morog has called all Chosen Dwemhar to him. You are the prelate. You are needed at your ship. I need something else, he said, moving from each console, looking for the database system like what the Nakri had. Nakin and Rikar began helping him. These are all control systems, Rikar said. Valrin looked behind him, and Nakin pointed. Here, Stormborn, he said. It was a large silver table with large stones moving up and down in a rhythmic pattern. You are not attendants. You are not authorized. The attendants' golden helmets became electrified, and their bodies began convulsing, their energies fed by the massive column of energy at the center of the room. You might should hurry up, Trugno said, angling his sword above his head. Valrin found a single crystal. It was dark but hidden on the side of the silver table. He held his hand there and the column stopped. Several runes appeared in a smoky field above the stones. It's a library, Rikar said. I see many listings. Look for Bry or Rusis. Valrin turned and looked back to the attendants. Their eyes glowed white. Realignment complete. Stranta Vedi, Stormborn, enemy of Marog. What in the cursed void is this? Trugno asked. I think they heard the word Stormborn and didn't know it. They all just learned the term. 3 of the attendants moved toward Valrin. Stormborn, you are sought by Morog. You will surrender to his glory. Valrin slashed his sword around, cutting through their throats in one arching strike. The other attendants moved toward them, and Vadinar and Sareen cast their spells, hitting the furthest attendants. Trugno was beside Valrin, his sword crackling through the air as he hacked into the closest ones. In a few moments, the room was silent. Valrin looked back to Rikar. Anything? Marog will likely know what has happened here at any moment. A lot. I know where she is. She is kept near the center of Misla. Valrin smiled. Okay. Can we get there with the portal? No, but there is another way. You're going to have to go to the bridge that leads to the city, the main bridge. It is there, a passage at the bottom of the lake. It is a passage to the Ishta. It was a sealed temple. I don't know if you can get through. I can use the Ayla sunrise. I can blast it open. Will this not reveal your actions to Morog? Nakin asked. We just slaughtered his control room, Trugno said. I'm not sure his actions are hidden even now. I agree with you, Vadinar said. But we can buy him more time. We'll wait here. When it is discovered, we will keep Marog busy. Sareen, you should go with Valrin. Wait, Rikar said. He was still going through Misla's records. The cities. There is something else. Damn him, Nakin shouted. What? Valrin asked, annoyed they weren't already moving toward Bry. Morog never intended to keep Misla. It's a mass sacrificial altar. The city will burn, taking with it all the people. Misla was just a tool to give him power. He and his chosen Dwemhar will be all that is left. How can he kill them all at once? Sareen asked. He has crystals set up around the city, portals that will open and allow his Ishta-masked fiends to kill all of them in his name, thus giving him more power. He never intended to bring about a new world for us Dwemhar. It was all lies, Nakin said. Surprised? Trugno said with a sarcastic tone. Rikar looked at Nakin. These crystals, they are at the fountains around the main district, just near the Akan. We may not be able to stop them all, but we could destroy as many as possible. And we could warn the people. Almost all of them can fight. They both looked at Valrin. He nodded. Go, get to them. Thank you for helping me up to now, but save your people if you can. If there is a way to get off Misla, do it. The crystal ship's down in the lower level. We could move the children there. We could escape to the sea. Sareen embraced both Vadinar and Trugno. Do not get yourselves killed, she said. I cannot bear another one lost. You go to one who is like the one we both loved in some form. Help Valrin, Trugno said. The Golden Templars will ever lead the Rusis, Vadinar said. Sareen smiled. Valrin and the others made their way out of the control room, leaving only Trugno and Vadinar behind. As they were crossing over the bridgeway, Valrin looked up to see Morog pointing outward. He couldn't see what he was pointing at, but as they entered the dining room and could see all of Misla, he saw the crystal weapon aflame with purple fire. What strikes it? Sareen asked. Valrin stared, seeing multiple creatures flying above it. Dragons, he said. Dragon riders. Dragon riders? Rikar asked. Friends, he said, smiling. We have to hurry. We may have even more help than we know. Suddenly, a blast exploded in the distance. The crystal weapon shattered, sending up shards in all directions, smashing into Misla itself. Secondary explosions sent columns of fire up into the air. Come on, Valrin said, to the portal. As they went to the spot on the floor, he realized the portal was gone. The stairwell, Rikar said. They hurried down to the throne room, sprinting to the doorway before reaching the outside world. The Chosen Ones were flying down to the lower level. A loud horn sounded, and the Akan began to lift off the central platform. "The dragons," Valrin said. "Marog must be directing them to intercept them." Rikar and Nakin drew their blades, moving ahead of Valrin and activating the stairwell to the lower level and the great bridge. "Now let's get down there." As more Akan took to the skies, leaving in a massive column for the battle beyond Misla, 2 Chosen Dwemhar slammed into the bridgeway. "In the name of Morog, bow before Ur and Barua, warriors of the Most High." One of the 2 of them lifted up a massive 2-handed blade dripping with blood. "I am Ur. I have been elevated to my place in this world. Bleed upon my hungry blade. Once I was Thanaltho." Rikar and Nakin charged forward, meeting Barua in battle as Serene summoned a ball of electricity, engulfing Ur in an encircling orb of energy. Valrin jumped down. "Haken Rak!" His blade brought down a thunderbolt, striking Barua before Rikar and Nakin took the moment of his stunning to deliver their own blows into his abdomen with their blades. "I am a god. You cannot strike me down," Barua shouted. Valrin ran, jumping upon his body and hacking at his throat, severing his great vessels before thrusting the blade into the top of his chest cavity. He fell lifeless and collapsed. Serene was still focusing her own attack, waves of energy burning over Ur. He pushed forward, taking the Rusis attack into his sword as he screamed, his feet cracking the ground as he attempted to close the distance. But the Golden Templar was not so easily thwarted. Focusing her attack, she curved flames beneath his feet, knocking him off balance. In her own shouting cast of magic, she threw Ur onto the stairwell. Valrin toppled him, bringing his blade into his throat tip first, thrusting into his mouth. "You will die." He coughed, his tongue licking around his saber. "Marog knows all, and all has gone according to his plan, prelate. Your deceit is revealed." Ur coughed on his own blood as he pointed behind him before his eyes became still and darkened. Valrin watched as the Ayla sunrise lifted out of the dock, following the Akan into battle. "My ship," Valrin said. "No time to worry of that," Serene said. "You've got me. Now let's save her." Rikar and Nakin ran for the city, their own task ahead of them as Valrin and Serene looked over the edge of the bridge. "How are we going to get down there?" "You've got a Rusis. What more do you need?" She stood upon the bridge, looking down at the water. Her hands glowing, she sent a blast of fire into the water, funneling up a column of steam before shifting to ice, forming a makeshift passage from the bridge down into the water itself. He didn't know how she was doing what she was, but Rusis were masters of elemental magic, and he didn't care to ask questions as long as it worked. Far below, through the steam and spinning energetic spells, he could see a circular stone door, a place sealed from the rest of Misla, a place to be forgotten. Serene began casting her own layering fire spell, cooling it with ice as she did, forming a stone pathway where before there was nothing. "It's cool enough to walk on. Now let's hurry." The Rusis had not only created a passage underneath the depths of the lake, but also a pathway that they could take all the way down into the depths. Serene kept her hands alight with flame, their only light as they went down all the way into the bottom of the lake. The stone at the bottom of the passage was sealed with a rim of silver. There was a rune upon it. "This was never meant to be open," Serene said. "This is a mark of madness, a containment to that which Morog used before, the Ishta." Valrin touched it. He could feel a drawing into the passage. "I know," Serene said. "Let me attempt to remove the ward." As she hovered her hands over it, she recoiled, a snapping black energy forcing her back. "I can't. It won't open for me. Perhaps there is—" Valrin thrust his sword into the rock. "Haken Rak!" The blast broke the stone, revealing a passage of wisping smoke and flashing purple fire. "I'm coming, Bry." He tucked his sword against him and dropped into the passage, landing on a flat corridor and suddenly smelling the stench of death and corpses. Serene landed behind him, her hands alight. Valrin looked ahead, seeing what appeared as a festering expanse of hands and claws, black forms reaching out. Far ahead, there were doors and small torches that lined a bridgeway. "This is his real army," Serene said. "This is what he unleashes upon the world, sealed in the bowels of Misla." He closed his eyes. Focusing his thoughts, he remembered Tritnu's teaching. Sea star bright upon the night, icy cold the ocean's blight, darkness upon Blackstone Isle, let not thoughts of ill defile. Hamrasu, Hamrasu, light and dark, be one, not two. He felt energy surge within his feet, flowing up his spine and to his head, before at last emerging from the center of his head. "I am Strantavedi. I am Stormborn." Multiple black mask forms, Ishta, fell upon the path between him and the passage ahead. "You are in my way." He charged forward, sword up. Hakenrak! A blast of lightning ripped across the pathway, throwing back his foes, but he did not stop to pause and finish his strike. He pushed forward, spinning and striking as more and more of the Ishta attempted to stop him. He came to the first door and did not slow in his advance. He struck the door with his sword, splintering it. Energy flowed from his body as he barreled into a stone room not unlike Ayaklo at all. Shadows shifted above him, dropping down with gangly hands, attempting to grab him. He spun, arching his sword and severing the creatures that hid in the dark, jumping over cracking portions of the ground as he kept up the pace. Serene moved behind him, using her powers to navigate the open spaces in the floor and trying to light their path ahead. The ceilings moved with Ishta, and Valrin came to a long hall of stone. Crystals began to spin about, sending out blasts of energies. Serene jumped ahead of Valrin, forming a ward and pushing forward. Ishta followed them from the previous room, tossing spears with streaking green streams. Valrin parried them, deflecting their points away from him and Serene. They pushed on, Serene keeping her ward up to guard against crystals as they moved down the corridor, coming to yet another door. Valrin pushed it open, bringing his sword up as they came to a large open room with hundreds of cells going up along a massive tower of stone. "Where is she?" Serene shouted. Valrin closed his eyes, feeling the energies of the room. He felt a shivering cold moving all around them. "Please, Bry, where are you?" He felt an ever so slight bit of warmness, something he didn't expect as more darkness moved around them. A column of spinning electrical energy dropped down into the center of the prison. It looked identical to that which was in the control room of Misla. "We must find her," Serene said. Valrin began looking into the cells, moving up the encircling stone pathways that led upward into the top of the dungeons. Serene stayed near the bottom, her spells out toward the column that had dropped out. Valrin was ascending higher and higher, running past cell after cell until at last one was not empty. He stopped, looking into the bars and seeing a form sitting in the center of the room. Valrin gripped the bars, staring at the pale-skinned person. Its hair was blackened and hung in front of its face. "Bry!" A scream echoed across the dungeon. Valrin looked back, seeing Serene impaled upon a large spear. One of the Chosen Dwemhar had come. "I Wura have but a game to conclude here. Morog knew you'd come. He knew you were not faithful." Valrin looked into the cell and watched as seawater and sands ran from the form sitting on the ground of the dungeon. "No, she was here! I felt her!" Chosen Wura spun about, throwing Serene into the brick of the lower dungeon, the Golden Templar falling face first into the ground. She wasn't moving. "Come, Valrin," Chosen Wura said. "I am to take you to Marog, but I shall take you as a trophy, for he cares little of you now." Valrin stared down, pointing his sword. "Bow to your god, prelate!" Chosen Dwemhar hissed. "You're not a god, and my title is Stormborn." Dwemhar leaped toward him, and he brought both hands to the hilt of his sword. "Hamrasu," he said. Energy flowed up his body, curling out into his hands as he brought his Dwemhar blade across in a deflecting parry, forcing Dwemhar's spear up and away from his body. He spun, moving closer, thrusting the blade deep into Dwemhar's guard. Dwemhar ripped his blade away from him, and he grappled onto his foe. He pulled him off balance, the two of them rolling down the stairs. Valrin was on top of his chest, striking him over and over in the face. "I am a god, prelate!" The Chosen Dwemhar's eyes glowed bright, fire surging out of his skull as he picked Valrin up, throwing him across the room to where Serene was. He pushed himself up as Chosen Dwemhar went to retrieve his spear. Valrin looked over to Serene. She still wasn't moving. He drew his dagger, the one given to him by the lost captain. Dwemhar floated back down, laughing. "What are you going to do with that?" He stood over Serene. "Don't worry about it if you're so confident that you've won." "Prelate," he said, slowly moving toward him, "I do not consider this a win, only a mere distraction. Victory will come when I make your friends bow under me, when the world falls under the rule of Morog and us, the Chosen Dwemhar." Serene pushed herself up. "You're a bastard, Dwemhar, that's it. And you're still breathing. I find that insulting." Chosen Dwemhar flipped his grip, arching back to throw his spear. He hurled it toward Serene, and she cast ice, catching it mid-flight. Dwemhar threw several crystals down on the ground. They began to spin, throwing bolts of electricity up into the spear and forcing it forward. "Go!" Serene shouted. Valrin ran for his sword as Dwemhar reached out, gripping him with elongating claws. Valrin turned into it, thrusting his dagger into his shoulder before attempting to reverse slash him. Dwemhar slapped him again, and he struck the stairs. The spear broke through the ice, striking the wall where Serene had been, but the Rooses was already engaging Dwemhar again. Valrin pushed himself up, feeling blood trickle down his nose as he crawled toward his sword. Serene was bleeding profusely from her armor, and with every blast of ice and fire, she was faltering more and more, staggering in her advance. Dwemhar grabbed her hands, forcing her arms out. She screamed, pushing against him, electricity surging in her hands. Valrin reclaimed his sword and ran, jumping at Dwemhar. "Haken Rak!" Lightning surged down his blade and into Dwemhar, throwing him against a far wall. Valrin sprinted, leaping into his foe blade first and thrusting the blade into his face. He had broken the bone around Dwemhar's eye, stabbing through the pupil and into his brain. "Prelate, you are a fool!" Dwemhar said, gasping. Valrin struck him in the face, once, twice, and on the third time, his nose and skull cracked. He slumped down, dead. Valrin wasted no time. He ran back to Serene, who was on her knees. She moved her hands with flames, closing the wound on her stomach. "Are you—" "I'm okay, for now. I need healing, good healing. But where is she?" Valrin shook his head. "I don't know. Perhaps it was just a game, a trap." "You felt her. I felt her. She was here. If this is anything, this is Marog. You learned what you did for a reason." Valrin looked at the glowing column that Dwemhar had used to come down to the dungeon. "I think that'll work just fine," Serene said, claiming Dwemhar's spear as her own. Valrin sat down, crossing his legs. "We need to go, Stormborn." "I know," he said. He focused, calming his mind. He saw Bry. He saw her death again, and though tears welled in his eyes, he exhaled. Seeing now only Morog, he felt the energies around him flowing up through his body, passing through his core and up into his head. Hamrasu. Hamrasu. He opened his eyes and stood. His heart rate had slowed, and as he gripped the hilt of his blade, he looked to Serene. "Thank you. Thank you for standing with me." She smiled. "Of course, Stormborn." He took her hand and then touched the center column. They became as light, shooting up the center of Misla, rising to where Valrin could only guess would be Marog's tower. Now was the time. He looked up as they moved out of the light, and he could see starlight. In the distance, a great black storm cloud grew and contracted, blue lightning surging and striking the border of Misla. He looked around. He was on a massive platform. This was the place where the night crystals were, but it had been lowered into another position. He looked around and then realized they were on top of the mountain of Lower Misla. Looking up, he could see the control tower of Misla smoking, yet Morog's tower was actually off to the side of the platform. There were chunks of debris lining the outer portions of the circle, and the night crystals were not simply floating as they were before, but were all affixed into a silver staff that floated in the center of the platform. "Where is he?" Serene asked. Valrin stepped forward, looking behind him and seeing a trail of broken debris floating up and behind them, suspended in mid-air, leading all the way to the upper level. "I think our friends did quite a job," Valrin said. "That they did, young one." Morog emerged, appearing as he had since Valrin was on Misla. An old man, almost feeble in appearance now, but holding Vadinar by the throat, dragging him out from behind debris. "Quite a mess. But now we have this lovely platform. Not where I would have put it, as I prefer a view of the entire city, but none of this has gone exactly as planned." He held Vadinar up in the air, squeezing his throat. "You and that other one were quite an annoyance. I cannot believe you thought you could contend with my power. You were the one who put the spell on my night crystal. I hope you enjoy seeing your failure complete." Morog reached out, drawing his silver staff toward him. He placed the staff on Vadinar's head, and the night crystals began to burn brightly. The Rooses screamed. Serene threw her spear, but Morog simply looked at it, and it fell to the ground. Vadinar's screams ceased, and his body shriveled into a mere cast. Morog crushed him, brushing the dust off him as he looked toward Valrin and Serene. Serene was breathing heavily, her spells already ignited. "Valrin, you have forced me into a position that I do not like. The Dwemhar would not agree with these low vibrational acts. Surely the Rikar who lived in your world would not be okay with this. Truly, Evern and Aveum would rather you take a path of peace." "There is no peace with you, only submission." Morog smiled. "And that is what I have always said, but you have kept trying to stop me. Well, Valrin, I thought you might have seen a greater light, but it was the one who veiled your intentions from me, cut me off from my realm of seeing, and even hid enemies in plain sight. The one has become something else, something beyond what I knew, but—" He looked up. "There is still time, and as you and I move toward our final dance, we have a lovely platform in which to do it." "Where is Bry?" Valrin shouted. "Who?" "The one who gave you that scar. You know who she is." Morog touched his face. "Oh, this. Yes, she is here. She has slowed Misla several times, yet she has drawn me back home to our mutual world. Otherwise, I would have been stuck between the worlds, and my mercy would never have been brought to your world." Akan and dragon riders fought in the distance. Smoke rose from the lands beyond. "Oh, do not worry of all that. All will soon be complete, and you see, I have bigger issues to deal with," he said, looking up. "It seems my first act as god over your world will be to defend you and your people. Well, I guess that depends. I will kill you. I am here to kill you. One last thing, Valrin. You want her? Here she is." Marog snapped his fingers, and a form appeared at his feet. It was her. It was Bry. Her body was sallow and pale, and she was covered in lashes and black burns. Valrin didn't even say the words, yet lightning surged around his Dwemhar blade. "Surrender to me. Submit to me, Marog of Misla, and you and your love will be released. I offer this only once." Valrin stepped forward with Serene, but Morog lifted his hand. "No, you will stay there." "Bray!" Valrin shouted. Her head moved and she looked up. Her eyes were red with blood. "Bray!" He knew she had to be in immense pain. Parts of her skin were sliding off her body. The winds gusted around them, and the black storm beyond Misla rolled up behind Valrin and Serene. "What will it be, Stormborn? You can have your love. She is here for you. Look at her pain. She could be taken away from here. You can take in a can. Leave this place, take her, pledge yourself to me in spirit, as you, not a demon, and go in peace." Serene touched his shoulder. Take her far from this place. I will kill him." "He will kill you." She smiled. "I died when my daughter died. Seeing her again like this is what I needed. Take her from here." "Bray," Valrin said. "Stormborn," a voice said in the wind. The storm clouds behind him grew into a twisting form, moving over Bray. "What is your decision, Valrin?" He brought his staff down to her head. Valrin lowered his sword. His hands were trembling. Any calmness he had come up to Morog with had fled his body. He looked at Morog, who smiled at him. "I knew you'd come to understand." Lightning curled up Morog's body in a sudden blast, knocking him off balance as Bray reached out to him. Morog staggered, bringing his staff down upon her head, but Valrin lunged forward, blocking it, energy surging around his sword. "Haken Rak!" The spear rebounded, flying upward, and Valrin jumped forward, slashing at Morog. His Dwemhar blade tore Morog's ornate cloak and revealed the blackened body beneath him. Suddenly, lightning surged around him, and Serene stepped forward, moving to protect Bray as Valrin and Morog dueled. He didn't let up, jumping and slashing, keeping Morog moving backward. Valrin's sword struck Morog's mace, and there was a resounding clang. They stared at one another, Valrin pushing against him, his sword burning with white fire. Morog then leaped away, swinging his staff around himself, the head of the staff becoming as an edged mace. The night crystals formed at the top. Morog lifted the large stone debris around him, sending them in a barrage at the Stormborn. He tried to dodge, making it just behind a fallen pillar before he was pelted with many of the rocks. Morog was suddenly above him, looking down at him with glowing white eyes. Valrin grabbed hold of his mace, and Morog swung upward, throwing him off and sending him rolling against the ground. He jumped up, spitting blood as the mace shrieked. The crystals on Morog's weapon were burning a bright white. He retreated, keeping his stance toward Morog, leading him away from Serene and Bray. "Stormborn, I thought you had changed. I believed it in my core. I wanted it to be true," Morog bellowed. "But all of this just takes us back to our showdown in the glacial seas. But now we're on my ground." Etha, the masked ones, began to emerge on the battleground, though they didn't attack. "I will begin the massacre, to kill those weaker Dwemhar as my chosen ones go out, striking down all your friends, all of those who would dare come against me, Marog of Misla." Valrin was nearly backed into the Etha. He dove forward, slashing at his foe. Morog slammed his mace down, nearly hitting him. For a few moments his mace was down, and Valrin ran up the mace, jabbing his saber into Morog's face, piercing through the scare Bray had left, and forcing the blade into his skull. But it slid out, passing instead up through his flesh and ripping out the side of his ear. Morog faltered back, pulling his mace up into a guard. The mace began to glow, energies flowing into his own face as he healed the energy. Morog's ilk attacked, the dancing Ishta, their masks and the tendrils waving in the air as they thrust cruel spears at him. In the distance, flying upward, many of the strange Ishta wizards rose, casting balls of fire his way. He jumped from the exploding magic and moved through the Ishta. They were but pawns to him now. He cut through them, one after another, but his eyes were on Morog. He was still healing himself and vulnerable. He looked to Serene. She had dragged Bry away, moving with haste. A blast of magic struck near him, pelting his armor with more rocks as the wizards took center stage. They cast repeated orbs of energy. He parried them with his sword, but each parry pushed him back more. The Ishta screeched as more appeared, crawling over the ruins. The black clouds, that which were part of Bry, rose around him, sending out curling blue lightning, striking both of the wizards. He jumped forward, summoning his own magic. "Haken Rock!" Lightning surged around him and grabbed hold of the two wizards, drawing them down and shredding their flesh in a sizzling mess of sparks and blood. Morog was moving toward him again. The lightning behind him curled into a clawed hand, gripping his right arm and pulling it upward. Valrin ran forward, bringing his blade up and hacking at Morog's right arm, just missing. He landed and felt a strong slap into the back of his head, sending him face first into the ground. He took quick breaths, trying to push himself up. He looked behind him, seeing Morog had all but shredded the body of the old man who was there before. He was some type of beast, a truer form, no doubt, but as he lumbered toward him, a blast of ice struck him. He turned toward his attacker. Valrin saw the Golden Templar standing atop the ruins, focusing her energy, her hands alight. "You killed my daughter!" "She was weak," Morog said. "She was Rusi's. It wasn't her fault." His beastly body was suddenly garbed in darkened armor. "The time draws near where it seems I must take a step of reclamation. This has all been wonderful, but I am done." He brought his mace up, sending a curling blast of energy at the Rusis. She cast a ward, the night crystals sending purple waves that crackled around her ward. The rocks around Serene crumbled, yet still she held her ground. Valrin pushed himself up, grabbing the hilt of his sword and moving toward Morog again. Morog turned, directing his blast toward Valrin. Serene took that opening, sending a barrage of fire at his back. Valrin hid behind a pillar, the energy of Morog's weapon blasting through the rock. He looked up, seeing a metallic gleam. There was an Akan coming right for them. It was on fire, and striking the ground right next to him, it smashed into several pieces, streaking across the platform. A moment later, a dragon rider flew directly onto the platform. Marog spun, his mace striking Serene with energy and stunning the dragon. The dragon rider was not one Valrin knew. Morog grasped the rider off the dragon, even as the rider thrust a spear into his shoulder. He bit into his neck and threw him before grabbing the dragon. It was a trank breed, its massive mouth snapping at Morog and spewing fire. Morog forced the dragon down, driving the pointed hilt of his mace into its head. Through some magic, he then controlled the dragon, sending both dragon fire and his own night crystal magic directly at Serene. She cast her ward, but it was shredded nearly as fast, and he blasted her away, her body flying backward. "Stupid lizard," Morog said, pulling the tip of his mace out of the dragon before smashing its skull. The dragon collapsed, and Morog walked in a path away from Valrin. All of this, the dragon, the warriors here and on the ocean. He shook his head. It did not have to be this way. Valrin stood up, his body aching. More blood ran down his face, and he struggled to stand up straight. "You could have taken Bry. You could have lived, but you forced me to do this to you. Why? Why do all this?" Valrin walked toward him. He struggled to hold his sword. The smell of burnt flesh and smoldering wreckage burned his nose. Morog stepped out of his path, leading to an opening that went away from where they had been fighting, he could see the ruins still suspended in air leading back up to the central tower. "Just go," Morog said. "You are a worthy adversary, but you will not survive your injuries you already have." Valrin didn't think his injuries were that bad, but he had not stopped to look. He walked past Morog. The dark creature of Eliu stood with his hands on his mace, the night crystals still surging with energy. Valrin stopped. Morog sighed. "I will break you, Valrin of Travah. You cannot strike me down. You have tried. Others have tried. Why would you, after all this? Just go." Valrin lifted his sword, licking away the blood on his lips and spitting. "I am Stormborn. I am Strantavedi, and it is what I must do." Morog slowly lifted his mace. "Death awaits, Stormborn." Valrin brought his sword back, looking at the open spot on Morog's shoulder. He believed he could land a strike, but he had done this before. His adversary expected this. Morog smiled at him. He leaped forward, then feinted down, not going for the upper portion of his foe, but aiming for Morog's hand. Hakenrak! A blast of energy cut through several of Morog's fingers, shattering the hilt of the mace and forcing Morog back. His mace shattered on the ground, and the night crystals floated about, no longer held together by his weapon. Morog growled, "You are nothing but a worthless shrimp in the ocean of my wrath!" He stomped toward him as Valrin held his ground. Morog drew his own blade, something seemingly summoned to him when he was garbed in armor. Valrin's foot kicked one of the night crystals. He grabbed it, sticking it in his pocket. "You shouldn't take what isn't yours," Morog said. Valrin kept his blade up, stepping backward, trying to keep distance from Morog and unsure of what strike was to come. "I will summon the fire of Misla," Morog shouted. "You will feel the raw energy of 1,000 suns, and I will bathe in the glory given to me." An arrow struck Morog in the armor, even so bouncing off. Then came a second arrow. This one struck near his face. Valrin looked around, not sure of where it had come from. "Who dares challenge Morog of Misla?" "Fuck you!" Valrin knew that voice. He turned to see a duo garbed in elven cloaks. One stepped forward. Throwing down his hood, he drew back another arrow. Fadis, ranger of Taria, had come. "Valrin, guess you need some rangers here after all. I knew there was trouble, but this is a bit much. Is this what happens when I leave the crew?" Morog snarled. "You come bearing foul language of the race of men, using poor elven bows and throwing small shards of metal at me? Stupid ranger. What do you think you are?" "You're right about most of that," Fadis said, interrupting him. "Bad idea, all of this. You see, Taria has been in shroud so long, I just knew it was too good to be true when it lifted. Not only did I see this abomination of a place, but a massive sea battle and everything was on fire up here. I figured I'd make my way here, as a stupid ranger and all, with my son here and, well, that doesn't matter." Evri kept plinking arrows near Morog as Fadis continued. "Then I see your ugly face and my boy Val's here bloodied up. Not great, not great." As the arrows continued pinging on his armor, falling to his feet, Morog lifted his hands. "I shall burn you, all of you. You bring elvish arrows to face a Dwemhar. Foolish." Evri gripped Valrin from behind, backing behind Fadis as the ranger drew another arrow. This one had a small jewel that glowed red, sizzling with a small fire. The dwarves of Harkinok would be deeply disturbed that a great Dwemhar didn't notice their craftsmanship. And well, I'd give you a chance to apologize, but as I said at the start, fuck you. He released the arrow, striking the pile of arrows at the feet of Morog, sending a massive explosion upward. Fadis turned. "Go!" "What was that?" Valrin yelled. "Dwarven dust, elven arrows enhanced by the dwarves, works great on vampires." Even better on that thing, Every said. Signal her, Fadis said, supporting Valrin as they ran away from the battlegrounds. Every drew back his bow and sent up a gleaming golden arrow. How did you even get here? Kirla, how else? Valrin began looking around. Wait, Bry and Serene. He looked around frantically. There were here. Where are they? Morog emerged from the great fire caused by the explosion, summoning a wall of flames headed directly for them. A great fiery form rose up from the side of the platform, and Kirla appeared, riding atop her phoenix. Now the phoenix had an elaborate saddle, clearly something she had been using in their fights in Taria. As she landed, she moved the phoenix into position, flapping its mighty wings and blasting back Morog's attack. "Come on!" she shouted. Valrin tried to look again for Bry, but Fadis pulled him, tossing him up behind Kirla. Every jumped on as Morog was nearly upon them. Fadis drew his blade, pointing to Kirla. "Get him to the Aela Sunrise!" Morog went to smite the ranger, and he parried the punch before bringing his blade down upon him. It did nothing. Morog grabbed him by the head, lifting him up. Fadis dropped his sword, drawing his dagger and stabbing him repeatedly in the arm, but their enemy would not fall so easily. Valrin and Every slid down, moving forward as Morog lifted his hand, pushing them back with waves of energy. Fadis struggled, grabbing Morog's hand and kicking him in the face with what strength he had, but there was little he could do. Valrin then saw a flash moving down from the ruins above them. It was a figure in black armor with broken pieces missing and bloody flesh visible even from far. With a loud battle cry, the figure flew towards Morog with an elemental blade of ice angled downward. It was Trugno. He struck Morog in the back, sending up a spray of black blood. Morog dropped Fadis and turned to this new foe. "Go, Valrin! Go!" Trugno commanded. "I will destroy this wretch!" "Fool of Arusis!" Morog shouted, knocked back as Trugno leaped upon him, driving his blade into his shoulder. Valrin and Every pulled Fadis to them as the ranger grabbed his sword. As they took position on the back of the phoenix, Kirla didn't wait. In a few moments, they were flying over Misla and the destroyed crystal weapon, moving down toward the sea. "Ivern is engaged with the Aela Sunrise. We have to get down there," she said. Valrin looked down, spotting his ship and the Nakri entangled, flashes of magic bursting over the ship. He thought of Trugno, but they all had their purpose this day. There were hundreds of wrecked ships all over the ocean, and the waters were red with blood. Kirla was flying them directly down as Valrin saw Ivern fighting Rikar. Ivern flew against the railing of the Aela Sunrise. Fadis and his son drew back arrows, igniting the tips before sending a streak of fireballs toward Rikar. Kirla brought the phoenix right over the deck. Bleeding and aching, Valrin drew his sword, jumping upon the deck of the Aela Sunrise. Part 9. Holy Orders. The oceans rocked beneath him. Rikar was upon Ivern. 3 arrows slammed into his back as Valrin jumped upon him, slashing his blade upward. It clanged against his armor, and Rikar turned. "Pelet!" he hissed. Every jumped down, drawing his elven blade. Kirla joined them as her phoenix clawed its way over the helm, screeching. "Finally, everyone has come. The massacre begins within Misla, the wretched lower forms to give themselves to Marog. You rabble have done nothing, and none of you have the authority over me, Chosen Dwemhar of Marog." Ivern staggered, standing up with Valrin's help. Rikar laughed. He spun both of his blades, staring at each of them as he moved in a circle. "You're alive," Ivern said to Valrin. Valrin rubbed the blood coming from his nose. "Yes, for now." "Who shall die upon my blades first?" Rikar asked. Rossi hissed, slithering near Ivern's feet. If they moved all at once, one of them could land a hit on the Dwemhar swordsman. Valrin looked over to Fadis, who was holding tension on his bow. Every was inching toward Rikar, as was Kirla. It was then a loud howl, not a horn-like sound from Misla, but a screeching howl echoed across the ocean. Several Akan flew directly at the Aela sunrise, and Rikar jumped from the deck, grabbing onto the bottom of one. They were moving back toward Misla. All over the ocean, Akan, with dragon riders in pursuit, were fleeing to the city. "We must hurry," Evern said. "Signal Alera somehow. Get her to strike. Valrin, use the Aela sunrise. Kill him." But Valrin saw something else. Great fiery clouds descending upon the ocean. One was appearing right over the ocean itself, in the center of the great bay of the north. Another over the snow-covered mountains of the north. Still, another appeared over the smoldering city of Srun, and then the waters beneath the Aela sunrise began to move. Ordak and Melia on the deck of the Nakri went for their spears, but this was no monster. Above the ocean appeared a feminine form, glowing light around her head as she lifted her hands upward. Upon the mountains came a tall figure with a long spear, the polar lights bursting into sight, greens and reds flowing across the sky. Upon Srun, a massive form holding a hammer engorged with flames. Then, from the waters, came a massive fish with a golden crown. Narwhals, glacial sharks, and all manners of life came with him. Etha, Wura, Throka, and Meridaeus, the gods of the north, had come. "The gods act," Evorn said. "I cannot believe they're here to help." "Believe it?" a voice said from behind the phoenix. Kel, god of war, was leaning against the back deck of the Aela sunrise. "Holy God, where did you come from?" Fadis asked. "Just God will do. I think holy is relative." He winked at Valrin. "Oh, I wasn't calling you holy," Fadis said. "You just popped up. No gate for you?" Kel sighed. "No, I do not appear in brilliance and starlight. That's so damn dramatic. I was on my 997th bottle of ale when we sensed it." He turned to Valrin. "I told you we would come if the Itsu were involved, but that thing above Misla, it is not like that of our world. What do you know?" "Misla comes from another reality," Valrin said. "In that world, the void demons overpowered the gods, all of them. Ur, Barua, Yu, Wura. Etha survived within the city itself, but I do not know if she is still there. There was a temple placed on Misla that even Marog was unable to supersede. The Temple of the One, a combination of Dwemhar spirits that became a sentient god. But it wasn't that. I spoke to Rikar in a world beyond our own, appearing as a light being. He said that was impossible." "It's an Itsu, apparently one who is a servant of the demon princes. Here in our world, they are sealed away, but we will deal with it. Each of you have fought gallantly. Honor is upon all who have stood against Morog and Misla." "Misla is not our enemy. There are many innocent people still upon the city. Morog intended to sacrifice them." Misla sounded a great horn, the entire city shifting as it eclipsed Srun, moving over the landmass of the great island. Etha landed upon the deck. "Dim is upon Misla. He and his corsairs will assist the survivors, but Misla must be destroyed. It is an abomination." "We'll get out of the way," Fadis said. "Fadis of Taria, great ranger who has fought against the scourge of the Black Moon. The gods may not do what you ask. We will stop the incursion of the Itsu. Wura will round up the monsters in the ocean and disperse them, but Morog must be faced again by the Stormborn." "We will go," Evern said. "He will not do it alone." "Evern Rao," Kel said. "I do dream of the day where you spill blood with your blade. Magic does not suit you." "It suits me fine." "Nonetheless," Etha said, "our divine purpose is to protect our realm from the Itsu. Those of Misla will be saved, but they are not part of this world as you are. We will determine in time their place. The Nakri and all surviving ships must tend to Srun. Throka goes there to protect the city and to kill those who call themselves gods, the Chosen Dwemhar, as they have called themselves before. Many have gone there, as it seems Morog seeks something Sroon has. His chosen Dwemhar attacked there. We have heard the prayers of those there. I will face Morog again. I will go to Misla, Valrin said. As it is, that is your path. A lone path you must take to secure the seas once and for all. Meridas will devour Misla in time, but you have what you need to destroy the city. She bowed her head. Valrin must face Marog alone. Any who join him will taste death. He alone, no others. As of now, you are all servants of the gods of the north. Do your sacred duty. We will not let this unnatural scourge in the high skies bring desolation. Etha departed, moving into the sky as Kel shrugged. I liked that bit you did with the arrows and Morog, Kel said to Fadis. I'm not one for the gods, Fadis said. I actually waged against you several times, Kel said. Throka, though, he always liked you. I lost a bottle of my finest wine because you killed that one spider queen. Ah well, I've got others. Kel, Valrin said, as the god went to the railing, looking down at the ocean below. If you gods are all-knowing, can you help me with her? Help me find her. Kel nodded slowly. The anchor to our world is tied directly to Morog. Physical forms are fleeting, weak, vehicles for that which is within you. The spirit of all living beings in this realm is the true, everlasting breath of life. Now, I must go to the shoreline. The legions of the Protectorate try, but their masters are vile. I will support their armies, discourage the masked Ishta of Marog's invasion, and then I will join my good brother in answering the cries of Sroon. Good luck, friends. Kel became as fire, shooting across the bay to the south. Valrin felt in his pocket, pulling out the night crystal. He went to the aft of the Ayla Sunrise, pulling out several crystals. The night crystal was as large as 4 of the other crystals. He didn't see a way to make it work. Both of the turtles, the one from the Nakri and one still on the Ayla Sunrise, began fusing metal into the deck, forming a separate slot for the crystals. As he stared and could feel the looks of those behind him, he turned to see Evern. What did he mean? Anchor? Who? At this point, Melia and Ordak had come onto the Ayla Sunrise. Bry, she is alive. What did I miss? Shouted Fadis. Where's Iavium? Avium is fine, Evern said, but Bry, she fell when Ieklo did. Valrin placed the crystal in, and the entire ship brimmed with energy. He took the other crystals, going to Evern. Take my father's ship. Save those who can be saved. As for Bry, he looked to the others. Her spirit was split from her body. The storm that has been upon us is some part of her. Her body, it is upon Misla. I don't know how alive she still is, but Morog offered for me to take her and leave. I considered it. He paused. Then she acted. She was still conscious enough to strike him once more. I must go back for her. I must try. Those of the crew were silent until Evern stepped forward. I want to go with you, Evern said. I must do this alone. The Dwemhar, the Akan, they are not of Marog. He considers them waste, sacrifices. I will try to stop their attacks if I can. They are not of Morog? What are they then? Refugees, Valrin said. Rikar and Morog, along with the other chosen Dwemhar, the ones meant to replace our gods, care little for the others. I have 2 allies attempting to save the people of Misla and evacuate them to Sroon. Speaking of, Fadis said, pointing, Sroon is under attack. Valrin looked out to see chosen Dwemhar descending to Sroon. High ships of Sroon were headed that way, and Evern shook his head. I will advise Ilera and Nevron of the potential allies in the Akan, but they're going to need to stop trying to burn the dragons if the dragon riders are going to be convinced to stop. I will go to Sroon, but no, I'd rather be beside you. You've done well. You all have, Valrin said, looking at his crew, along with Fadis and those who had come with him. I don't know what I can do, but this crystal should give me more than enough energy to take down Misla, even if we don't destroy it. What of Morog? Fadis said. Our weapons just seem to piss him off more. Valrin nodded. I will sort that out. I hope my allies I had are still alive, and he looked at Evern. I will find Bry. Evry punched Fadis in the arm. I much prefer vampires. This is crazy, old man. Seems like home, Fadis said. Vampires are like demented bugs. Fadis went to Kirla, kissing her. Let's go, everyone. Stay safe out there. Kirla nodded. Stay safe? We should have stayed home if we wanted to stay safe. I suspect that the others will be coming in the next few hours, but even at full sail, it will take a while. More allies? Evern asked. Sailmark and other rangers of the north. They're coming by sea, but they may come after the battle. I work to make sure it is, Valrin said. All of you, take care of yourself. Ordok growled, smacking his hands together. Good to see you, Stormborn. Thank you for not being the bastard Rikar. I would have hated to have to smash your skull. The half-orc jumped to the Nakri. Valrin noticed that his turtles were repairing the damage of that ship now. His own ship was in good shape. Melia smiled and nodded. Stormborn, she said, following Ordok. Ivorn embraced him. Bring her back to us. He shook his head. Bring yourself back. Rossi would hate it if you didn't. Valrin smiled. I will. Stay clear of Misla. I don't know what will happen if I can take it down. Where is Aviam and Rungar? Rungar is injured but alive. He and Aviam went to a southern city. I'll need to explain things to him, I think. There's time for that later. Let's deal with this and then have a smoke and drink when this is over. Evern jumped to the Nakri. As the two turtles finished the last of the repairs, they returned to their respective ships. Valrin watched as the Nakri began away, with Evern at the helm. Kirla and her company lifted off, the phoenix screeching as it took off, flying just above the Nakri. As he placed his hands on the helm of the ship, he saw dust flowing from the back of the Nakri and materializing on the deck beside him. Tritnu appeared. We need to talk about your teaching methods. I do believe my experiences thus far have been rather hazardous. Tritnu bowed to him. I have come not to teach another lesson, but to serve as a loophole under the god's decree. Seeing as I am a spirit and not alive, I cannot be necessarily killed. An Itsu god is above Misla, and I have come. You will not be alone in your return to Misla. I am ready to serve, Captain. Part 10. Dragon Rider. Ilera had been flying high above, seeing the phoenix strike the Aela sunrise, and now seeing the Nakri pull away. She made her way down, landing upon the deck of the ship to see Evern. What is our path forward? The Akan are difficult to catch and even harder to kill. Valrin says they are not our enemy, and he will work to get word to them to stop. Not our enemy? She said, out of breath. She could feel the burn marks on her face, and Rornuk had taken a blast from one of the Akan on his right wing. I hope to not meet our enemy then. She looked up, seeing the Akan flying much higher than they were, making haste to return to Misla. That's a good sign, Evern said. We have to get to Srun. There are some kind of grand Dwemhar warriors, Chosen Dwemhar, landing atop the island. I do not know why they are there, but we need to protect the city. There were several vessels Nevron gave word were descending from Misla. They crashed atop Srun, but they did not try to attack us. He avoided them and went after Mora Khan, but I lost contact with him. He may have been injured. Lead what riders you have over there. Cover the evacuation. Both Mackley's fleet and the Dwarven fleets should be forming a defensive arm around the survivors. Ilera nodded. I will. Be careful. Evorn laughed. Sure, because that's easy to do right now. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Evern watched as Elara took to the air on the back of Rornuk. He kept his heading, moving north even as Misla moved directly over Srun. The underside of Misla was burning. There were no masked wizards or pillars falling from Misla now, and for that he had to thank Rungar and Valrin. "What's the plan?" Ordak asked. Evern looked over to the smoldering wreckage where he, the White Stormcrow, had been. "Avenge those who have fallen. Save those we can. Once we get near Srun, we can figure out where we're needed." He pulled down one of the crystal levers, increasing their forward speed as he began to pass high ships, making his way along the border wall of the island. The island was truly massive, having been veiled by the fogs upon their first passage. He realized how magnificent the structure truly was. As he looked at crumbling walls and towering spires of smoldering ash, he realized the horror for those within this island. In all his years, he had never known such a place existed, and now it was nearing the collapse of its grandness. Still, the people remained yet for a time. He looked up, seeing more vessels descend out of Misla, great vessels smoking and broken, though barely making it to the sea, and several of them smashing into the water just off the bow of the Nakri. Milia and Ordak sprang to action, moving to the front of the ship and rearing back their spears. "Hold!" Evern shouted. He slowed the vessel, coming alongside the other vessels. Here, he saw a bloodied man holding up a broken spear. "Please, we mean no harm. They are attacking us, the Chosen Dwemhar. They have slaughtered many of our kin as we left. Masked creatures attack us, and we—" He stuttered. "We are friends of the Stormborn." "What is your name?" "I am Draka. I was a guard of Valrin's. We have moved several ships full of people down." At this point, another ship came alongside the Dwemhar vessel. It was a high ship of Srun. "We have received message by Eagle. King Hathul has moved the protective arm of Srun's might around all of these. Several others have crashed atop Srun itself. Proceed on, Drakar of Misla. We will ensure you are protected." Good, Srun knows they are innocents. But Misla still quaked above them. The grand core of the massive city was moving over Srun itself. Even so, there were flashes of light and blasts of magic high above them. "We're moving up," Evorn said. "There may be more than needed assistance, and if vessels full of those from Misla crashed up there, they may need help getting out of Srun." Avern engaged the ship's engines, lifting out of the water and moving up the broken walls of the city island of Srun. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Elara had gathered many of her fellow riders. Moving in a column, they cut down beside the edge of Misla. The entire city island of Srun was on fire, and smoke billowed in tall columns that lifted into the heavens. Still, she could see many people moving on the intricate roads of the city below. She wished she could communicate with the other riders. Their exodus from their home islands and flight to the north were so quick they couldn't even find most of their gear. Rornuk moved them to the front of the column. Elara looked back, and the other riders moved in along her wings, forming an arrow. She slowed the dragon, Rornuk's mighty wings flapping to keep them steady. "Elara!" a rider shouted, pointing downward. There was a large platform with multiple crashed vessels jutting out from the city. Hundreds of refugees were fleeing into the city. Here, she saw a group of elves and the glowing bow of an elven warrior advancing at several forms rolling in fog and white fire. They had burning blue eyes. With them were many masked forms. She could see a long line of vessels fleeing the northeastern portion of the city, further out, and dwarven ships on the outer perimeter. She looked back to the encroaching forces. The elves were holding them back, but they were beginning to move around their flanks. "Those are our targets. Blast a defensive wall around the crashed vessels, and then we strafe the glowing ones. Be on guard and do not dip down too low." "What about the Akan? If we don't get too low, they'll hit us from behind." Climb. We climb high and dive down, use our speed to pull back out of the dive and escape. Besides, these Akan are supposed to be our friends. I'll believe that when I see it, another rider said. Ilara couldn't disagree. We do not engage them, but we defend ourselves if attacked. Let's ride. Ilara held tight to her reins. Rournock climbed upward, moving into a layer of clouds. She looked back, seeing Akan moving around the city, but none were on them. She could see Nevron and several other riders moving along the lower portion of the city. As Rournock straightened out, she looked back to see the other riders coming up to her altitude. Let's go, boy, she said, patting Rournock on the neck. The dragon growled, turning his head below them before bringing his wings in. She broke through the clouds, lowering herself upon Rournock's back as wind rushed around her. She could feel the sensation of her stomach rising, and she could do nothing but grip Rournock tighter. She felt his chest expand, and they began to slow before fire erupted around them, and he began his ascent. She looked back, seeing her fellow riders following through, blasting the top of the platform in a great mix of burning fire and ice, blasts of arcane fire trailing after them. Ilara pulled the reins. Rournock spun as she brought them back around, aiming now for the masked forms. Rournock split apart their foes with his white fire, burning away the masked forms as Ilara focused on one of the ones with glowing blue eyes. As the fire rolled around them, it turned, throwing an axe that spun past Ilara and struck a rider behind her. 2 riders then went down behind her, and then a third had their dragon grabbed. Ilara pulled them up, climbing again as several jagged spears flew past her. One struck Rournock in the wing, but she was able to grab it. She released the reins, holding herself with her legs as she pulled it free. She drew one of her own spears, looking back to see only 2 of her riders still flying. Of the ones on the ground, only one was still up and fighting, rider and dragon fighting together as the burning blue-eyed warriors moved toward them. The elves were advancing now, a single archer at their fore. He was the one with the glowing bow, and with every release his arrows split apart, becoming like streaking stars as they struck several of the masked forms. She dove down, coming alongside the fallen rider and sending a concentrated blast in a wall beside them. She reared back, throwing a spear before passing around, making a circle. Suddenly, there was someone on her dragon. She jumped, drawing her dagger, to see an elf with flowing blonde hair. He smiled, drawing back his bow, magic rolling off his arms before sending a barrage of arrows that split into several parts, striking down even more of the masked forms. I am called True Song of Narisand. I am a friend. Get me close to your rider, and I will pull them out. Ilara had no idea who this True Song was or why she should care, but she moved just over the other rider. He jumped down, and she held position. One of the masked forms grabbed hold of Rournock's right leg. Rournock slammed down into the ground, spinning about and knocking back those around them. As True Song pulled the rider out of the fight, Rournock grabbed hold of the other dragon, dragging it from the fight as well. They were vulnerable. They were too low. Ilara watched as her other riders made passes, destroying what seemed innumerable foes. She figured it out. The ones with blue eyes had to be the ones Evorn had warned her about. The Chosen Dwemhar. But why are they staying back? Akan moved above them, and her other riders moved to intercept. A blast of energy rocketed down toward her, and Rournock avoided it, throwing the other dragon beyond the perimeter the elves were holding. Still not our friends. A second wave of energy suddenly exploded from Misla, sending a crackling web of magic into the atmosphere beneath it. Rournock roared as the energy struck him, though Ilara didn't feel it. She could tell whatever this disruptive web was. It had hurt him. To the platform, land. True Song was holding his hand up to her as they landed, and she dismounted, running toward the other rider. There was a spear in her lower chest with a green substance covering the tip. The rider began to convulse, coughing foam as her eyes rolled into the back of her head. "She needs elvish medicine," Trusong said. "Our healers went with the refugees." He looked up. "We need to get off this platform." Looking up, Alara could see a massive crystal, the core of the city, hovering above them. "What is that?" Trusong drew back on his bow, releasing another volley of arrows. "I assume it is a weapon, not too unlike the one you and your riders destroyed. These Dwemhar are nothing like the Dwemhar I knew. What madness is this?" "I don't know." Another blast came from the crystal, and fires began to explode in the lower portions of the city. Looking out, Alara could see nothing but a black mob of angered, masked forms. A host was coming up from the city below, a group of dwarves and refugees. At their fore was a single being with glowing golden eyes. It looked like a dwarf, but was slightly taller. He brandished a great hammer in his right hand and a drinking mug in the other. "Glorious Throka," Trusong said in a bow. "Elves, dragon riders," Throka said. "I bring the bravest of warriors, those who can still fight. The great city still needs time. My sister comes with the power of the stars. We shall stand with you, warriors of the living realm. Is this the dwarf god, Throka?" A moment later, there was a beam of light that surged around them. Another god had come. It was a female Etha, as Alara knew her. She lifted her hands, forming a wall of light that extended outward. "I will move you from this place," Etha said. "I have taken all of the city that I could already, yet many join the path with Vanku. I will take all of you who have survived away from this place. Wura has said that Misla has a weapon meant to destroy this city. We must protect them, Throka. Wura moves to block the one of fog. Meridas is with the Stormborn. We must protect them." Throka lunged forward, not with his hammer, but holding aloft his drinking mug. He took a large swig, moving at the fore of the elven battle line, and then spewed a white fire from his own mouth, his ethereal draft striking the Ishta and the Chosen Dwemhar. Alara climbed back onto Rornuk. "Dragon Rider, you do not do as the gods desire?" Etha asked. "I offer you this salvation only once." "I am a warrior. I will not flee while my friends still fight. Will you not save the crew of the Ayla Sunrise with me?" "They have their own path, Dragon Rider, as you do in time." "Then I know where I am needed, and it's not in a place of salvation given to me by the gods." Her and Rornuk lifted up off the ground, careful to avoid the pulsating webs of magic flowing from Misla. It was then the wall of light formed by Etha shattered. The Chosen Dwemhar lifted their varied weapons up, summoning all the webs in the air Alara had assumed were to disrupt her and her dragon rider kin. The energy rippled down upon the gods of the north, grasping them, dragging them across the ground. Etha struggled to stand, and Throka was tearing apart Ishta as he was covered from view. Now the warriors fell back beside Trusong, but they were quickly overwhelmed, forced to fall back down into the city. But even as they retreated, the Ishta were focused only on the gods. A single form lifted above the other Chosen Dwemhar. He was wielding 2 burning blades, and he laughed, audible to even her flying above. "I, Rikar, claim this for Morog. The gods shall fall. Those who remain to fight will be struck down, and the waters will swallow up all who think they are safe fleeing the city. Your very island shall become that which pelts you into sea. You have been found guilty of great sin against us, and your new gods shall deliver sound judgment." From over the side of Srone came a bright flash of fire, and Alara saw a phoenix rising over the top of the city. The bird flew straight over the Chosen Dwemhar as archers atop its back fired into the Chosen Dwemhar. Rikar pointed his blades before rearing back, throwing it like a spear and striking the phoenix. The bird squawked, diving into the ground and throwing its riders off. Elara flew with haste, blasting the swarm of Ishta moving toward them. She looked down and saw a man throw down his bow and draw a long sword, standing over two bodies on the ground. "Foolish warriors of Taria, you have been beaten!" Rikar shouted. Elara pulled Rournock back around, making a point to land just above the man with the longsword. Rournock roared as they landed. Elara dismounted as Rournock blasted back the Ishta again. The man turned to her, angling his blade. "Where are the gods?" he shouted. "Down, dead, I don't know. Those Dwemhar with the glowing eyes. Fuck them, too." He knelt, grabbing hold of a woman with brown hair. "Kirla!" he screamed. She wasn't responding. Another man was up. He drew his blade out of his hilt. He was bleeding from his ear but seemed uninjured. One of the Chosen Dwemhar had landed some few paces away. "Father!" the man said, pointing. The man turned, lifting his longsword. The Chosen Dwemhar lifted his hands. "Glory be to Morog upon high. Salvation has come to you." Rournock blasted him with fire. The flames bent around his form, and the Dwemhar appeared unscathed. "Submit to Morog, or you shall be made to bow." Elara drew her sword, spinning it as the man angled his blade at the Dwemhar. "I'm not sure we met. I saw your master. He was quite an annoyance. I always thought elves were annoying, and gods weren't much better. But now you've come here, burning cities, telling me to submit. No one tells Faris of Taria what to do, none save her," he said, nodding to the woman on the ground. "Seeing as she's not able to talk me out of this, I'll just do what I want to. How's that sound, you glowing eyes fucker? Every, let's do this." He charged forward. The Chosen Dwemhar took a step back, preparing to parry, when the other man, Every, turned to leaves before Elara's eyes. The leaves formed above the Chosen Dwemhar, and Every dropped upon him, driving an elvish blade into his shoulder. The Chosen Dwemhar spun around, throwing Every off as Faris's blade struck his side, clanging against his armor. Elara ran forward, joining the fight as Rournock roared loud and long. Their foe was fast, and as it moved between them, slashing his own burning white blade, the three of them moved about, trying to land another hit. The winds cut across the top of the great platform, and streaks of gold shot through the air. The Ishta were suddenly engaged with smaller golden creatures, winged and moving like the wind. "At last," Rikar shouted, "the last one has come." Elara noticed a winged form flying high above them. It was wearing silver armor and brandished a great spear. "Dimn of the winds!" Rikar shouted. Energy shook the ground, and Etha stood up, holding back the Ishta trying to cover her again. "Flee this place, Dim!" The god turned only to have one of the Chosen Dwemhar jump up, grappling him and pulling him down to the ground. Rikar laughed, lifting his hands. "Now, in the end, all shall fall at once." The crystal of Misla was high above the city, and though most of Misla was on fire, the crystal was still stable, energy building around it. Elara had now had her blade bounce off this Chosen Dwemhar's armor 3 times. Rournock was keeping the Ishta back, but even he was tiring. And as the two men locked their blades in the blade of their foe, Elara dove down, grabbing his legs and toppling him. Both of the men jumped, driving their blades into his chest. Elara jumped up, drawing her own dagger and jabbing it into his neck. Blood began to pool around him. He slammed his hands down, pushing himself up as he ripped the blades away from Faris and Every. He reared his head back and began to scream, energy flowing around him, pulling them closer. Suddenly, an arrow struck his throat. Then came another, swishing into his head. He fell to his knees, and Rournock ran forward, biting into him and spilling his fluids all over the ground. Rournock spat, tossing the supposed god's body down. Elara looked over to see the one Fadis had called Kirla bleeding from her head, but holding an elvish bow. The Ishta were enraged, the masked forms moving toward the few of them still here. The gods were suspended above Srun. Now there was a massive crystal hovering above Rikar, and the energy from Etha, Throka, and Dimn was flowing into the crystal. "The essence of the Eternals will be bled from you," Rikar said. "We will take our place as the Supreme, and none will stop us." Though the Ishta had completely surrounded them, they had paused. Now they were almost in a state of exhibition, watching what was befalling them. Fadis and Evri were with Kirla. Rornuk was breathing hard, his energy fading. She saw no other dragons in the skies. But as they watched the fate of the gods play out, she saw the sails of the Nakri rise into view with more dragons, and even her king, Nevron, upon his great dragon. The fight wasn't over. Not even close. Part 11. Further allegiances. Valrin was headed directly toward Misla. Ahead, the great crystal weapon was nothing more than shattered pieces. Tritnu looked around the Ayla sunrise, and then to the sky above them. The massive white light swirling above was spewing white clouds into the upper atmosphere. "The one," Valrin said, "a supposed Dwemhar spirit god. The great deceivers are at work. I'm surprised Morog fell to let an Itsu into his domain." "I haven't seen an Itsu," Valrin said, "but fogs were all around the priestess and her temple." "It is the way of deceit," Tritnu said. "As a captain, your most dangerous foe can be the unseen rocks that could tear your ship apart. Why the Itsu have chosen fogs, I cannot guess. But this one is not of our world. It is something left over from where Misla itself came from. How do we defeat an Itsu?" "That is not our place, Stormborn. We must stop Morog. I must." Tritnu became silent. "What?" Valrin asked him. "I use this name, but I am not what I think. I am sentient, as you have seen, but I have no greater role than a teacher. But perhaps that is enough. I came here because I heard you call my name, but that voice was not you." "I didn't call to you," Valrin said. "I know," Tritnu went on, "but I am who is needed, yet there is another. I sense them here. Someone from beyond, someone who— Yes, my time is done, Valrin. I will move on from this, as another inhabits the body I was gifted. I thank you, Strantavedi, Valrin. I have much enjoyed our time. Now I can rest." Tritnu vanished. Valrin was alone. He shifted the wheel of the Ayla sunrise through his hands as he began to dodge floating buildings. The entire city that had been atop Misla before was broken. Looking around, he saw bodies floated between Misla and the sky. Large towers of stone rose up, suspended like great floating trees. He wove through them as he heard a melody in the air. He looked to his side and saw multiple Akan floating up to him. He slowed the Ayla sunrise and lifted his hand, and several Akan floated right up to the deck. The hatch of one of the Akan opened. It was Carolyn. Several other Akan opened as well. "Valrin, Marog has turned on us. He slaughtered the people. He destroyed them." "I know," Valrin said. "Marog is our enemy. The Chosen Dwemhar are our enemy." "We stand ready to follow you in, Prelate. Our people were murdered attempting to flee. Morog has taken their spirits. The one has turned against us. We have no one else. Your people have found safety with those of Srun, the dragon riders, the other vessel similar to this one, the Nakri. It is your ally. You must support them." Caraloon nodded. "Morog means to destroy that beneath us. The Chosen Dwemhar have unleashed an attack of some kind on the gods of your world." "It is our world," Valrin said. "Our Dwemhar are not here, but none of us will survive if you do not act. We are not like the Dwemhar of your world. We are lowly beings. Will you let that define you? Or will you fight for your people, fight for me, and fight for your own honor?" There was silence. "Let's go," one of the pilots said. "Yes, Captain. Let us show the Chosen how lowly we really are," another said. Carolyn saluted him by raising her hand to her heart and bowing. "Prelate, it will be done." The Acan broke off, flying with haste towards Sroon. Now he was alone again. Watching the Acan move towards Sroon, he dodged a sudden explosion beneath him. Misla was tearing itself apart, yet still, energy rose from the core of Misla, and Morog's tower was floating ahead of him. Suddenly, the sands where Tritnu had been began to build upon itself. Though it was simply that. Sands. Nothing or no one had appeared. A shrill cry went out, and a form rose from the tower ahead. It was Marog, though he seemed to be bent backward, rising toward the swirling vortex high above Misla. A single form appeared in the vortex. Though there was a blinding light coming from the vortex itself, a blackened form crawled from the portal, appearing almost as if it were a spider and an octopus in one. At the center of this form was a great face with white eyes and a glowing blue crystal in its core. "I am that which has fallen away. I am all that burned in the world before," a voice boomed out. "I am Legion, and with me I bring those who wrought destruction." Marog seemed to force his body back forward, lifting up many more pillars of stone from Misla, throwing them at this new foe. This was the Itsu. This was the One. The body it had brought, though, seemed familiar. The demon. This god from another world had taken this demonic body, wrought with the energies of his ancestors, and combined it with the great crystal in which had absorbed the Dwemhar of that old world. "You are the broken," Marog screamed back. "You are nothing as you claim. Your time, like the gods of this world, has come." Morog sent a beam of energy into the Itsu, forcing it back. Valrin moved up near Morog's tower, seeing that there was yet another series of pathways of broken stone and a single floating platform just beneath it. He saw someone there. He turned toward this spot, and he saw the Rusi's Trugno upon a ruined tower. As he brought the Aela sunrise beside him, Valrin went to the railings and saw he held Serene, who was pale in the face but still conscious. Trugno himself could barely walk. His right leg was covered in gashes and his armor was broken from his body. Valrin could see part of his jaw, yet the warrior was still up. Valrin went back to the helm, lowering the ship to beneath the surface of the floating ruins. Both Trugno and Serene collapsed. "You survived," Valrin said. Trugno was coughing blood, and he lay back against the railings. For now, Valrin. I searched," he said. "I searched for Bry, but I found only Serene." "She is within him," Serene said. "He took her body into his own, as he did with all he has killed. She is still with us. I feel her." Valrin went to go toward Morog, then looked at the two with him. He turned, breaking off from the tower. Trugno sat up, looking over the railing. No, he growled. "I didn't survive to not see this through." He pushed himself up, summoning his elemental blade. "You'll take me up there. We'll finish this, or I'll be the captain of this ship, and do it myself." Valrin looked down to Serene, whose eyes rolled into the back of her skull as she slumped over. She was still breathing, but she'd be of no help to him. He looked then to Trugno, trying to steady himself as he fell to his knees. "I cannot ask you to fight. You're deaf. I said we're finishing this. Now, let's go." Valrin felt the wind shift as he directed the Aela sunrise back upward. He looked down at Misla as he could see the sea beneath the city itself. Energy was rippling across the surface of Misla, more explosions rocking the integrity of the island. Energy was building into the core of Misla. He thought of his friends down below, but kept moving toward his destiny ahead. Part 12. Rite of Dragon Soul. Yvorn had not realized how tall the island city of Sroon was. As they continued to rise through the rolling clouds, even as Misla burned high above them, he wished he could fully angle the entire vessel as he wanted. As it was, he was moving in a circle, rising higher and higher. Fadis and Ilera were already out of sight. He looked down to the oceans beneath them as Ordak and Melia pointed. "Thousands of ships are leaving the base of the island on the eastern side," Melia said. "How big is this place?" "I don't know," Evern said. "I never knew there was such an island like this." As they continued circling around, they came to a portion of the city where he saw several large dragons and happened to see Nevron himself carrying children out of a burning building. "Evern!" Nevron shouted. "Damn, a can crashed into this place. Everything is burning." Evern slowed the Nakri, coming up along the edge of the city as Nevron ran into the building to grab more survivors. There were already at least half a dozen children sitting on each dragon, and there were more dead in the streets. Ordak jumped over the railing with Melia right behind him, taking more kids from the ruins even as explosions rocked above them. Evern kept the ship steady as more and more children were brought to the deck of the ship. Most of them were badly burned, and Evern was sure a few of them had already died. Now, Nevron brought what older people he could find. The man was covered in soot, and his armor was bloody, though if he was hurt or not, Evern couldn't tell. He stepped onto the deck, pointing below. "We will take them down to the waters below. There are many who have not made it out. The Akan were blasting the ships you see beneath us. I fear how many have fallen. Where are the others?" "Ilera goes with many dragons to the summit of Misla. There are Chosen Dwemhar there, some super warrior class. There are many of Misla too." "If they are anything like the Akan, we must hurry. They will slaughter everyone." Evorn shook his head. "No. Ilera said that these Chosen Dwemhar are killing those fleeing Misla. The people of Misla seem to not be on the side of the Chosen Ones. Valrin returns to fight Marog and says that even the Akan are not aligned with Morog anymore, that they will help us." "Then we must get up there. Let's get these children down to the ships beneath, and then we'll get you all back up there. But if you're telling me the Akan will not blast us apart, I think you're a bit insane. If it so much as ignites a crystal weapon toward me, I'll tear each one of them apart myself." He drew a golden spear off his dragon and lifted it to Evern. "Let's get this done, Shadow Elf." Evern lifted his staff in salute back, and they began a hasty descent. Ordak and Melia went to the children. Most all of them were screaming, their faces, arms, and legs burned and peeling. Still, others were silent, their bodies already dead. "We need a damn healer," Ordak said. "We can only do what we can do," Evern said. "Hopefully the dwarves have something, or even their own people. I never knew a race of men to be so advanced." "We are of the sea, not like those of the south," a child said. Melia went over to her, a small girl with golden blonde hair and deep blue eyes. She wasn't burned as badly as the others. I know, Melia said. "I love the sea too." "Are you the Stormborn?" the little girl asked. No." She looked up to Evern. "What is it?" he asked. She knows the term Stormborn. "Of course," the girl said. "In our old stories, when our world was to end, we'd be saved by the Strantavadi sea captain. He or she would destroy the great evil. It is a story I've known forever, for all 6 years of my life." Melia smiled, stroking the girl's hair. "I am not," she said. Ordak knelt next to her. "But we know him. He's up there fighting to protect us." He smiled. "You're an orc. That's strange. I didn't know there were orcs on ships." "Only the best," Ordak said. "We are all part of the Stormborn's crew. My parents would have liked to meet you, but they were sailors. They were fighting too, with Aaron and his grand ship. Have you seen them?" "Prepare for water strike!" Evern shouted. He could hear the words the little girl spoke, and as they struck the water, He made up something to detract the attention. He didn't need Melia or Ordak getting distracted. They were quickly closing on the other ships even as parts of Srun began to explode behind them. The early dawn sky was purple in the distance, and streaks of gold shot across the sky, moving toward the summit of the island. Rugag and Norokas were ahead, both on separate vessels but closing in on the Nakri. "Where is everyone?" Norokas shouted. "Up there," he said, pointing to Misla. "Our grand god Throka is there. He was with us, but he has gone to battle. He charges us in protecting the survivors. There are some of Misla here. Keep sailing east. Get them to the border of the Shadowlands if you must. The Falakar have not navies to attack you, just don't make landfall. I do not know what Misla does, but you need to be clear of Srun." Norokas nodded. "Sea pirates," Rugag said. "Let's get these children to safety." Dozens of Rugag's dwarves were pulling the children off the Nakri as Nevron and the others delivered their children to other awaiting ships. When all the children were clear, Norokas lifted his hammer. "Let me join you. Let me go back to Srun." "Do as your god commands," Evern said. "Protect these children. They need every warrior who can be here to ensure these survivors are protected. I'm sure we'll just be cleaning up what's left. Throka is there, after all." "I thought you weren't one for the gods," Norokas said. "I'm not. That's why I have to go make sure. Either way, have faith, my friend. We might all just get out of this." Nevron nodded. "I will keep some of my dragons here. They can continue to protect these people if things do not go as we plan." Nevron moved his dragon to the helm of the Nakri, gripping it with his dragon as another 3 dragons did the same. Evern looked up as they rose toward the summit of Srun. They were moving around the southern portion now, making their way up at a much quicker pace. It was then he began to hear a melody in the air. "Akan!" Melia said. Her and Ordak both took spears in hand as at least 24 Akan descended around them. They moved so quickly that the dragons could do nothing but hover in place. But the Akan were not charging weapons of any kind, and as one of the Akan floated toward the Nakri, Evorn took his staff in hand. The front portion of the Akan slid open, and a woman looked out at him. "I come with word from Valrin." Evern exhaled. "And so you come to help?" The pilot nodded. "I am Carolyn, leader of the Akan, captain and shipwright of these vessels. Morog has turned on the people of Misla. His chosen Dwemhar and his masked Ishta warriors come against us. We serve the prelate, Valrin, but we must make it look as if we do not. The chosen Dwemhar are powerful, but as a group, we can show them you mustn't just have the strong outer power they exhibit. My pilots will come after your attack, and we will be sure to disrupt them once and for all." Nevron brought his dragon toward this Dwemhar. "You betray us, and I'll kill every one of you." "Same, Dragon Rider. We serve the Stormborn. Unless he says otherwise, we will protect those who protect our people." They began to ascend once again, as the Akan stayed in place below. Evern thought of Valrin, knowing he was going to face Marog again, but he pushed those thoughts from his mind as they emerged over the top. The entire upper portion of this platform was covered in an undulating mass of masked warriors. It was the Ishta of Marog. High above, the chosen Dwemhar had their arms up at a swirling mass of energy above their great host. It was then he saw Alera, Fadis, and the dragons release their grip. He engaged his ship's crystals. "Time to earn our pay!" Ordak shouted. He began tossing their supply of spears as Melia went to the left side of the vessel. Evorn was moving to shield Alera and the others as Nevron and the dragon riders went after the Chosen. He brought the Nakri beside his friends. The Ishta were closing around them, and as dragons made strafing runs to blast back their enemy, Evern summoned a great ward, bringing it up around all of them. "Onto the ship!" Evern said. As Fadis moved his son and his love onto the deck, Kurla remained with her phoenix. No time for this, Evern said. The Chosen Dwemhar had turned their attention to the dragons, ripping them out of the sky and electrocuting them and their riders one after another. Ilera climbed back onto Rornuk. Your dragon is weak, Evern said. It must rest. I will not let my king fight while I flee. Get the others from here. Melia ran up to Evorn. The gods, they are down on the platform, covered in the masked ones. Evorn looked over, seeing the golden glow of the northern gods under the black mass of Ishta. We can't leave, Evern said. Fadis drew back his bow. I wasn't planning on it. I had a nice spot picked out down there to die, but then you had to ruin it with a flying ship. There is still time for that, Ranger, Evorn said. Fadis went to Kirla, pulling her from the dead body of the phoenix. She has never stayed dark for so long, Kirla said. I know, Fadis told her. Ilera took to the air, rising above the Nakri even as dragons were pulled from the sky one after another. Crew, concentrate your attacks on the Chosen. Try to time the spear throws with the dragon passes. Evri had joined Milia and Ordak, throwing a dwindling supply of spears, as now Kirla, Fadis, and the other elf were using their bows to keep the Ishta from surrounding them. Evern looked up to the skies. Where are the Akan? Suddenly, Ishta were climbing up the back of the Nakri. The turtle rolled toward them, knocking them back as Evern brought down his staff, sending a blast of energy outward. He reached for one of his vials, throwing it at the Ishta and engulfing them in orange smoke. Their bodies began to constrict. He knocked them back with his staff, reaching for another 2 vials. Both of these were the same bubbling liquid. He tossed them off the side of the ship, sending up a layering wall of fire, forcing the Ishta back. A melody in the air caused Evern to look back, and he saw the Akan rising above the Chosen Dwemhar. Nevron and Elera fell back, bringing the survivors of the dragon riders away with them. Cowards, Rikar shouted. Evern noticed the Ishta had fallen back. Cowards, Evern shouted. You were the one killing your own people. I have talked to refugees of Misla myself. You and your kind attack innocent Dwemhar, fleeing the burning city. All had their part to play, Rikar growled. A golden blast streaked onto the platform, spinning and striking the Ishta. A whirlwind of fire erupted around this form, circling around Throka, Dimon, and Etha. The waves of energy that had stricken the gods before wrapped around this form, and it spun continually, rising above the Chosen Dwemhar before summoning a wall of spears. It moved downward, sending the volleys of spears into the Ishta. The spears flew in concentric circles, striking each of the masked forms in the side of the head before moving to the next and the next and the next. The Ishta minions fell dead as the constricting energies of Misla finally brought down the warrior. It was Kel. Now, Rikar said. The great Kel war god comes to play. You just killed over 2,000 of my minions in a fraction of a moment. The energy had pulled Kel to his knees. He looked up to Rikar. I must be getting slow, he said. Rikar sneered. You join your other fallen brethren. You have been found weak in the eyes of the Chosen Dwemhar of Marog, and you will be brought down. You're Rikar? Kel asked. Of course. You're a liar, Kel said. Rikar was many things, but a traitor to his own people was not one of them. He had my honor for his work against the evils of the world. The Akan were lining up above the Chosen Dwemhar. Evern wasn't sure what was to transpire, but he went to the helm of the Nakri. The Rikar of these lands was weak, Chosen Rikar said, just as those who fell not by our hands, but by the dragons that fled the battle. Those of lower vibrational frequency are but those who will be destroyed, and it was as such. We do not fear any of you rabble. One of the Akan floated down in front of Rikar, moving over the gods. Kill them, Akan pilot! Kill them now! We have but all their power sapped from their bodies." The Akan began charging up a crystal at its base. Avorn looked to the gods. "They're going to strike the gods!" Ordak shouted. A beam of energy struck the ground, circling around the gods and layering a blue crystal over them, almost like ice encasing over them. The crystal beneath the other Akan glowed red before sending beams into the skulls of the Chosen Dwemhar, shredding their bodies one after another. Some of them tried to move away, even as their skulls and spines were ripped from their bodies. Rikar became engulfed in blue flames as the red energy from the Akan changed to a sudden orange, blasting the top of the platform in massive fire. Evern summoned a ward around the Nakri as energy pushed them to the very edge of the platform. There was a single bright flash, and when Evern could see again, Akan were falling out of the sky all around them. Rikar spun about, his swords breaking apart the Akan around him as now the dragons returned, diving upon him. He made his way to the gods, their forms still in the protective cocoon of crystals the Akan had shielded them with. He drove his blade into the crystal. "To the gods!" Milia shouted. She jumped off the Nakri with Ordak just behind her. Evri drew his blade, turning to wind and leaves as Fadis and Kirla drew back on their bows, sending arrows flying toward Rikar. He jumped toward Ordak as Milia thrust a spear into his side. A series of arrows struck into his shoulders as Evri materialized above him, thrusting a blade down into his neck. The fires raged around them all. Evern sent a series of jagged rocks from his staff, striking Rikar. But Rikar would not fall so easily. He became enraged, spinning about with a fury they had not seen yet. His blade slashed into Milia, throwing her into the deck of the Nakri. Then Ordak took a blade to his right arm. Rikar brought his other blade to the half-orc's neck as Evri grappled him from behind. He slung Ordak away, grabbing Evri, who became as leaves, floating away as Nevron landed some distance away, his dragon blasting Rikar. Rikar sent a blast of blue fire into Nevron's dragon, shredding its chest and dropping the creature dead. 3 more dragon riders descended upon Rikar. Evorn jumped from the Nakri, running for Ordak. He sent a blast of energy at Rikar before shifting to a ward, holding it out as he knelt at Ordak's side. "Where's Milia?" Ordak asked, blood squirting out of his arm. Evern put pressure on his injury as Fadis slid to his side. "Get in there," Fadis said. He began tying a tourniquet on Ordak's arm. "This one is beyond arrows." "Tend to Milia," Evern told Fadis. "Kurla already is." Evri took form beside Fadis, and they began dragging Ordak back to the ship. Evorn took his staff in both hands. Rikar drove his blades into 2 of the dragons, breaking apart their skulls and throwing their riders. Nevron threw a golden spear at Rikar, who caught the weapon, using the dragon rider's weapon to catch yet another dragon in the throat. He held the dragon in place, the Trank-breed dragon snapping and slapping its tail even as its rider jumped from the mount, drawing a dagger and throwing himself at Rikar. The dragon rider landed on Riakar's chest, stabbing him in the eye, only for Rikar to bite him. As Rikar spat the rider out, slamming its dragon on the ground, he laughed. "Truly no one can stand against a god!" "You're not a god!" Nevron shouted. Rikar turned only for Rornuk and Elera to pass just over him, white fire engulfing him, but he only burned a brighter blue. Above them, the crystal of Misla began to glow brighter. "Dragonfire cannot harm me now. Soon, Sroon will fall, and I will take my place at my master's side. We shall devour your Stormborn and begin our dominion. The gods' protection shall become their tomb, as this will all be rubble soon." Evern reached for one of his vials, throwing it at the ground to create a bubbling pool of lava. "What is this, Shadow Elf? All out of tricks, wizard! You must know that—" Nevron struck him from behind, throwing him nearly into the lava. Both of his swords clanged on the platform of Srun. Ivern struck the ground, bringing up a twisting bush of vines to grapple Rikar from behind. Nevron grabbed him by his waist, pushing him into the vines as Ivern tried to curve the vines around his form. This was his last vial, and as rudimentary as it was, perhaps they could burn this Dwemhar in the lava. They did not have many more options. Elara jumped down with Nevron, thrusting a spear into Rikar's stomach, and both her and her king pushed the Chosen Dwemhar. Rikar growled, screaming out. The ground quaked. He blasted apart the vines. Energy blew back Evurn as Rikar kicked Nevron away. He grabbed Elara by the throat, squeezing her. Misla sent a beam of light into the center of the platform, and the ground began to tremble. Evurn looked back to the Nokri. Fadis waved for him to come. We can't defeat him. I don't know what to do. Perhaps I can use the ship? He ran for the Nokri. Rornik roared, flying into Rikar. The Chosen Dwemhar grabbed the beast and released his death grip on Elara. He pulled at Rornik's jaws. The dragon stumbled, trying to now push away, but could not. The clang of his claws on the stone shook Elara to action, but her body was weak. Nevron struck him from behind, and Rornik fell away, dragging Elara from the battle. Rikar smacked Nevron with the back of his hand, sending the Dragon King rolling away. Rikar reclaimed his swords. He lifted them, looking up to the sky. Elara felt herself being dragged and reached up to Rornik. We have to fight. We have to help him. She struggled to stand as Rornik wrapped himself around her, desiring to shield her from any further attack. Truly, no more warriors can stand against me. No man or beast can break me. I am but a lone warrior with no worthy challengers. I am king over this world, Rikar proclaimed. Nevron stood back up. His face was swollen, and blood ran from his lips and ears. I've never turned down a challenge, and you're no king, and this isn't Rukrunro, but... He spat blood and tooth. Come now, Dwemhar. A mere man cannot stand against my might. I am no mere man, Nevron shouted. His body began to pulsate, and the Dragon King's face shredded away, revealing scales beneath his normal skin. Nevron became as a beast himself. His fingers shredded their normal form, growing into sharpened claws, and his mouth became much larger. Dragon blood? You? Nevron picked up one of the spears, leaping onto Rikar. The Chosen Dwemhar parried the spear down, and Nevron shouted, blasting fire from his own mouth into Rikar's face. Rikar brought both his blades up, breaking the spear and screaming, his blades cutting into Nevron's chest from below. Nevron bit his head, sending a rippling energy outward as blue flames crackled from his body. Elara had only ever heard rumor of this form, the dragon soul of the oldest of her kin, a power beyond any and reserved for the royalty of her people, ordained by the dragons themselves in some realm beyond their own. Evurn had now made it to the Nokri. Milia was lying unconscious or dead on the deck. He didn't know. Ordak was horribly pale, especially for an orc. Fadis looked out, but all of the dragon fire burning on the ground had blocked their vision. The beam of light coming from Misla began to glow brighter. What is that? Evri shouted to Evurn. Not good, Evern said. We make a pass against Rikar. We have to help Nevron and Elara. Prepare yourselves. Ordak tried to stand but could not. Fadis, Kirla, and Evri had their weapons ready. Rikar and Nevron grappled one another, Nevron clawing at Rikar's armor, ripping it from his body. The Dwemhar thrust his blades into the Dragon King's form over and over. Nevron roared, fire flashing above them. Rikar dropped his blades, repeatedly punching Nevron. His jaw cracked multiple times as the Dragon King fell back, Rikar's swords still stuck in his chest. Bright red blood fell as streams down Nevron's neck as Rikar did not let up. He punched him, pushing him down and grabbing him by his eyes. "You have been beaten, Nevron, dragon soul! I said none could defeat me, not even you and your old magic!" He squeezed his face. Rikar lifted Nevron, pushing his fingers into Nevron's eyes. "No man will remain with your zeal, and I wish you do die knowing that you were the greatest this day. I shall seek out all remaining dragons and kill them in your name." Blood poured out of Nevron's skull as Rikar crushed his bones, splintering his face. He pulled at his head, ripping it from his body. He bit into the flesh of the Dragon King. Rikar dropped his body, lifting his hands up to the sky as blood ran down his body. He lashed his tongue, slurping at the blood from his foe. "For the glory of Morog and the coming fires of Misla, I proclaim victory over all this day. No man remains with the strength to fight me. I have dominion." But in all his pride, in all his battle prowess and skill, he had failed to kill all who still stood against him. He heard the footfalls, and then the scream of the last remaining dragon rider still able to fight. He turned as Alara leaped from the ground. Her body was bruised and bleeding. Her spear was broken, but that did not stop her. She thrust her weapon into his face, breaking through the back of his skull. Alara toppled him backward, drawing out a dagger and gripping him by his own eyes, the blue fire rippling and burning her hands as she stabbed his throat over and over before finally ripping his head from his body and throwing it down. Rornok roared, his wings forming up around her as the Nokri flew just over them both. "I proclaim victory over this scourge as Misla burns, and I do all of this in my own name, Alara, widow of Ninkus." Rornok roared beside her, and she pulled herself onto her dragon. Ripples of gold flowed from Nevron's body, flowing over her skin, and she felt something within herself. Something had happened. She didn't know what it was, but she felt fine. More than fine, in fact. They pushed off the platform as Misla unleashed a blast of energy upon it. The Nokri and Alara took to the skies. From Rikar's body, a golden energy flowed outward and back into the gods. They broke from the ground and moved upward into the sky. Evorn had seen what the dragon rider had done. Ordak had too. Clinging to the railing, he fell back down. "That's how he would have it," Ordak said. "Dying in battle. Didn't know about the dragon blood thing." He crawled over to Milia, laying his head on her. Evorn sighed, looking behind them as Misla sent a bright flash of energy into Srun again. Fire erupted, and he looked down to see that most all of the vessels with the survivors were still moving away from the city. He felt another blast in the wind, and Misla sent another shuddering strike, a blast so large that the Nokri was thrown forward at an increasing speed. Evorn held onto the helm as they began toward the water, fires engulfing the rear of the ship as the crystals were overcharged and crackled. They struck the ocean a great distance away from Srun and looked back to see a tower of fire and chunks of rocks striking the ocean. Etha moved above them, shielding them from the debris with a great silver ward. As Evorn looked in the clouds high above, he spotted a great form above Misla, swirling in the clouds. Stormborn. The sails of his ship were torn apart. He looked back at the crystals of the Nokri, and though the turtle worked to repair them, the black charred wood told him that he'd not be able to help Valrin. Part 13. King of Darkness. Valrin was nearly to the top of Morog's tower when a sudden gust of energies flowed up from beneath him. He heard a snap in the air and saw the flash upon the mountains far beneath Misla. He didn't know what had happened, but Morog's power had grown again, flowing into his physical form. The one in him continued their back-and-forth engagement, and a single crystal rose through the heart of Misla, nearly striking the bottom of the Ayla sunrise. Valrin looked down and saw nothing but fire. My chosen have harvested what I needed. I now will combine my powers with that of this world. I was supposed to rule from a golden throne, but you have complicated that, he shouted, rising toward the portal of the One. You will not stop that which is ahead of this world, and I will not be used and then plucked from my seat as you desire, you Itsu wretch. The crystal rose to Morog and fused into the back of his head. From a distance, Valrin couldn't tell, but Morog had grown to a massive height. Valrin looked out as a cold wind blew through his hair. Rolling toward Morog was a great black cloud wreathed in blue lightning. He knew it was Bry, Morog's anchor point to their world. Trugno lifted his blade but collapsed. The Rusus warriors had done all they could. It was up to the Stormborn now. He directed the Aela sunrise upward, angling the center of his ship on the crystal in Morog's back. The One reached down, and Morog spun, bringing about a massive silver spear, slashing up the Itsu and throwing it back into its portal. Morog began breaking its many tendrils and demonic arms, gripping into their realm. As it faded into the bright light, Bry moved upon him, shrouding the air in dark clouds. Valrin engaged the crystal along the deck of the Aela sunrise. Engorged with the power of the night crystal, energy spun through the many crystals along the railings, forming a beam of energy into the center mast before a great flame shot out, engorging Morog from behind. He held the ship forward, gripping the helm as Morog turned slowly toward him. Valrin was in the shroud of the black clouds. Blue lightning curled around him and into Morog. He kept course, Morog's physical form growing many times larger. He circled the titan of a form as Bry's spirit gripped his face, pulling it away in thundering blue lightning, revealing the great crystal on his back. He focused his ship's energy, releasing a volley of energy from the crystals in a crackling wave of energy that struck the crystal. He had to get closer. All the while, the turtle assistant was busy pulling the Rusies below deck. It had already moved Serene and was now pulling Trugno to a safer place. The Aela Sunrise's sails were beginning to ripple, blue fire engorging them as Morog's form continued to grow and new powers emerged. Morog began sending bolts of crystals, striking the center deck of the ship and shredding the planks, upturning them. Before Valrin could even command it, his turtles went to work, and another volley struck over the deck, sending shards of wood at him. A third volley hit, ripping apart the helm and sending one of the shards into his forearm. He tried to continue turning the wheel, but the pain was severe. The shard was stuck in his arm. He kept a grip, trying to bite the shard. He did so, ripping it from his flesh. Valrin cried out, forcing himself to turn the wheel, directing the ship at Morog as Morog lifted his mighty weapon. Morog thrust it, the gargantuan blade piercing through the railings of the ship and out the other side. Valrin turned the wheel, moving along the spear directly at Morog now. It was then he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked over and saw a face that was familiar yet not. This person stared at him with bright blue eyes, nothing like Rikar and the Chosen Dwemhar, and upon his brow were stars. There was an aura around his body, golden and static. "Let me take the wheel, son." "Father," he cried, exasperated. He looked upon a man not too unlike himself. He wore a long black coat with silver buttons, but wore a large hat, much like Edenos had. "The demon broke his own rule. The curse that was upon the Stranta Vedi is lifted. Through the clash of spirits and all that has transpired, I have been given a charge. The gods of our world break. The world stands upon a hurricane to blow us apart. Hold the line, Valrin, ascended Stranta Vedi. Break this scourge." Morog screamed, his mouth long and agape, as Valrin looked into a spinning abyss of blackness. He drew his sword as his father took the wheel to the Aela sunrise. Lightning struck all up and down Morog as Valrin jumped onto his spear, held straight by his father, who had pulled the Aela sunrise the opposite way. He ran, lifting the sword above his head and leaping into Morog. "Haken Rock!" Thunder rumbled and lightning came crashing down upon Morog, focused through the Stormborn storm and piercing the side of his face. Valrin landed on his cheek and pulled himself up into Morog's eye, thrusting the blade deep into the pupil before Morog wailed, swatting at his own face. Valrin closed his eyes. "Be with me, Strantavedi." He felt energies flow within him, and he pushed off, flipping through the air as Morog attempted to bite him. Valrin slashed, breaking off one of Morog's teeth. Morog bowed his head, lifting his hands and summoning a cyclone of crystals around him. Valrin landed on his head and went to the crystal, thrusting his blade underneath the crystal, breaking it from Morog's head, and sending out a blast of black fire that rippled away from him, forming into a blackness as his body shriveled away. Valrin could see into his skull. The gaping hole from where the crystal had been began to shrink. "Huck and rock!" He struck into Morog's skull, shredding his brain and falling down the form of his shrinking body. He gripped onto Morog, leaving his sword impaled as it was, staring at his foe face to face, blood pouring from his body as they both fell toward Misla below them. Morog attempted to bite him again, though much closer. He sank his teeth into Valrin's shoulder, and Valrin reached for the lost captain's dagger, thrusting it into Morog's chest just as he promised he would. Morog's physical form became as nothing, and blackness exploded around Valrin. He was free falling, the blackness flying into Misla below as he looked back to see the Ayla sunrise swooping in underneath him. His sword fell upon him, free from where he had thrust it into Morog's form. He claimed it as he reached for the railing, falling over the side as the black storm crackled around him. He was covered in the black shroud that had been Morog, and the blue lightning of the great storm of Bry surged around him. The blackness fell away, and Bry fell upon the deck, taking a gasping breath of life as the lightning filled her body. He sheathed his sword. "Bry!" he shouted, grasping her in his arms. She opened her eyes, smiling. "You did it," he cried, kissing her and embracing her. "I'm not the same," she said to him. "I'm not the same at all." Valrin shook his head. "It doesn't matter. Nothing matters except that you're here. I killed him. I killed Morog." Beneath them, Misla plummeted into the ocean, sending up a massive wave as the entire city blew apart. Valrin looked up as golden beings flowed upward, rising out of the destruction beneath them. It was Kel, Etha, Throka, Dimn, and Wura. "Stormborn, we must seal the old world from our own. May we have the honor of joining you on your ship?" He nodded, and the god of the north stood upon the deck. "You honor us all, Stormborn," Kel said. "Now, take us to the break in the void. The Istu shall never take our realm as long as we stand to defend it. Let us stop this evil from causing us any more trouble." Valrin's father bowed, offering him the wheel as Etha began to tend to Bry. Valrin wheeled them around, heading for the great break where the Itsu was now crawling back out. "Marog has fallen, but I have not," it cried. "May the gods of this realm falter in their hold, for I summon all Itsu to rise up and join me in this glorious time." Kel and Throka both tossed spears of light, striking the Itsu. Wura covered him in the Jikau of the polar lights as Dimon flew upon it, thrusting a mighty spear in its chest. The Itsu roared. Etha lifted her hands, sending a sudden volley of fireballs screaming into it. It faltered before both Kel and Throka drew their own mighty weapons. For Throka, a massive hammer, and for Kel, a burning sword of fire. They both jumped upon it, smashing it back into the void. There was a thunderous snap, and starlight greeted them. Valrin took a deep breath. He looked out and, through clearing clouds, began to see the sunrise. Looking below, he could see fires burning all over the ocean, and the great island of Sroon had been fractured into pieces. He looked back to the gods, who were once again standing upon the deck. They bowed to him and vanished. Bry was now clothed in silver raiments, and she began to glow. Valrin's father bowed and took a step back. "What is this?" Valrin asked. "I'm not whole as I was, but I am tied to you, Valrin, in a way I don't think was possible before. You're alive. I saved you. I am alive, and you did save me, but we aren't done, and when we are, the gods will direct my path. Evil still lies beneath us, Valrin." Part 14. Stormborn Rising. They were descending. For this brief moment, Valrin held Bry in his arms as he guided the ship downward. "I don't understand," Valrin said. She kissed him on the cheek. "I hope I can explain it, for I do not understand it myself fully. The gods said to stand with you, and I would not do anything but—" "Marog is defeated. He is more than that which you destroyed. I feel him because I was part of him." Valrin felt a coldness within Bry, and she gripped him tight. "I love you. That is what kept me alive even as my soul was ripped apart. I remain only because of you." He was descending nearly to the ocean. He could see hosts of ships ahead in the water, but he was too far to make them out. The waters rose suddenly, striking the bottom of the Ayla sunrise, and the water grew beneath him, the ship suddenly spinning in place as the glacial seas shrouded his view of the sky. He was in a maelstrom, and he looked around him. His father was gone, and blackness was above him. He tried to engage the crystals of the Ayla sunrise, but they did nothing. A great black shroud gripped the Ayla sunrise, and something roared. Bry pushed him off, going to the center of the ship. She reached out, her Rusi's power surging around her as she sent bolts of lightning curling through the water even as they were nearly in a free fall. The waters crushed in around them, and Valrin turned the wheel, the Ayla sunrise keeling sideways as a shadow appeared in the water. "You have broken but a strong shell, and I remain. You will join me in the depths where I will hide away." Valrin adjusted the crystal levers of the ship again, the night crystal surging beneath him, and suddenly he was moving upward again. Bry continued to channel her energies into the water around them, blasting back multiple tentacles attempting to grab them. "Valrin, he will move for the coast. For now the power of Meridas keeps him contained here. Destroy him." He wheeled the ship back. The Ayla sunrise broke through the current, moving on a direct and downward path to a pulsating blackness surrounded by walls of water. The current shifted again, and he turned along it, trying to force the ship through the maze of churning flows, blasts of waves rising as the Ayla sunrise snaked through the many tentacles and pieces of Misla flying around them. "Meridas, I can't see a way through." A sudden barrage of splintered rock peppered the ship, striking him in the leg and arm. He could barely hold the wheel. Bry looked back at him. She was glowing bright gold, and reaching out to him, she wrapped ice around the splinters, ripping them from his body. Then, in a shift of blue to red spells, she cast blasts of fire, sealing the wounds. Tentacles exploded from the water, and she returned to her defensive magic, keeping the deck clear as Valrin looked ahead, trying to navigate the ever-changing sea path ahead. He looked up through the sea spray and could see the morning sky, but darkness surrounded him. Suddenly, he saw a lone narwhal moving alongside him. "Tulasiro!" The narwhal had a pod of its kin, along with several glacial sharks. They were moving along the hull of the ship, swimming faster than he was moving. The sharks began biting the tentacles in the waves as Tulasiro broke above the water in front of him, swimming hard right. "Lead me in, Tulasiro. Take me to him." More large chunks of Misla, broken pillars and shards of crystal flew around them, the churning oceans swallowing up Misla as Morog did all the dark spirit could to drown him. But Tulasiro was leading him, and Meridas's power was keeping Morog in the glacial seas. The current shifted against him, and Tulasiro pounded ahead, pushing through a wall of water before the Ayla sunrise was covered in the depths for a moment. The ship bolted upward, emerging in a strange sea cave, ruins of Misla barely held together as waves churned around them. On the outside of this place, The walls surged as the sea surrounded them. On the outside, Valrin saw Meridas, the god of the sea, swimming around them with an entire host of sea creatures. Morog was trapped in whatever place this was. Valrin saw a black mist floating over the ruins, and water began to swarm around him, the Ayla sunrise spinning about as a great form stood upon the ruins. The gods seek to drown me, yet I remain. You are but a pawn, and yet you do not see it. Do you not know you will die in these waters? You will never live the life you seek with your dear Rusis here. I stole that, and I smile at the thought of your dismay. She is like me, Valrin shouted back. We stand against those who would threaten the world, who would threaten the seas. The seas of my people remain secure because I and my crew have made it so. Even though you tried to kill her, Bry is here. Dear Stormborn, she was never my target. It was always you. Your emotions are raw and untamed, and in the end, it is her who was and is your greatest weakness. You have not the weapon to destroy me. There are no sacred swords of Etha or any other god. It's just you and me and your frail and breaking body. Hamrasu, Valrin said. Bry stood behind him as he felt energy flow from his toes up his spine, and then she touched his back. He felt her energy flowing into his spine at the point where she was touching. He felt her powers explode through his body, and he drew his sword. The Ayla sunrise struck the makeshift island Marog had made, and he leaped from the ship. Morog's spirit began to send spikes of blackness into him, and as he parried with his sword, he brought his hand up, summoning a ward of ice that formed as a shield around his arm. Blue lightning flowed all around him as he struck Morog. Hakenrak! His lightning merged with hers, igniting black fire around the spirit. Morog let out a shrill scream, and a solid blast of energy grew above them before flying toward Valrin. He held his shield out, taking the blast, which disintegrated it. He ran forward, jumping over tendrils as they slammed the ground before him, and brought his Dwemhar blade around. Valrin's saber cut through Marog's spirit, sending out a blast of curling smoke. He felt a spike strike him in the chest, and his own blood flew into his face. Hakenrak! He spun, sending another blast of energy at him. Bry was now beside Valrin, her hands alight with golden flames, blasting Morog in a concentrated wave. Morog became as a black form, crowned in the crystal of Misla, flowing atop his head from the oceans around them. He summoned a great pillar of the city, bringing it down upon Bry. But Valrin was there this time, his blade sweeping up. Hakenrak! He shattered the pillar even as multiple black spikes flowed from Morog, piercing his stomach and chest over and over. Bry grabbed him from behind, holding him as Morog loomed above them. Say the words, she whispered. Please, we must defeat him together. Valrin struggled to talk, blood flowing from his mouth as Bry pulled the spikes from his chest, burning him again. Hamrasu, Valrin said, looking back at Bry. She kissed him, and the energy rising into him took away the pain he felt across his body. He stood up, quivering, lifting his sword. Morog moved toward them, his presence blacking out everything else. I will devour you both. Valrin felt the sea rising to his knees, and he lifted his saber with both hands. Hadradala! He struck Morog and saw his entire form burst into flames. Another portion of his own soul merged with Morog, and he saw an icy sea and burning ships. He wasn't on the Ayla sunrise, but there were figures of light moving from ship to ship, cutting down those of darkness. He looked up and could see the sun above. Marog growled, Your own darkness comes. It is a fate as Stormborn that you cannot avoid. Several more spikes struck his physical body, and he felt water rush over them. As Bry gripped him from behind, he saw the ruins fade away, and Morog vanished. His blood flowed up into his face from the many gashes and punctures in his body. Silence greeted him in the depths. He felt no pain. He could still move his arms and legs ever so slightly. He could see narwhals swimming around him. Meridas came to him even as he felt Bry still holding on to him. Time is but a fleeting sunrise, beautiful for a moment, but then it is gone. The seas have returned to normal, my dear Valrin Stormborn, but you have given all but a bit of yourself to see this secure. I cannot extend your life, but I can give you but a pact between us, a moment of breath to continue on, to fulfill your destiny as Strantavedi. He tried to talk, but could not. He thought in his mind, yes, you may speak to me that way. Even now, your heart has slowed significantly, and the Rusis you so love is keeping you alive. I defeated Marog. I can't die now. I have the crew and the charge of the Stormborn. Meridas, in his great fish form, swam around him. Marog has not been killed as you understand it, but you weakened him so greatly, I have locked him in the primal seas outside our realm. As for your charge, you have surpassed your charge as Stormborn, but as so, you will still meet the one of Urlas, who shall rise to the greater purpose of the Dwemhar. The Strantavedi were protectors of the sea, my realm, and you have done that. I cannot change what disruption Morog caused in our world or your full purpose, but I will give you 2 promises as a god. I give you life to complete your task, and in such you will return to the sea and Bry, and you will be together in a new realm the gods create for those who do not have a place. The Dwemhar of Misla? Yes, Meridas said. In short time, you will see the future come to pass, but you will never see the return of the Ascended, but instead, your own legacy will be that of your crew. The ones who have fought for you here will live on, and with them, that of the Strantavedi and the warrior sea captains of old. There was silence between them as Valrin looked out, seeing the great whales swimming around them. But Bry, she is here now. How will I not be with her now? Meridas floated before him. Bry has become something else, dear Stormborn, something that no other Rusis before her has earned. As have those Rusis who stood with you against Marog. The gods have no greater gift to give them than this, but Bry, she must do this, or she will fade away. As you have now given up 2 parts of your soul, she gave all of herself to save the one she loves. Valrin touched her arms locked around his chest. Then how do I live? He had noticed the blood in his body had all but flowed out, and he couldn't even feel his arms or legs anymore. Meridas moved forward, the great crown upon his head glowing gold. Suddenly, beneath him, he felt his body strike the deck of the Aela Sunrise as he began to rise to the surface. The ship had been protected by Meridas, shielded from the water. It was a few moments, and he took a deep breath, coughing up water as Bry too took a breath. He tried to stand, but could not. It was then he saw his father again for a moment, standing above him. He then saw his mother. They both embraced him, pulling him to his feet. They both embraced him. I have never been prouder than in this moment, his father said. We love you, Valrin. We are always watching over you. They both became as dust and floated away. The sun was rising. He looked back to Bry, seeing her staring at him with white eyes and a glowing gold form. She stood up. He went to speak, and she pressed her fingers against his mouth before kissing him. He pulled her close to him and returned the kiss, feeling her heart beat against him. He closed his eyes, feeling a warmness between them. As he pulled away, looking down at her, she touched his chest. He noticed his skin near his heart was blackened. What is this? You have a pact with the gods now, though nothing is owed. Your life remains because they have decreed it. Black Scale? Bry smiled. Life is fleeting, she said. I go for now. I will return to the others and you in time. She backed away. "Wait," Valrin cried. "Why?" She smiled. "I promise it will make sense soon." She became as light, moving off the deck of the Ayla Sunrise. Valrin collapsed, struggling to breathe. "I don't understand. I saved her." He didn't know how long he had sat there, but he suddenly heard a screech in the distance. A few moments later, he saw a lone dragon flying high above him. Further in the distance, he saw several sailing ships closing in. He made his way to the helm of the Ayla Sunrise. The night crystal had exploded, burning up the crystals around it, yet leaving a few intact. He exhaled, looking back to see a figure at the front of what he recognized as dwarven vessels. It was Evern, Part 15, Roos's honor. To say that Ivium felt awkward leaving with Rungar would be an understatement. She had been part of the crew since Valrin's beginnings, though nothing seemed to be going as they had hoped. Now, as she partially carried Rungar to the city, she looked back. Seeing Misla high above them, she couldn't believe that the Roosi's weapon had failed. Even more so, she didn't know what their next step would be. The only thing she did know was that she would keep fighting and doing what she could, even if she wasn't aboard the ship. They were approaching the gates of the city that even from far away, she could tell already closed. Beyond that, she could see fires burning in the distance around toward the city of Locum, and now, corrupting in the distance all around her. What surprised her as she got to the gates of the city itself was they opened without her even knocking or calling out. She looked up to see many of the town's guards, but also one of the Roosi's from before. "I saw your approach," the man said. "What has happened to him?" The fellow Roosi's pointed at Rungar. Evium shook her head. "We tried to attack the floating city, and it didn't work." Rungar winced in pain, looking at both Evium and the other Roosi's. "Well, technically it did work. It just didn't work like we wanted. We must get the other Roosi's out of the city. They must vanish." "We cannot," he said. "Who will stay and fight to protect the city? We will not fully." "Foolish man, the city would have you killed. These people have you paraded through the streets." At this point, another one of the king's men came to him. "I hear your words, Rungar. Our city stands against the rules of the Protectorate thus far. We defend ourselves even as the legions of the Protectorate refuse to. We will resist them in time, but for now, we work with any who can protect our city. There have been reports in the distance of a great army moving beneath the depths. If they come here, it will be only us. They can protect our city." Rungar suddenly winced in pain much more than he had previously. "What is it?" Evium asked. "Just get me somewhere to lie down," Rungar said. "You have healers here?" "Yes, something like that," the guard said. "She is already quite busy." They made their way to, of all places, the tavern where they had been before. Looking around, Evium could see that the battle had already come into the city, and that many were injured. "What happened?" Evium asked. "It was before we had the city gates shut," the Rooses said. "There were strange little beasts, black trails of smoke whisking behind them. As we killed them, it was revealed that they were wearing some type of mask and were simply a cursed dog or something like that. Still, they caused enough chaos." Evium hadn't seen the creatures as this Roosis described. As another group of guards came through the door, there came a woman with a white robe moving quickly to Rungar and then to several others. "Okay, these two are dead. We can't do much for that." She looked toward them. "And this? Rungar?" Yes, I am burned. Just get to working your stuff or whatever." It appeared that Rungar knew this woman. Evium did too. It was the herbalist Evorn had gone to when they had come to the city before. "Gaiwa, just don't use any of your experimental herbology on me. Keep it simple. Basic wraps." "Simple?" Gaiwa laughed. "You've gone and burned most of your skin and your clothes. What kind of fire does this? How about you let me do the healing and you quiet down? At one point in my life, I learned how to fuse and mend, but this will need a bit different type of medicine." The Russes from before bowed to Aviam. "I am Aledru. Those of us who can fight are doing so. But even though the gates are shut, I fear what is coming. There is a horde beneath the oceans, and we believe they are coming here." "How do you even know that?" "There were several sirens who happened to make their way here as they were trying to determine where and how much of a defense were already set up. It seems that the sirens were not the kind like we have heard stories about, more so ones directly in service of the god Meridas. They had better armor than any of our own guards or any of the Protectorate." He looked toward the door. "I'll head back out. Tend to Rungar. Hopefully we won't have any other issues outside." The Rusis departed. Gaiwa grumbled at Rungar as he moaned slightly. "Now you quiet down. I'll get you just what you need. You may think you know more magic than a mere woman such as myself, but in all my many years, I have had quite the time to procure quite a few remedies." Aviam watched as the woman began sprinkling crushed herbs over cloth bandages. "Water! More water!" she shouted. The barkeep was already running between multiple patrons of a different sort. "Water! Got it!" he shouted back. Aviam looked to Rungar and then back to the Russus, Aledru. "I'll go. I need to get back to the wall," he said. Aviam nodded. "Are the others safe?" Rungar asked. "Garoa and the other children have been taken to the keep in the city, but all Rusis will defend Radinba." "These people of the Protectorate want our kind dead," Rungar said. "Well, not this one," Gaiwa said. "Radinba has issued their own proclamation. They are ceding any claim of protection by the Protectorate. They have sent an envoy to Srun. They wish to join up with them," Aledru told them. Gaiwa began soaking the bandages before putting them on Rungar's skin. He winced, grimacing as he glared at her. "Oh, calm down, you," Gaiwa told him. Rungar lay back on the bar, struggling to draw a deep breath. "What is happening to him?" Aviam asked. He turned over, vomiting off the bar. "This is more than a severe burn," Gaiwa said. The ground rumbled. There was shouting outside. The door of the tavern flew open. It was one of the guards. "Anyone who isn't unconscious, we need you to the walls now. They breached the main gates with some type of magic." Rungar stumbled to stand, falling to his knees. Aviam knelt to him, pulling him up. "You can't fight! Rest!" Rungar wrapped his hands around her neck. "Help me stand, Aviam." Gaiwa looked to the barkeep. "Get chairs. That gate isn't too far from here. We need to barricade the door." Rungar was pale, sweat rolling down his head. "I was awakened for a purpose. I don't know if this is it, but Misla is something beyond us. You are Rusis and Dwemhar, a blending of that which I am and that which I fought, but in your faith you have balance." He pushed off his gauntlets, pushing them to her. "I can't. You must." She took the gauntlets, holding them in her hands. "They are the most sacred of items from our old city, Rinnegress. This may be our final stand. We must protect this city." He paused. "You must." Aviam had heard the stories of Rungar, of the very gauntlets she held in her hands. "I always saw them as something I'd give Bry, but fate had this in store for us all, it seems." The ground rumbled again. "Take them! Help the city! Help our kin! I know you can!" Aviam smiled. "Don't die," she said. "No, I don't think I will." He smirked, lying back on the bar as Aviam looked to Gaiwa. "Get out there, child. I'll make sure he's safe." Aviam slipped the gauntlets onto her hands as she walked past the barkeep, who was stacking chairs in a makeshift wall near the doors. He bowed to her and she quickly bowed back before pulling the gauntlets up to her forearms. She felt a tinge of energy move from the gauntlets into her arms, and as she took a deep breath, energy rose in her body. The jewels on the gauntlets began to glow red, blue, and green. She emerged outside, seeing smoke rising from the outer walls, and as she looked over to Sroon, there was a sudden flash of light that lit up the sky. Misla had struck Sroon. She wondered of her friends, but kept her focus forward. The gateway of Radinba had been shattered. "Dim, give me strength," she whispered. From a very young age, she was taught of Dim and the gods, but her focus had always been on the wind god. She thought back to her journey's beginnings, of seeing the Ayla sunrise and Valrin so long ago now. Or so it seemed. So much had happened. She saw another Rusis ahead. It was Aledru with spells alight in his hands. "Rungar has fallen," he said, looking to Avium and her gauntlets. "He cannot fight, but we will," Avium said. City guards were moving rubble to further block the gateway as Rusis atop the walls cast spells down into the fields before the city. "Come on," he said. She followed just behind Aledru, moving up a broken pillar that had fallen into another portion of a wall. Here there were a dozen Rusis. Avium had never seen so many in one place. She looked out to what little bit of land was between the eastern walls to the coast, seeing a massive black horde moving out from the ocean. Not too far from the gates, there were several dead masked forms. "Wizards of some kind," Aledru said. "That gateway didn't stand a chance." Avium looked up in the skies in the distance and saw dragons and Akan. Further, she saw Misla burning. "Dragon riders?" They rose out of the ocean and immediately attacked Misla. "We have heard stories of such sights, machines flying through the skies," a Rusis woman said. "Never did I think we'd see such insanity in our lives." Aledru motioned to her, and a man beside her. "This is Jekna, and this is Kolmaw," he told Avium. "We are happy to fight with you," Jekna said. Another came up to them. This Rusis had armor, a non-so-common thing amongst Rusis. "And this is Sabeda, a wandering Rusis who happened upon our city at a bad time on her journey from the east," Aledru laughed with an uncomfortable tone. "I have come to assist you all," she said. The woman had darkened hair and a confident glare. She was no mere simple Rusis, and Avium wondered of her, but there wasn't time to waver in thought. "This all seems to be a bit beyond mere stories," Kolmaw said. Avium nodded. "I have seen much that made me question my own understanding, but we have one goal here. We must protect this place. Ice. We'll make a massive wall. We must reinforce these defenses." They began running along the length of the wall, each Rusis casting layers of ice upon the outer portion of the wall, fashioning spikes that ran the entire length of the eastern wall. The guards of the city were bringing up more spears and arrows as the lord of the city came up to the gateway, now reinforced with Rusis magic. He bowed to Avium. "I did not expect to see you again here, friend." "Neither did I, Lord." Avium noticed the man was wearing silver armor and held a large mace. He had not come for mere observations. "Most of these guards are volunteers, summoned in haste and taking up their positions as you see now with very little training. But we will protect what is ours. That is what I will be remembered for. Lord Badisar, the one who stood. I understand you have made a proclamation. Radinba shall be independent of the Protectorate?" "Small things. We need to survive this first. It is why I gave words to my own remembrance." He smiled. Aledru went to Lord Badisar, bowing. "The Rusis have reinforced the main eastern walls, but this army," he said, looking out. Avium noticed that she could see the waters of the bay for the massed army now before them. There were a few random arrows released from the walls that fell short of the enemy battle line. "Yes, they will come. No matter what happens, Aledru, the Rusis' assistance in the defense of this city is beyond any blessings from the gods." "It is together we will last," Aledru said, bowing. "Avium, we will spread out along the walls. Do what we can to slow their advance. Any chance those dragons will help us? Aviam shook her head. Their focus is elsewhere, and that focus is not unfounded. She sat down, crossing her legs and placing her hands in her lap. I may be Russus, but I am Dwemhar too. I will see what I can summon, what I can do to protect us. Aledru gulped. You do not fight? I will, but there is more to fighting than just elemental magic. Trust me, Aledru. She closed her eyes and began to meditate. Her meditation was deep. She could feel the clamor around her, but she kept her eyes focused on energies rising from the ground beneath her, moving through her spine and into her head. At the same time, she felt the winds whistling around her body. She saw the fires of Sroon and the horrid destruction, yet through it all, their enemy had not broken through the walls. She opened her eyes, not those of her physical body, but that of her spirit, seeing clearly herself sitting beneath her spirit body. Fires rose beneath the walls, melting the ice. Aledru and the others were casting spells of fire and lightning as arrows showered down from the walls, and Lord Badisar swung his mace at foes coming over the walls. The Ishta, the masked ones, were jumping up onto the battlements. She just needed a bit longer. Rungar's gauntlets were accenting her energies in a way she had never felt, but she still wasn't sure she'd be able to find what she felt. Aledru was struck with a spear in his arm. He broke off the shaft as Jekna pointed at Aviam. Aledru shook his head. They didn't understand what she was doing, but they would soon. She could feel the energies of Radinba, the ancient foundations of the city, coming to life. She had sensed it upon their first arrival in the city, a sleeping power, something beyond mere stone and dirt, an old creation. Aviam didn't know what it was, but now she did. She opened her eyes and stood, white fire igniting in her hands, and she lifted off the walls and sent surges of energy into the grounds beneath the walls. She curled the fires licking upon the walls and ripped the Ishta from them, but her focus was deeper, much deeper. She could see the grand construct, a titan of old, not too unlike that which she had faced back in the crystal caves prior to Gurundothrak. This one, however, was not meant as a test. It was an old form. It just needed energy. It was a cavern far beneath them. She could feel the locks that had sealed the place. Aviam was glowing white and floating above the walls. She was a target. Spells began to fly from the battlegrounds, each one whizzing closer to her, as now the other Rusis were trying to deflect the spells as they came. Jekna stood just beneath her, flames rippling from her fingertips as she brought a wall of fire up to shield Aviam. Kolmar sent bursts of lightning into Ishta, breaching their defense in the distance, but choosing between those on the wall and those further beneath them had a downside. Several spells struck Jekna's ward, shattering it. Aviam slammed into the top of the walls, looking at Aledru. I must have more time. I need to meditate again, but this is the last time. Do it. I just hope it is worth it. Aviam took a deep breath, entering a meditative state again. She moved her mind from the walls down into the passage she had bore with her powers, seeing a great stone doorway glowing. She floated before it. As she pointed, the power of the gauntlet surged, and she began to manipulate the symbols on the door itself. This wasn't what Rungar had in mind when he had entrusted her with such items, but it was all the same. Normally, she'd had already needed to rest after so much action in this state, but not this time. She could see multiple phases of the moon and constellations upon the great doors. Now, with the infusion of her own power, the door was glowing. Then, it cracked open. She was back in her body, and she stood up. Kolmar was dead beside her, and Aledru was slumped over the wall ahead, but still alive. Lord Badisar was bleeding from his face, but Jekna was still beside her, as was Sabeda. Ishta were coming up over the walls. Aviam looked out to see that their enemy was truly innumerable. In the skies high above, she saw a great light, but could not make out what it was. Saga threw herself from the walls, driving down twin cyclones of fire, blasting back their foes for a moment. She then cast ice leading back up to the walls as the enemy clambered over themselves, trying to follow her. As she made it back up to the top of the walls, she touched the ice and shattered it with a blast of lightning, sending a curling, crackling bolt along the lower walls, electrocuting dozens of foes at once. VM could do no more to release the power beneath the city. She took to the air, floating above the walls and summoning flames within her hands, sending out waves of magic, engulfing the walls in fire. The guards began to fall back to the gateway. Jekna pulled Alera towards the few surviving Rusis and the lord of the city making their final stand. Saga held a ward to their side, deflecting more spells coming from below. Evaeum pushed her powers further, shifting to ice, sending a flurry of energy into the air, and as the walls of Radenba burned, she focused her powers into ice, raining down a barrage of hail upon the Ishta of Marog. As more Ishta swarmed the gateway, she looked down to see Gaiwa with potions in hand. The woman might have been older in the years of men, but she fought with an unexpected vigor, tossing her potions and sending up blasts of golden dust that sounded like thunder from a great storm. The Ishta flew off the walls as she jumped onto the walls themselves, tossing more of her mixtures, sending up a fume of red smoke, forcing the Ishta away from that area of the gateway. Evern would be proud of that. In an explosion of wall and earthen works, a metallic being rose from beneath the streets of Radenba. It was a Dwemhar construct of massive form, standing not unlike a normal Dwemhar but 10 times as tall, a sleeping guardian awoken by an ancestor to defend them in this dark time. The construct walked into the Ishta, sending a burst of green energy from its hands into their forms, melting them. VM couldn't believe she had done it, that she had sensed this form, awakened it, and now it was defending them. To say the others around her were surprised was an understatement. "The gods have come," one guard shouted. "That is not the gods," Lord Badisar said. "That is the sleeping beast that old stories told of. I had thought it all myth. That is a marvel of the ancient world." Evaeum watched as the construct smashed into the Ishta, now taking all of their attacks itself. It began to move in a circle as crystals along its shoulders appeared in a dazzling green surge of lightning. The Ishta had fled the walls, but now the walls themselves were broken. "We must get to the keep," Lord Badisar said. "I had already given the order to move as many of the people there as possible." The Lord's volunteer guards had all but perished, but he had a few left. "Go, all of you," Evaeum said. "I must stay to ensure the construct keeps its power." Lord Badisar bowed. "Honor to the Rusis and the Dwemhar, but come to us if the construct falls. You do not need to die here, friends." She looked to the Rusis, though Kolmar was dead. Both Jekna, Saga, and Kolmar, among a few others, remained. "Protect the others," Evaeum said to the Lord and his guards, "and go to the tavern, Rungar." Lord Badisar nodded. "I will get him and the others there." They left the walls, leaving only Evaeum and the other Rusis. "You must power that creature?" Eledru asked. "We must defend what is left of these walls as long as we can," Evaeum said. "It was our people's duty to protect those of men well before this hour. We must stand in the breach as long as we can." The few Rusis who remained nodded, looking at one another. Evaeum could feel there were greater deeds at hand. Smoke rose from Srun, and Misla was just above the city itself. It was at that moment a massive beam of energy came from Misla, striking Srun and sending up a column of fire that lit up the mountains and lands around Radenba. "What was that?" Eledru asked. Tears fell from Evaeum's eyes. She had no idea where any of her friends were, and for once she couldn't feel any of them. She felt a growing hate in her heart, an overwhelming surge of force unlike anything she had ever felt. A rage, a bloodlust, and as tears ran down her face, she looked to the other Rusis. "Go, my friends. Do not follow me." She leaped from the walls, landing upon the ground and staring at the Dwemhar construct, slowly getting ripped apart by the Ishta as it struggled to stand on the shoreline. Misla burned in the distance, but yet it still remained. Where before she could see Sroon, she saw still just a terrifying fireball. A cold wind blew upon her, and as she tried to calm her mind, tried to focus that which she had been taught at Swea by the wise monks of Dimmen, something else drove her further, deeper. My friends are gone. None matter. Nothing matters. She could feel her blood surging through her veins, her heart pounding in her chest, and her fingertips exploded with white fire. Evium ran directly into the Ishta. The power of Renegrace within the gauntlets upon her wrists had combined with that innate rage her father had tried to contain. But the daughter of the scourge siren of Iclo could no longer feel that which gave her balance or control. She was her own scourge. As the Dwemhar construct exploded in a blast of green, Evium threw herself into her enemy, landing amongst the Ishta in a blast that melted those around her. She burned away the masks to see the disfigured forms beneath. She spun, ripping the skin from their bones, rising high above the Ishta, and slamming back down, sending up a crackling blast of energy that threw back her enemy to the very shores of the great bay of the north. More Ishta came from the oceans, and in the distance she saw Misla crack and fall into the waters beneath it. The ocean began to suddenly retreat from the coastline, and Evium stood as the remains of the Ishta attacking the city of Radenba were revealed. They swarmed her, scratching and slashing at her, spears nearly piercing her head and chest as she spun, grabbing at them one by one. She exhaled sharply, a strange essence flowing within her chest. She focused her Dwemhar powers, rising high above them. Suddenly, in a way never before, she let out a long cry, a shriek that caused her foes to wail in fear. The Ishta turned, fleeing into the bay as the expanse of exposed sand before Evium continued to grow. She reached out, gripping them all at once with her Dwemhar powers, lifting an unknown number of them into the sky before smashing them back into the silt of the bay. She tore their bodies apart, blending them with the sand, and as she felt ripples of something still spinning within her heart, she looked up. There was silence around her. Evium was breathing so fast, she was feeling dizzy, and she fell to her knees. Countless Ishta had fallen in only a few moments. Misla was destroyed, and the ground rumbled around her. She stared in the distance, seeing the faint light of the fading morning stars and a great wind blowing upon her. She thought of Dimmen, closed her eyes, and released the hold on the power that for the moment, in the darkest moment of her life, she was thankful slept within her. But she knew that the power of her mother was not something of a holy origin. Evium had slowed her breathing, and now she could see something approaching from the bay of the north. She stood up, seeing a growing horizon and a mass of water rising. She turned, running for Radinba. But as the water grew in height behind her, she turned, knowing she wouldn't make it. The howl in the open air around her was unlike anything she had ever heard. As the scent of salt in the air filled her nostrils, and ahead she saw a wall of broken timbers, stones, and the might of the great bay rising. She reached out with one hand, summoning her powers in a way she had never done before. She closed her eyes as the ground beneath her feet became soft and the roar of the collapsing tsunami approached. She questioned if everything had brought her to this moment for a reason. Her explosion of power meant to throw back the thralls of Morog, her training at the Temple of Dimn, a precursor to her silent prayers, as the mighty ocean was about to slam upon her mere moments from these thoughts. "Together!" a familiar voice shouted. She opened her eyes to see Rungar beside her, his hands up as the waves split around them. She held her hands up, layering her magic into Rungar's ward, growing many times that of her own. Beside her, Aledru, Sabeda, Jekna and the few remaining Rusis combined their dwindling powers to deflect the massive wave away from Radinba. She could see the debris of the battle through the ward, seeing the bodies of sailors, corpses of sea creatures, wreckage, and massive columns from the destruction wrought from Morog. Rungar spun his hands about, crafting a cyclone that began churning the water back to the bay. He pushed against it, forcing the great bay back, as now Aviam and the others fell back. Rungar, even without his gauntlets, was more powerful than any other Rusus Aviam had ever seen. He screamed out, summoning up the winds around them and pushing forward, rolling the wave back on itself and sending it back beyond the borders of the shore. Radinba had been saved, but the destruction of the water went out across the bordering shorelines. No doubt others would have felt the effects of such a wave, and they did not have the protection of the Rusis. Rungar still had bandages on him as he turned to look at Aviam and the others. "We all did good this day," he said, smiling. Aviam pulled the gauntlets off, pushing them toward him. "Thank you," she said. He seemed confused, cocking his head to look at her. "I am surprised you are so quick to give them up. They served their purpose with me, and I touched a power beyond that which I need to touch again. It is better this way." He took them back, bowing. "For a time." He smiled. "One can never hide who they truly are, Aviam." "Perhaps not," she said, "but I still have more to learn before I can use such power." The sky above them was clearing as the sun was rising in the distance. Misla was gone. Aviam didn't know what had happened, but she had to get to Srun. "I must go," she said to Rungar. "I must get to Srun." He nodded. "We will go together." Part 16. Flickering Fires. Valrin closed the sails, sliding down at the helm of the Ayla Sunrise, exasperated. The ship drifted to a stop, and for once, Valrin could hear gulls calling somewhere in the distance. He glanced around as the blue sky shined above, and the familiar and comforting chill of the icy winds returned to the glacial seas. As the ship of Neurokas came directly beside him, it was Evern who was the first to board. He ran over and slid to a stop, grabbing hold of him. "Valrin," he said, staring into his eyes. Valrin stared back, breathing in and out slowly. "Elves, here now!" Several elves who had been on the dwarven vessel came aboard the Ayla Sunrise and began assessing him. One of them tipped a potion into his mouth. He drank it. It tasted like sweet blueberries with a tinge of salt. "How is the crew?" he asked. "Beaten, but last I saw, Ordak and Milia are alive, though I'm not sure for how long." About that time, Alara landed with Fadis on the deck. The ranger joined Evorn. "Damn, you did it," he said. Valrin smiled, leaning back against the helm. "He seems uninjured overall," the elven healer said. "I just need rest," Valrin said. "Real rest. But below the deck, if they're still alive, 2 Rusis." The elven healers looked to Evorn. "Go. Why are you looking at me?" The elves went below deck as Fadis trailed behind them to see these 2 Rusis. "Neurokas!" Evern shouted. "Head for shore! I'll follow you! Fadis!" Evern pointed. "Take him to lie down." "No," Valrin said. "I'd much prefer to just lie here." Evorn engaged the sails, turning south to follow the dwarves to the coastline. Alara flew high above, circling over them. "Where is Kurla and Evri?" Valrin asked. Fadis had just returned from following the elven healers. "On shore, Evri is fine, but Kirla took some hits and the phoenix was killed, but many more were lost." "The Dwemhar from Misla. The survivors are with the survivors of Srun," Evern said, "but Srun is no more." "Srun?" Valrin asked. "It was a Strantavadi city, and apparently your coming was a story of their own apocalypse, so in some ways this was meant to happen." Valrin sighed. "Perhaps." A moment of silence came across them, and Valrin noticed Evern was staring at him. The shadow elf turned his attention back to the horizon as soon as Valrin noticed. "I found her," he said. "I have already come to terms with her loss. I do not care to know what form her body was in. Some trophy of the Fallen One, no doubt." "No," Valrin said. "She helped me. She saved me." Evorn looked down to him. "She is alive," Valrin said. "You are tired, Valrin. I saw her fall into the depths. She cannot be alive." Though not one of faith, Fadis sat up, looking around the deck. "The boy is tired," Evern said. "Delirium, perhaps." "No, she is alive as you or me, but she's just different." "How?" "She said she will come back, that everything will be explained." Evorn nodded. Valrin could tell he didn't believe him. That was fine. He'd see soon enough, in Valrin's opinion. They were drawing near the coastline, and Valrin sat up and looked out at chunks of rocks spread out across the ocean in the distance. The stones were like pillars of fire, and upon the cliffs the stone had been broken apart. High upon the cliffs there was a lone structure that still remained, but nothing else endured. He looked back to the north, seeing that the ruins of Misla were still visible. There were allied vessels moving through the desolation, but it seemed their enemy was truly gone. "Srun is now but a solitary place on the cliffs," Evern said, "no longer the towering city it once was." "I didn't know anyone could create a weapon capable of such destruction." "I don't think anyone did, but Misla is no different. Marog is destroyed." "Yes, I guess he is." "You guess?" "I broke his physical form. Meridas banished his spirit to the primordial seas, a place that whatever remains of him will be trapped in." "And he can stay there," Fadis said. "I do wonder why the gods did not just destroy him fully," Evern said. "I might can answer that," Fadis said. "I've spent some time reading some of the older stories in Castle Taria. It seems that righteousness and evil have a balance in the world. You can never rid yourself of one or the other fully, and perhaps this Morog is no different. Except he is darkness. The creator of all the Dwemhar, used technologically, sought to rip the evil from his own form." "That's why I'll keep drinking," Fadis said. "I can manage it, control it. I accept it. But it will never take hold of me as it once did. I have those I care about. Finally, I have my son back. That is how evil must be kept in check by your own good. A balance." Valrin had never heard Fadi speak of any type of philosophy such as this, but it made sense. "Ranger, your opinions on such matters may differ from my own, but it is good to have convictions versus holding to whatever the masses follow blindly into their own destruction," Evern said. "The greatest evil is when we cannot have differences and sit at the same table in peace, when we tear down every part of our past out of anger. It is by remembering the evils of old that we can avoid the circle of time as it returns. If the people forget what happened here and elsewhere, yet another will rise out of the sea, seeking to rule all. I fear the whispers that those of the race of men utter. They already seek to mislead their people. In time, I believe this new protectorate will become something else." "That's why we must always be ready," Valrin said. "When no one else will rise up, it'll be those like us who must fight with or without the blessings of the masses." "You've grown up," Fadis said, smiling. Two of the elves came from below deck, turning and shouting down. "You must rest! You cannot—" Trugno pushed his way past them. "Who are you to tell me I cannot do anything? You sprite! Take care of her now! I'm fine!" The Rusis looked over at Valrin and then made a circle, looking around. He was garbed in only basic robes and had multiple swaths of flesh missing from his shoulders and legs. "It is done?" he asked. "It is." He fell to his knees, prostrating himself on the deck of the Ayla Sunrise. "I can now release. My enemy is dead." He rested on his knees, looking up to the sky. The destruction of our world was like a sudden fire, and I had no plans to survive Misla after the fall of Marog. He drew out the hilt of his sword, using his magic to summon an icy elemental blade. There is no further path for me, Valrin. I bid you fair sailing. I must seek honor now. Avern grabbed Fadis, pulling him to the wheel of the ship, and moved down to Trugno. You are Rusis. No such Rusis talks like this. What belief in honor do you hold? Shadow Elf. It is strange to see your kind indeed. I take it that the uniting of our races never happened here? United? My father came from a line of powerful caliphates out of a grand Shadow Elf empire. We Rusis were in allegiance with them. I took the path as a sacred warrior monk, a line ordained by the Emperor himself. But all have fallen. My task is complete, and I must join my brothers and sisters. You are not of that world, Avern said. I will not have you seek honor in such a way before me. Who are you to tell me what to do, Shadow Elf? No one. There was a long pause. This is the path to honor, to be with my love and our child. Avern nodded. I have no right to ask you to not end your life, but know that in my world we seek something called the perfect darkness, a creed where we can only die upon finding an adversary worthy of killing us. The act you seek has long fallen from the beliefs of my people, though I know the pain you feel losing whom you love and a life not yet born. I will say no more, Rusis. The Rusis stood, his blade still out. He looked to Valrin. Where is she? He asked. Alive, but something else. He nodded, extinguishing his blade. The Rusis said nothing else, turning toward the front of the ship. Valrin went to the helm, seeing Avern was now going to Trugno. They spoke in private. What was that about? Fadis asked Valrin. Valrin shook his head. I don't know, but in his world his love was Bry. Her mother is below deck. Fadis's eyes widened. That's not strange at all. Valrin chuckled. You have no idea. I wonder what they're talking about. Valrin cocked his head and sighed. Something not meant for us to know. Though Avern remained with Trugno for some time, it was simple enough for Valrin to follow the dwarven vessels along the coastline. Ahead, he could see hundreds of smaller vessels and thousands of people along the coasts. He saw the mountains and beyond in the distance. Haradar is that way, Fadis pointed, where the Hammersongs reside and the home of all dwarves. Have you ever been there? Heard stories from those in Harkinnock. There are jewels beyond anything either of us have seen, crystals unlike anything you can imagine. I'm done with crystals for a while. Going along the coast, Valrin saw massive tents getting erected, and ships with innumerable injured and even more who were dead. He saw some he recognized from Misla, but most were either too burned or disheveled in general to be discerned from one another. There are so many, Valrin said. The dwarven vessels passed down a waterway that cut through two large dwarven statues, coming to a cover protected on all sides by massive rocks. It was here he saw many dwarven vessels and the ships of Makli from eastern Rock Island. Here, he also saw the vessels of another. Rugag, Valrin said. Rugag, Fadis growled. Yes, Avern said. Even our enemies were our allies for a time. I'm sure you'd like to know that the lords of Haradar are taking action against Rugag and his pirates. He has agreed to go before them and answer for the crimes of Gurundothrak. Valrin brought the Ayla Sunrise to dock, though these were not the docks of his people, and Fadis had to actually toss lines to dwarves awaiting them on the pier. But that fact was calming. His people had fallen away, and now, looking back at the wonders and horrors of Misla, and beyond that to eastern Rock Island, he felt a unique calmness he hadn't before. He looked at the grand structure before him. It was dwarven, for sure. Massive columns climbed up the sheer face of the rock, from the edge of the water all the way up to the top of the cliff itself. Between the sets of columns were two great carved dwarves holding massive hammers above their heads. Hammer songs, at least Valrin assumed. The Stormborn returns to land, his enemy thrown down. Valrin knew that voice. It was Mackley. The priest of Meridas was on land just a short distance away. Surely songs will be sung across the oceans of the great sea, captain and his ship, and the glory of the Stranta Vedi. Valrin bowed to Mackley. My friend, I do believe, if any should bow, it is I to you. As Yvorn and Fadis came behind him, they moved out of the way of Trugno, carrying Serene. The elven healers were trailing behind him. Nurokas and several other dwarves noticed him and directed him to a structure of stacked stone just off the area of the docks. Those who fought beside me, my crew, the Dwemhar of Misla who stood against Morog, they deserve the honor. Mackley raised his hands, and upon the seas of the north came a rumble, and the sky became white as gods, and their servants rose to meet that which was ordained to pass. When the old city quaked, the oceans became as death, and the gathering of the faithful fought against the madness. So it was as written in the old legends of the sea peoples, the Stranta Vedi. Not a story I know, Yvorn said. But it was one you lived, dear Shadow Elf, and is that not the best kind of story? Alara landed with Rornuk some distance away. She hurried toward Valrin. Good, she said. He is dead, then. Valrin nodded. His form is destroyed. The gods have banished his soul from this place. Alara looked nothing like she had before. Though her black hair furled in the wind, her eyes were swollen. There was dry blood on her nose and mouth, and she had gashes and bruises over her arms. Let's get you to a healer, Yvorn said. She shook her head. I must tend to my people. There are dragon riders down in the ocean. There are many who still might be alive out there, and those able are searching for them. I just wanted to hear it for myself. I wanted to know that those who had fallen at Iaclo had been avenged. I have heard it. She smiled and embraced Valrin. The dragon riders will always stand with the Stormborn and his crew. She looked to Yvorn. Always. Alara returned to Rornuk. The dragon roared long and loud, reverberating off the nearby canyon walls. Then, lifting off the ground, the two of them took to the sky and headed off over the ocean. Nurokas approached them. Haradar has said that food is being prepared and will be brought for the captains of the battle. Those on the coast are being tended to and are welcome on dwarven lands for as long as needed. I want to see Ordak and Melia, Valrin said. They have been taken to the healing baths within this very hold. You may see them soon. This place is a hidden place called Barodar in our language, but known to a few as simply as the Fairy Springs. I invite you to rest. None will bother you here. The mere mention, the act of invitation for him to sleep, made him suddenly tired. He wanted to say no to the Hammer Song's words, to go check on those he cared about. But as Nurokas led them toward the city of Barodar, he could not fight his tiredness. In a few moments, Nurokas took them into a structure, but Valrin struggled to even see. With his ship at dock and his enemies defeated, Valrin barely made it to a bed against a far wall before he collapsed to sleep. Part 17. Seas of Change. Valrin awoke to the sounds of rain upon stone, a rather distinct sound and different. On his ship, it never sounded like this. Upon Misla, he had never seen rain. He sat up in a dark room, save a single fireplace in the distance. He didn't even remember falling asleep, but it was odd that there was no one else here. He looked around the room, seeing several beds all made and not all disheveled. He threw his feet over the edge of the bed and rubbed his face. The thought of everything that had transpired in just the past few weeks was enough to drive anyone to the brink of insanity. Though he knew he had slept for a while, he didn't dream. But now, sitting alone, he didn't feel alone. There was a presence with him, yet he couldn't figure out what it was. He stood up to see that his garbs and his sword were sitting on a table in the center of the room. He picked up his sword, pulling it partially from its sheath. He saw flashes of his duel with Morog in his mind and felt a stir in his stomach. He's destroyed. He can't get to me now. But then he felt his chest, the scars from Morog's last attack. He had died, but the mercy of Meridas was with him. Now, though, he knew his life would not go beyond his final task as Stormborn. Valrin wasn't sure if this brought him comfort or dread. Surely there is more to my life than just what tasks I am meant to complete. Something moved outside the door, and Valrin wasn't questioning it for long. Rossi appeared. "Well, I know you." Rossi hissed at him and quickly slithered away. But as he did, Evern cautiously walked in. "It's okay, I'm awake," Valrin said. Evern nodded, tapping his staff on the ground twice. "It is fine, Rossi. Come on." The snake returned, slithering up his staff and going into Evern's robes. "Why is Rossi scared?" Evern went over to the fire, stoking it with the edge of his staff before tossing on a few more logs. "Well, Rossi was sleeping by you for a while, but then you started screaming, jumping up and clawing at your chest. My poor snake was so afraid. It was rather strange." "Nightmares?" "Oh yes, then Evium arrived here, and she said that your mind was filled with fog. She could not see what troubled you." "She is here still?" "Of course," Evern said, smiling. "Though Ordak and Milia are both not feeling too well still, it appears that prolonged elvish medicine will keep them in recovery for a bit longer than we all expected." Evern took a seat at the table, and Valrin joined him. Valrin reached out to a pitcher and filled an empty cup with whatever it was inside. It smelled like some type of wine. "You should like it. Rungar has been searching for elvish wine. He found a few bottles from a traveling merchant. I'm actually glad you woke. He was planning on leaving tonight." "Leaving? Back to Taria?" "Further, Cava Mountains, but Fadis and Kirla are still around. She's doing much better than she was. Elara and her kin managed to retrieve the heart of the phoenix upon the ruins of Srun, but the sea still swallows that which once was. Come, I want to show you something." Evern led him from his room. He grabbed his sword and slipped on his boots, stepping outside the door to feel a sudden frigid cold in the hall. The distant door to their right was open, and Valrin could see gray skies. He went back into his cloak. He didn't expect it to be so cold. "Oh yes, the cold has returned. We've had 5 days of snow nearly non-stop." Evern led him into Barodar. It was a quaint hold with a few random dwarves making their way, doing menial tasks. Here in the common room, there was a cooking area and a workshop where several dwarves were moving wheelbarrows of ore toward a furnace. Evern led him up a set of open stairs that twisted back to an even higher sitting area with many books and half-drank bottles of wine. "Damn Ranger, I told him to clean up. Haradar has allowed us to remain here as long as needed. This is an outpost of theirs that rarely sees trade or traffic, but does keep watch on the surrounding area." They entered a tower stairwell that took them even higher. "The vantage point from here is magnificent. It reminds me of my old master back in the Shadowlands. He had a tower similar to this out in the open ocean. Not many friends can visit a place like that. He didn't have many friends to worry about." Valrin laughed. They came to the top of the tower, and Evern opened a latched door, allowing them to get to the top of the tower. Valrin looked out toward the ocean, and then his eyes traced over to see hundreds of tents lining the coastline. Here, he saw the Akan of Misla, assembled not too unlike they were in the city. Further out, he saw wooden structures with crystals affixed to the very top of them. new structures. Evium has been with the Dwemhar for most of the time she's been here. Rungar, too. Valrin took a deep breath. The scent of fresh snow gave him a sense of longing for the sea. From here, he could see down into the harbor. There were many more ships down there now. The vessels from Taria had come, as well as some he did not recognize. These ships, they are different, Evern cut in, from Thrun, but their people are much like the Dwemhar, left to rebuild as they can. I hear rumors of them reclaiming their island. Though the loss of life is innumerable. I do not know what their king will do, but they've been sending ships back to the ruins of the island. The force of the blast from Misla destroyed the city down to its foundation, shattering the rock of the island, and the sea is still not as it was before. The stones glow with a strange light. Pieces of Misla remain crumbled with that of Thrun, yet there is still some of the island nation's structure that remains on the land, now a ruin more than anything. "What now?" Valrin said. Evern pulled out his pipe already stuffed with tobacco. "I don't know," he said plainly, using his staff to light the bowl. "Ordak and Melia have been sleeping almost as much as you. They were just moved down below a day ago." His eyes grew large. That was quite a conversation with the warden of Baradar, but the dwarf eventually saw my side. Elves are allowed only in the common room, and the room where our friends sleep. At least they're getting along. He puffed his pipe. Yes, but it is still questionable. What isn't is the rumors we're hearing from further south, within the cities of men. Misla destroyed one of their cities much like Thrun, and while we fought on sea, their legions fought to protect the shoreline. Ilera helped them, as did the war god, but they blame us of magic. They blame everyone else for what happened. Valrin shook his head. That is ludicrous. Yes, and what's worse is that a massive wave struck the entire coastline, yet spared Radinba, but only because Avium, Rungar, and the other Rusis of the city deflected it. Even that, witnessed by the people of the city as a moment of salvation, has been spun as an attack on the race of men. I don't get why they want to spin everything against us. If we had not stood against Morog, they'd be his servants or just murdered. Evern sighed, puffing his pipe. You know what makes sense to me. Sailing. I've been anxious to get back out to sea. Though your father's ship, the Nakri, it is in a rough state. Those of Thrun have been repairing it, and have even used it to help their people. I have told them to hold on to it for now, at least, until you can decide what is needed. It was my father's ship. It should serve them as long as they need it. We have our ship, Evern laughed. Valrin smiled. Yes, indeed. They went back downstairs, and Valrin went to the room where Ordak and Melia were. There was an elf sitting at a table, making notations on parchment. Both Melia and Ordak were covered in bandages, and neither were awake. How are they? The woman has many deep injuries, the elf said. The same with the half-orc, though I am curious if our medicine is doing him any good at all. We are keeping them both in a state of rest. I have sent for archons from Narisond, but there is little more I can do, especially with a constant eye on me. She glared to the door, and Valrin noticed a dwarf just beyond it. Of course I am, the dwarf said. Need to make sure you're not off stealing in my city. I am the warden, Gustor the Great. It wouldn't be so great if some elves walked off with our greatest secrets. Daft dwarf. If I wanted a secret, I'd go to Haradar, not the outpost of Baradar, you disgusting dirt muncher of a dwarf. Your family barely goes back 300 years, and yet you are still claiming greatness in the mere time I have been a 9th-level healer. Just don't get your dirty fingers anywhere near my patients. Gustor grunted. Yes, well, I'm being nice because of the shadow elf. I don't want him to eat me. Now, Evern said. You're hardly fat enough for that, but I do thank you for your allowance. He said, unsure if he should smile or be insulted by Evern's words. Well, most of the occupants of our fair little city have been busy with those on the coasts. I'll have something for us for supper around sunset. Will it be just you, or will that ranger be coming back to drink all my ale? Fadis will be back, but they won't be staying. I believe they are sailing back to Taria with haste. Apparently the vampires have redoubled their attacks on Castle Taria. Gustor shivered. Gah, I hate bloodsuckers. Had a few come from the Shadowlands once. Gah. He shook again and spat, walking away. Thank you, Valrin said to the elf. She bowed. Your deeds are well known to us elves now, she said. I do believe we should be thanking you. He smiled at her, a bit surprised by her words. He turned away and walked toward the doorway of the tower. As he went to leave, Avium and Rungar walked in. Avium ran to him, embracing him with both her arms wrapped tightly around. You did it, Valrin. You did it. He looked at her in her eyes. I did. I hear you didn't do too bad either. Rungar patted him on the shoulder. No, she didn't. As they stared at one another, Valrin was the first to speak. Rungar shook his head. You do not need to defend your actions. I understand what transpired. The Dwemhar by the name of Rikar explained what had control over you. Regardless, we all survived, and my weapon did very little to Misla. How are Rikar and Nakin, Serene and Trugno? Where are they? Avium smiled. They are coming, along with Fadis and Kirla. Makli seeks to join us too. For the love of Throka! Gustor shouted. How many? Do not worry, the Dwemhar have provided. It wasn't too long, and those promised came. Soon, Baradar was filled with laughs, and many stories Valrin had never heard of from his crew and from the others. Trugno stood with Ivern to the side again, yet another conversation between them that Valrin was not able to hear. It was odd not having Ordak and Melia present, but on several occasions he, Evern, and Evium went in to spend time with their crew members. Fadis and Kirla opened several bottles of wine, and every joked that they still had more to finish upstairs. The point of all this was not for any one big discussion or reveal amongst those who had fought in the battle, but for friends and strangers to simply embrace the beauty of life and conversation, of being together in a moment of well-earned peace. Valrin then recounted the story of Bry and Marog, the gods, the One, and all that he could of the final moments of the great evil that once was. Rungar, having listened to the entire tale, pressed his hands together and bowed to Valrin. When I first saw Iaclo on the horizon, I was taken by fear. Yet, the Golden Templars moved to stop Iliui. I've spoken with Serene, and know that in her world, the events were not too unlike that which we did here. Yet, I have seen the fall of 2 great Dwemhar cities, and now I can say that I am happy that no more exist. It is true, and none of the Dwemhar who live, Serene said, have the level of knowledge as the Dwemhar of your world had. The most holy of the people are the ones who flew the Akan, but even they are not as powerful with their minds as you have told me. They are powerful, though, Valrin said. They can develop it, practice their meditations. He is right, Avium said. Then should they not be taught such acts? Do we not fear what they may become? Their path is different, Valrin said. I still am curious as to their place in our world. The people of Srun plan to make their way to what remains of their islands, Rikar said. I had understood they were talking about it, but is it for sure? Evern asked. Nakin heard them. Nakin pulled out a parchment. Here, he said, putting the parchment on the table. He tapped a spot of ocean with recently drawn markings. Islands? Valrin said. What remains of the one island has broken off into chunks of land. Apparently, they will rebuild there. An island nation, indeed. The night went on, and as it did, Rungar had gathered what little he had to gather. Garbed in simple traveling robes, he had claimed a walking stick and a simple pack. He secured 3 wrapped bottles onto his pack and took a deep breath, looking around. "I still think you're crazy not to go with us," Fadis said. Rungar laughed. "You just want me for my spells." He winked. "No, friend. I will return to Taria in time, but I need this. I need to be alone. I will make my way to Kiva by my own path and fulfill a promise to my old friend there." He went to Aviam, embracing her. He took her hand in his, kissing it. The act surprised Aviam as much as it did everyone else. "You are a true warrior of light, a brilliance in both form and mind. You will do greater things than myself, and perhaps our paths will cross again in time, Aviam. Do not fear that within you, for you are but what all Rusis and Dwemhar should strive to become." "Thank you," Aviam said, bowing to him. "Our Rusis friends will protect Radinba, that I know." "Indeed," he bowed. "They are our future too, and the Rusis must never fall away in our protection of the world." The ground trembled beneath them, and a bright light shined outside. Valrin and the others hurried to see what it was. A golden fire burned above the sea to the south. The great towers of crystals made by the Dwemhar glowed brightly. Suddenly, Rikar and Nakin hummed. There was light upon their brows, and as they opened their eyes, Valrin saw they were glowing white. Rikar looked to Valrin. "We must go. It is time." They followed the Dwemhar down to the coastline and found that all of the Dwemhar were assembled before a great bridge of dazzling gold. Before the bridge, the gods of the north had appeared. The Dwemhar bowed, and the gods beckoned them to stand. One by one, they began walking across the bridge into a great portal of light. "What is this?" Valrin asked. "I don't know," Evern said. "I have never seen such a sight." "A place for us," Rikar said. "A place for us to rest and grow, to live our lives. We will pass from this world and into another." Serene suddenly wept, looking at Trugno. "I have heard the voice of the gods. We have been allowed to pass into this world for our actions. We have been decreed saints by Kel." Trugno stared and then sighed, looking down. Etha appeared before them and lifted her hands. "Such is as must be. Those of another realm are a part of our world, yet they will be within their own sacred realm, as has been decreed by the spirits of our world and the balance of all. But you," she said, looking directly at Valrin and then to the crew, "you must speak to one. Yes, it is time." She clapped her hands, and the entire crew, including even Trugno and Serene, were brought into a strange world. They were on a coast with the dawn sky above them. The waters of the shore rolled upon crystal sands. Valrin looked to the others, and then to a solitary figure standing upon a white rock ahead of them. The figure turned, and Valrin gasped, seeing Bry now floating just above the ground. Trugno took a knee, and Aviam closed her eyes. "Greetings, my old friends." Evorn staggered forward. "Bry, you're alive! You're alive!" "No, not as I was. Bry, as you knew her, died for her love. I have become something else. I have reached what only Dwemhar could in our world, yet I have done it. I am ascended." Fadis wept as Kirla held him. Rungar dropped to his knees. "Hallowed be Rena Grace! Hallowed be the Rusis!" he cried. Valrin stepped forward, and Bry was upon him, kissing his lips. He embraced her, pulling her form close to him. She felt weightless and warm. The light from her body flowed into his own, and he felt tingling over all his skin. "A path has been made for you," she whispered. Valrin looked around and saw that the others were staring straight ahead. "I speak to only you with this, but upon your death, you will not go as others. Your path will be to me." "But you're here now," he sobbed. "Come back to us, back to the ship." She closed her eyes, kissing him. I can never do so, but I will be with you, even in the end. I will carry you from the icy seas of your death to a place prepared for you. Bray, the crew, me, You are Valrin of the Aela Sunrise. Your time shall come, and you will do as you must for all who live within this realm. I must go. We will be together, my love. Valrin felt the warmth of her embrace as she became as light before all of them. She moved over the shore, moving into the distant sunrise. They will have a peace within them, a knowing that I have truly lived on, yet will still speak of my death. In time, this memory and this moment will fade from their minds, but you shall be the only one who understands my new place in the realms, for you will join me. Your crew will take up your charge as protectors. We will be together soon, my love. Suddenly, they were back on the coast before the Golden Bridge. Etha reached out to Serene, and the Russus looked back to the others. I go, she said. She moved toward the Golden Bridge, joining the great host as they departed. Valrin watched as the Akan lifted off the ground, moving over the bridge as they left his world. Rikar and Nakin both bowed to Valrin, drawing their blades and saluting him. They, too, joined the procession. Trugno was still on a knee. He stood up, looking to Etha. My path is elsewhere, he said. He turned away. Valrin went to follow him, but Evern grabbed his shoulder. Let him go, he said. Valrin watched as Trugno headed back toward Barodar alone. He knew Evern knew more of Trugno than he was letting on, but he would respect Evern's wishes. They continued to watch the Dwemhar move into the sacred realm, as there was not much more to be done. As they turned to leave, they saw both Ordak and Milia healed from their injuries. Bry came to us both, Ordak said. She healed us, told us she was, well, alive but not, I guess. She came to us as well, Valrin said. I am glad to see you both well again. Valrin and the crew returned to Barodar, and upon reaching the place, Valrin was surprised to see Trugno standing in the darkness, waiting for them. He had a pack and a horse, and it was clear he was not staying with them. You take care of yourself, Stormborn, he said. Where are you going? You know you are welcome to stay with us. He nodded. I am, but I seek something else, something I won't find on a sailing ship or in some frigid, icy ocean. Evern is a wise man, and I think I know where I'll find my path and my path to honor. He bowed to Valrin, and Valrin returned the bow. Goodbye, Valrin. Trugno departed. As Valrin turned, he saw Evern smoking his pipe. Not the only exodus tonight. Come on, Fadis and the others are preparing to leave, as of course does Rungar too. They hurried downstairs as the men from Taria were stocking up on extra dwarven weapons and elven arrows. It wasn't a wasted trip, Fadi said to Valrin. They missed the fight, but these can go toward the other fight. Fadis was holding a fishing pole with an eel on it as he pointed and directed the men and women to load the ships. I hear these are good for fishing, but I can never catch a damn thing with them, he said to Valrin, motioning him over. Come here. They walked to the end of the dock, and Fadis tossed the line out. I've still got a fight back home. Vampires, queens, it's a mess. Thank you for coming. You saved my life, he told him. About that, do you remember back when we first met? How I told you to not just charge in looking for a fight? Yeah, going at it alone against Morog. That's something I would do, not Val's the boy of Travah. I guess I grew up a bit. Valrin laughed. Ah, yes, I'd say so. They looked over to see Rungar embracing Kirla and then Evium before turning away. I told him he could go with us, but I guess he's on another soul-searching type thing, Fadis said. Evry shouted from a nearby ship. We've got all the cargo secured. Tide is heading out. Fadis offered his hand. Proud I could be part of the Stormborn's crew. Happy I didn't die fighting that creature Morog. Glad we saved the realm." Valrin shook his hand, and then Fadis pulled him close. As Fadis then backed away, Valrin could see some tears in his eyes that the ranger wiped away. "If you ever get bored of sailing, you should come fight vampires with us. It's honest work." Valrin snickered. "I'll keep that in mind." Suddenly, Fadis had a tug on his fishing line, and he pulled it up, only to lose his bait. "That's about right. Okay, guess it's time to go." Valrin smiled as they both walked back toward one of the ships. Kurla was holding the phoenix egg and gave him a small nod as he approached. "Valrin, I'm sure Fadis told you to come visit. We've got quite a pie maker, if you can believe it." "Pie is good." Valrin pointed to the egg. "How often does that happen?" "Rebirth? This is only the second time. I think I should just stay away from crazy sea captains." "I would." The ranger and the rogue boarded one of the Taria vessels, and catching the tides that would take them home, began away from the safe dwarven harbor and back toward Taria. Valrin sighed. Seeing so many friends depart in a few hours was having quite an effect on him. Rungar departed next, vanishing into the darkness with a slight hum as he walked. At last it was just Ordak, Ivium, Melia, and Ivurn. For some time they just sat at the table in the common room, each of them thinking of the previous week's events, until Ivurn let out an exasperated sigh. "I'm going to lie down. Rossi already is. We'll look to leave tomorrow, I guess." "Sounds good," Ordak said. Avium and Melia nodded as Valrin sipped a black tea. In time, he was the only one left awake. He had slept before and wasn't tired. He meandered about, eventually going to the tower and sitting there as a dwarf, made calculations with a metal rod and parchment, looking at the stars. "Care for astronomy?" the dwarf asked Valrin. "A little," he said. "Don't. It'll drive you mad." The dwarf departed in one of the oddest of encounters Valrin had experienced with the dwarves of Barodar. He laughed to himself and waited for the sunrise. Part 18, The Songs of the Sea. With the coming of the rising sun came, too, a hammer song. Nurokas had come, seeing the crew, wishing to take all of them to Haradar. "It's quite a walk, but it'll be a good one," he told them. Valrin and the others journeyed with him down a long, snow-dusted, rocky path, leading all the way from Barodar over many hills and valleys to the outskirts of the dwarven capital. It was a surprising journey, to be sure. Valrin had no idea that he would ever step foot in Haradar, but now, with Nurokas beckoning them to see what had been prepared, he now was about to see the place he'd only heard of in reference before. This was the almost fabled home of the Hammer Songs, warriors who had helped him multiple times, and those who had honored his first captain's good friend Rortho following his fall in Urlas. While there was fresh snow on the top of many of the large rocks, the region seemed arid, and most of the ground had very little vegetation. Furthermore, the vast number of people on the coastline following the great battle in the Bay of the North were the only people in this area. There were very few other souls going this way, and no little villages or even farmhouses to be seen. It took over half a day to what Nurokas deemed were the outer gates of the city. It wasn't some overt monolith with large adorned doors and dwarves with high helms. Instead, it was large archways of rock and seemingly human from the ground around it, making passages that began to delve down to the rock that made Haradar what it was. "I have read much of the lore of Haradar," Avium said. "Still, there seems to be much of the city that makes little sense. Is it true that lower regions of the structure float over nothingness? Almost, dare I say it, like the Dwemhar structures?" "Dwemhar," Nurokas laughed. "You don't think they could have learned something from us, the great dwarves? Surely not all things that float and fly through the sky must be a Dwemhar design." Valrin looked over to Avium, who seemed embarrassed. I do not mean any disrespect. Of course not, Norokas said, and I'm giving you a bit of a hard time. But yes, that is mostly true. The road they were walking on began to dive down into the ground itself, almost as if they were entering a cave of sorts, but then quickly coming back up. Looking back, Valrin could actually see that they had descended in what was almost like a bowl of earth, high walls rising behind them. As he looked ahead, he noticed the stones here were much more angled and sharp, with massive stones at least 4 times as tall as him, and as long as the Ayla sunrise making up the buildings leading directly up against the mountains. Here there were large pools with fountains. In one way, it looked more elven to him than what he expected of dwarves. Looking up at the grand mountains before them, he ignored it at first, then looked again, this time realizing that it was not just massive mountains before him. No, in the true expertise of the dwarves, there were thousands upon thousands of towers and walls high in the mountains, above that seemed to mirror in the rocks around them, looking almost like a mirage. He wondered if there was some type of magic spell that made the dwarven fortifications harder to see from afar. This was truly a dwarven home, something unlike anything Valrin had looked upon before. There are many places of dwarves, dear Stormborn, Norokas said, but few places where you find something as remarkable as this, be it elven, dwarven of the Dwemhar, or even, dare I say it, of the gods. They had come to stand before 2 massive doors made of a polished white stone. It was here Valrin noticed that there were at least 20 dwarven guards in a sheen silver armor lining the doorway on either side. Above them, great torch basins suspended high above lit the otherwise dark upper reaches of what was a great gatehouse. This is but one of 4 main gates into the city, Norokas told them. This is the northern gate. This stone was hewn from the oldest cities far in the southwest desert, brought here and ordained holy by Disi himself. The gates opened by some power that Valrin could not see but could hear, clanking chains in the darkness as gears and pulleys used the leverage of physics to open the path forward. They proceeded in. Valrin ran up beside Norokas as they began into a grand open expanse within Haradar itself. Valrin was going to have to ask the question, but upon entering Haradar he became speechless. Looking around, he could not explain the grandness of the great dwarf city in a simple word. Here, there were massive mountains of molten metal flowing from smelters seemingly high above, looking almost like lava flowing out of a fissure of stone. The joke that was made about crystals before with him and Fadis was not untrue, as he saw more crystals here than perhaps even seen in the Dwemhar city, save only the fact that most of the buildings in Misla have been made of crystal. Still, he had very little time to take in all that he had saw. As they were quickly moving to a grand gallery of massive statues and plaques inscribed with the runic language of the dwarves. This place was seemingly a great hall of records for Haradar. I believe I can spend an entire lifetime here and not learn all there is to know of the dwarves, Aviam said. You, my friend, would be allowed to do so if you so desire. The trials and tribulations of the Stormborn and his crew are a bit of a legend to the dwarves here. After recent days, I'm sure there will be even more to add to the legend as it stands. The actions of the Stormborn and his crew when it comes to the Barb King was an unexpected entry into the history of the dwarves. As such, it was not very difficult for our sculptors to have inspiration for what I dare say is one of the greatest works in the past 100 years. Norokas led them down a long maze of tunnels and chasms, twisting around large stone symbols and sculptures of dwarves, presumably living and dead from their history. Valrin and the others had come to a large room of polished marble. Here, high above, were great torches with brilliant golden fire. Valrin noticed that a rather large sculpture made of white stone was unlike many of the others. This one had smoother carvings and hadn't been made of so many angles and sharp corners. No, this one was smoother, simpler almost. They walked around the side of this sculpture, and it was then that he realized that the legends of the Stormborn, that of his life so far, had been reproduced here in a glorious tribute to not only the Aela sunrise, but also the crew who sailed upon it. The sculptors called it the Songs of the Sea, Nurokas announced. Valrin saw the faces that, though not exactly as he remembered them, looked very much like those of his crew. He saw himself fashioned with a saber. He saw Evium seemingly floating in the sky with a fountain of stone beneath her feet. He saw a ranger with his bow bent back. Fadis, of course. He saw a hooded figure with a snake at his foot. Strangely, it was a cobra, but it was close. Inside the sculpture of himself, he saw a woman with short hair, a sword, and what looked to be a snowflake in one hand and a bolt of lightning in the other. This was a dwarven representation of Bry. He looked further, beyond the statue of himself and Bry, and could see a dwarf. Surely one of the first statues made. It was definitely the largest. This was Rortho, and beside him, Edanos. These were the crew of the Aela Sunrise, his crew reproduced here to stand for all time in a way Valrin didn't expect. He was humbled, to say the least. "The dwarves did this for us?" Valrin asked Nurokas. "They did. As I understand it, we have a few more we need to add." Ordak coughed. "Quite nice, though. If you need me to pose, you should let me know." "You and Melia were sketched as you walked in." Nurokas laughed. He turned back to Valrin. "But please know, though I know you must return to the sea, that Haradar is a place you can always come home to if needed. You, your crew, we have fought beside one another on countless occasions. Okay, 3 times, but any friend who would fight with us is worthy of a place to lay their head in our halls. Though, it can take a while for dwarves to warm up to outsiders, even with your esteemed accomplishments. You have seen but a whisper of our city, and as our laws stand, that is all you can see." "So I assume you wish to know of Rugag," Nurokas said to them. "I can tell you some of what transpired, but know that he will trouble you no more. Though we cannot find any trace of his entire fleet, we believe they have departed and will never come to this place again. Rugag shall be executed in a manner that I will not speak of in mixed company as we are, but know that our great seer looked into his mind, into his heart, and saw what evil was there. The essence of his master remains, and we cannot have another like the Barb King rise. There is much to be said about rehabilitation amongst dwarves, but there is something within Rugag that is darker than death itself, darker than anything of dwarven creation that we know of. It seems his very spirit has been tainted, and that he is a greater part of a truly, dare I say it, evil progression in the ways of the world." Nurokas sighed. The great hammer-song was extremely tense. He rubbed his own shoulder, swallowing nervous saliva as he looked to Valrin and the others. "There are many evils in this world, but I do believe some of the worst evils sleep within the heart and minds of those who never speak to what their desires truly crave. At least I will know without a doubt that this one will be destroyed before the next rising full moon." He took a deep breath. "I think it is time for a good drink." "Yes!" Melia shouted. Valrin looked to her, and Ordak laughed. She shares my sentiment on such things. They remained in Haradar for only a bit longer. While they were guests of the dwarves, they weren't given much freedom to explore, and Haradar was not the most revealing place when they had been kept to side rooms and corridors. Still, they were each given a mug of ale to ease the rather rugged hospitality before they were directed back outside. "It is quite good," Ordak said, looking to Melia. "It is. It'll go good at our inn." "An inn?" Evern asked. "Yes, whenever we're done sailing, we're going to have you drop us off on the coast somewhere, and we'll start an inn that will be a welcome place for the Stormborn and the crew of the Aela Sunrise. We'll have more crew by then. Around 6 or so people should be enough to replace our skill and air about the ship. But yes, we can't keep fighting the evils of the world forever." Valrin chuckled. "So, you're going to build an inn?" Hey, don't make fun of our aspirations," Melia said. "I actually know a bit about brewing." Valrin was suddenly hit in the leg by a small dwarf. While most of the dwarves were smaller than him, this one was tiny. He looked down and realized that this dwarf was a mere child. The child pushed himself up. "Pardon, sir," he said. "Slatnikor," another dwarf shouted from a good distance away. The dwarf snapped to stand up straight. "Your clumsiness is going to get someone killed." The dwarf ran up to Valrin. "My apologies for my boy. He doesn't watch where he is going." "Oh, Rornikor," Nuroka said, holding his own ale with a bit of suds on his upper lip. The two dwarves embraced. "Are these who I think they are?" Rornikor asked. "Yes, the crew of the Ayla Sunrise." "I am honored," Rornikor said, "but I must chase after that boy of mine. Please come to Haradar again. I assure you my child will not nearly cripple you." "I've been hit with worse." Valrin laughed. As Rornikor departed, Nurokas looked to them. "I know the seas call you, but know this is a place for you, a home if you need it." "Thank you, Nurokas," Valrin said, "for everything." Finishing their ales, they soon bid farewell to Nurokas and Haradar. The group took the road back toward the coast. It was a silent journey. There was a strange feeling in the air that Valrin couldn't quite pin to one thing or another. There was something coming, or as Valrin really felt, his mind was simply crafting new danger from nothing at all, a side effect of all that had transpired. They had gotten back from Haradar just past the fall of the sun. To their surprise, Rornuk and Ilera were waiting for them. "Off to Haradar," she said. "I finally get a free moment and you all had left." "Ilera!" Valrin shouted. She laughed and motioned for him to come to her. He realized that there were other dragons nearby, their riders on high alert and still on their mounts. "We are headed back south. There's a lot of work to do. The fissure under the Great Bay of the North has sealed, so we'll be doing it the old way, just flying." Evern and Ordak bowed to her. Ordak rubbed the back of his neck. "I saw what he did, what he became. I did not know that was something he could do. Our fallen king was one with dragon soul, and well, in his death, I inherited that power for my actions before the dragon gods." "Dragon gods?" Aviam asked. "I'd say you'd have some new history to read if we wrote any of it down on parchment, but our knowledge is kept within our most holy site, not a place easily gotten to." "So, Dragon Soul," Valrin asked, "I have defeated the one who defeated our king, and in such I am now our ruler, and by my actions I was deemed worthy to take the sacred power of our people." She widened her eyes and leaned into his ear. "I'm not saying I understand it all myself, but I know we have to rebuild, much like others here. The Dwemhar have departed, and those of Srun plan to rebuild as well. I'll figure it out." "We are going back north," Valrin said. "Where we belong, I think." Ilera smiled again. "You know how to get to me. We are a safe harbor in the south for those of the Ayla Sunrise." "My queen," one of her escorts shouted, "winds are changing." "Indeed they are. We'll have good winds for our journey home." Ilera climbed onto Rornuk, who looked down at the crew before sending up a single blast of fire. Ilera looked at all of them again before her, and Rornuk lifted off the ground, his wings pounding the air as they went higher and higher before beginning the journey south. As the dust settled and the last glimpse of the dragon riders faded from view, they each went back into Barodar. Valrin was the last to leave his spot. Evern stretched at the doorway of Barodar before sighing. "I think I'll lie down, see if I can get some rest." Valrin nodded to him. "I want to walk down to the beach. I'd like some time just to think." "Not a bad idea. This is one of the clearest nights we've had in some time." Valrin made his way away from Barodar, taking a path that snaked down through many large rocks to a spot of open beach just away from the precipice that the dwarf hold was built upon. The waves were coming in like a rhythmic song. The crisp air filling his nose caused a wondrous stirring within him. He stood alone on the shores of the glacial seas. Mackley came to him. "May I stand with you for a while?" he asked. "Sure." The stars were shining high above them. The wind blew over the icy surf beneath, and Valrin shivered. "Life returns to the balance it should be," Mackley said. "Though I had thought there was not more to learn, I was humbled by our god Meridas with my sight of you. I'm not sure there is much mystery to me anymore." Valrin laughed. "I was from the time of the Strantavedi, meant to protect my people as they would be in the future. Every step I have taken and good wind I have caught in my sails led me to this very place." "Yes," Mackley said, "and dare I say it has not been for the better good?" "Many have died, Mackley. I'm not sure they had to. Dying is as natural as being born. This body I inhabit is but a temporary place meant to experience the world. Your purpose was to preserve an old world, yet you rose above that of Stormborn." I spoke with Serene for some time. The Rusies told me of what had happened in her world. She told me of the Valrin of their time, strong, fierce, but with a narrow view of things. "Narrow view?" "You see," Mackley said, "you were born to fill a role that many could have filled. Edanos was one of the sea too, yet you, as Stormborn, took it upon yourself to do more than you needed. You sought to save Avium upon Iaclo, and doing so started a series of events that brought about vast changes to the world. But do you see what you did that was different from your counterpart in another life? You did it all for others, not for the Dwemhar, not for the Strantavedi, not in the name of a god. From your first act upon these very oceans, once you were given the Aela sunrise, you have served others." Valrin looked at him. "How do you even know this?" "You were sleeping for 2 weeks, my friend. I had many conversations." Valrin laughed. Mackley continued. "You sought to save Edanos when you could have fled, returned a changed father to his son, perhaps even softened the hardened heart of a shadow elf. Are these not greater acts than some prophecy? I must tell you, I know of your affliction. Meridas has revealed such to me, but I have not told a soul. I must tell you that though upon your final voyage your body will fail, is it not true that your acts will live on with your crew forever?" "I wish I could tell them. When it does come to pass, I wish I could tell them goodbye." "Death is never a goodbye, my friend. Though you will not pass into the gates of Vanku, your prize awaits in another place, as you have found the path to ascension beyond that which the Dwemhar of old found. There are many paths to our greater purpose as souls, and we must find those paths. No one god or one way is absolute, and I dare say wars have come and will come that will argue such to be false. Yet I question the man who forsakes the tenets of his or her own religion to destroy another. But perhaps I've just eaten too many sea cucumbers." Valrin laughed, exhaling as a silence grew between Mackley and himself. The ocean looked as it had before. While there was still some portion of glowing stone floating in the distant waves, he felt at last that the glacial seas had become as they were before. One last word from the revelations of Meridas to an old sea priest. Valrin looked to him. "When the time comes that the necklace you were given falls from the mast of your ship, you must bestow it to another. You are to go alone upon your voyage, and in the end it will be they you call your crew who claim your ship in the reckoning of your people." He didn't know what to say to this. Instead, he simply nodded. "Will you return now to that of your home, to the waters where you first awakened your ship?" Mackley asked. "I don't know where we'll go from here, but north is all I know for sure." Valrin continued to stare out, seeing what looked like black shades moving in the waters far from where they were. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he just had something in his eye, a speck of sand or something. But no. There was something out upon the water. "Do you see that, Mackley?" The priest stared out. "I think, but it is far away. The night sky hides something beyond easy sight, but—" He looked to Valrin. Valrin felt it too, a shaking in the ground. A sudden sound split the air like thunder. There was an explosion of fire toward Haradar. Valrin jumped up as Evern and Aviam joined them, hurrying out from within Baradar. "What is it?" Evern asked. "What is that sound?" Aviam closed her eyes. "Trouble within Haradar," she said. "There is much chaos there." Those within Baradar were shouting. One of the dwarves emerged at the top of the lone tower. Valrin and the others went back inside to find dwarves gathering their weapons as a horn call filled the halls. "What has happened?" Valrin shouted. "Haradar has signaled duress! There's an attack in our capital!" Gustor shouted. Valrin looked at Evern. "I bet the spine fleet has re-emerged," Evern said. Evern and Valrin ran up toward the stairwell of the central tower. There were several other dwarves already there, and the warden of the hold was inscribing ruins. They seemed to be getting some type of message from one of the towers in Haradar. "Are they under attack?" Evern asked. "No, it seems a prisoner has escaped. They are fleeing to the west, headed for the shoreline. Rugag, if I had to bet." Ordak appeared in the void of the doorway with Milia beside him. "What is happening?" "Rugag is escaping!" "Captain, we'll get the ship ready," Milia said. Valrin nodded to them. The bells of Baradar tolled. Valrin made a point to run toward the Aela sunrise, not too far behind Milia and Ordak. Aviam and Evern followed shortly thereafter. Milia and Ordak had gathered some supplies that Fadis and the others hadn't taken, and as Valrin made it to the helm of his ship, he felt he was right where he needed to be. The crew was ready. He looked at the crystals of the ship and realized that his turtle had managed to repair more of them. It was more than enough. They were ready. He engaged the ship's sails, and they moved forward with starlight greeting them as they moved from the protected harbor into the open ocean. Ahead, he could see ships on fire and a great fleet of vessels making for the north. They were headed for safe waters, the frigid glacial seas where no normal sailor would seek to go. But Valrin was no mere captain, and his crew were far from normal. He guided the ship toward the burning dwarven vessels, just as other ships of Srun were making their way to the site of the battle from further south along the coast. Valrin came alongside one of the floating dwarven vessels as they were rescuing the dwarves who had been attacked. "What happened?" "The spine fleet. They were ransacking the ruins, finding crystals of Misla, but a group of them somehow used an old tunnel into Haradar, came up right under where Rugag was held, and pulled him right out. We didn't have enough vessels to stop his spine fleet, and well, he's escaping. Leave it to pirates to know exactly how to get someone out of a prison," Ordak said. "Tell Haradar the Stormborn is after him. He can't hide from me." "Good hunting, Stormborn," the dwarf said. Valrin turned the wheel and engaged the ship, moving toward the north. Evorn stood to his left, and Aviam at his right, while Ordak and Milia stood together on the lower deck. He would keep the northern heading, following after Rugag and his fleet. He exhaled, feeling the winds move over him and smelling the salt in the air. High above them, he saw a glowing blue star and thought of Bry, but then felt the warmness he had of their final embrace and smiled. The moon was high above them, a purplish-blue glow over the cresting water at the front of the ship. "Ordak," he said. "Yes, Captain?" "How about some coffee with cinnamon? I have a feeling this is going to be a cold night, and I'd really like a warm drink." Ordak nodded, clapping his hands, and headed below deck. Valrin looked ahead in the horizon and smiled. He was headed home with not just his crew, but his friends, his real family. Adventure awaited them on the icy seas, and they'd never fail in their calling to serve Meridas and protect his realm. Thus the saga of the Stormborn and his crew would continue on. Epilogue. Valrin and the crew would never catch Rugag, though in the nearly 30 years that had passed, they managed to retrieve many stolen artifacts that Rugag had tried to use or sell, while protecting the glacial seas from many threats both large and small, yet never to the level of Morog and the city of Misla. In time, Ordok and Melia decided they'd try their hand at running an inn and opened one on the border of the Shadowlands, leaving the crew. Others came and went in that time, but Evern and Evium remained by Valrin without fail, until the time which was foretold came to pass. It was late one night, while they had made a point to seek safe harbor in a horrendous storm, that Valrin sat on the deck of the ship with water dripping down his body. They were directly next to a large stone that led to the rest of a forested island. The ship was tied down. He looked up at the center mast of the Ayla sunrise as it began to glow at random. As he went to it, his necklace struck the deck of the ship. His stomach sank within him. The black scale around his heart had become painful, but he had hid it from them. He knew what all that was coming together meant. It was time. As he picked up the necklace, the water stirred beneath the ship, rousing both Evern and Evium from below. "Valrin," a voice said. Valrin turned to see a man standing before him. It was Meridas, unlike he had seen him in some time. He was not a fish, but a man in blue robes. "Urla stirs. The elves will soon seek your assistance. You must wait for them at Corson." Valrin turned to see Evern and Evium. "We are ready, Captain," Evern said. "Valrin is to go alone. You have been his crew, and now you will take that which has been his. He must go about this alone." Valrin knew this was his fate. He went to Evern and Evium. "This storm brought us to this island. You will be safe here. I go to do what I must do." Evern shook his head. "I have been beside you since nearly the very damn beginning." "You have." He pushed him the necklace. "And you'll be beside me in spirit. Please, it is as was meant to be. I will go to fulfill my task as Stormborn." Evium held Evern. "Come." "What? You're okay with this?" Evern cried. He pushed her away, running to Valrin and embracing him. Valrin returned the embrace, holding his friend. Evern exhaled, pushing himself away, staring into Valrin's eyes. "Take care of yourself and get back to us. I don't get this, but I guess it will make some sense to me when you come back. Why did the necklace fall? Why?" "The time between my claiming of this ship and that which would sign that my purpose had come was signified by that necklace. It is but a trinket, friend. Please keep it safe, though." Evium embraced him, kissing Valrin on the forehead. "Go with the grace of the Dwemhar," she said, "and the sea peoples, the Strantavedi. Your crew will await you." Rossi slithered down Evern's staff and around his feet before going back to Evern. Valrin smiled. "Take care, friend." Evium walked off the ship as Evern embraced him one last time. Then he quickly walked away, holding the necklace with both his hands. Meridas joined them on land, and Valrin drew his blade, slashing both holding lines. The Stormborn engaged the Ayla sunrise, moving away from his crew and into the storm. Tears fell from his eyes, knowing he'd never see them again, that his path was taking him to only one fate, and even that he didn't fully understand. The ship didn't handle like it used to. The turtle that had worked so many times to fix the ship had stopped working a few years ago, and he needed repairs. His good friend at Corson could help him, and thankfully, they hadn't seen Rugag in some time. Upon reaching Corson, he brought the ship into port and went into the tavern, the Spitting Crab Fish. Eurus, the dwarf who ran and owned this place of isolated warmth in the icy port town, looked up. "Vals, any new spices from the south? Wait, where's the rest of the crew?" "It's been a while, good friend, but I need repairs. Rugag is ruthless. Sometimes I hate that we're related, but it is what it is. He doesn't complain when he gets some good stew made with your spices." Valrin nodded. "Well, I will lie down upstairs. There might be some elves coming soon. Point them my way. Elves? Now that would be strange. It seems you do need your sleep. Don't worry, your ship will be safe. I'm getting ready for the night ahead. Got a birthday party for a local, but I'll keep a watch for those elves. Valrin went upstairs, a place he had slept many times, but doing so without the crew was strange. He didn't know how long he'd sleep, but he didn't really know what was to happen. He lay down and was fast asleep in just a few moments. Frigid wind blew around him. Fire grew in the distance. He couldn't move his hands, and he felt something cold around his neck. He looked up. There was an elf woman bound beside him. He saw Rugag above him. "Have I been captured?" Rugag screamed. "Kill them! Kill those wretched elves! They're getting closer!" He had never heard a dwarf so afraid. Valrin peered forward through a hazy mist, seeing figures with burning blades moving through thick fog, jumping from ship to ship in the distance. They were coming toward him and this other elf. Then, in a sudden flash, he looked up to the elves he'd seen in Urlas, standing with their blades angled toward Rugag. He muttered something he couldn't make out. He saw Bry's face and golden light. He was joining her. Warmness washed over him. His eyes sprang open, and he was breathing heavy. Valrin had been sleeping. He looked outside and saw it was dark, and he could hear quite a clamor beneath him. What was that dream? He sat up and went to the window, seeing 4 figures moving toward the doorway. They were in dark robes and definitely not dwarves. He noticed that aside from one holding a single staff, the others had elven blades just visible beneath their garb. He sighed and slipped his boots on. On one hand, he feared this path. His coming death was on his mind, but as such, so was Bry and her embrace. Many nights had led to this moment, from the dwarves of Gurundothrak to Marog and the great calamity that was the coming of Misla. This path was what had awaited him from the start. He went downstairs, seeing that 4 elves were already seated and talking to Eurus. The dwarf laughed. "Be thankful for the herbs you see," he told the elves. "Our herbs took an extra few trips before getting here. The ship that brought them is in for repairs. It seems he had a run-in with a bit of pirates, or so he claims." Typical Eurus, covering for his kin. Valrin stepped down to the first floor, the wood creaking as he stepped. Aye, if it wasn't pirates, it was some angry whale catchers, which are one and the same. I'm telling you, that bastard Rugag is behind it. "And here is our bringer of spices," Eurus said. "The name is Vals, captain of the greatest vessel to sail the glacial seas." The 4 elves stared at him, and the Stormborn prepared to pass into legend, as was foretold by Meridas many years ago. But this was not his end, not even close, even if he himself didn't understand the passage of his soul to be with his love. Valrin of Travah, Strantavedi, Stormborn captain of the Aela sunrise, would arise again when the stars fell upon the cold glacial seas, and his crew needed him the most, for his love for them and his connection to the Dwemhar of old would last forever and surpass the boundaries of the realms. The light of the Strantavedi would always be with those of the Stormborn. This is the end of the Stormborn Saga series, but there's another series you should read that continues the events you've seen in the Stormborn Saga epilogue. This will also link back up to Avurn and Avium eventually. What is it called? The Rogue Elf. The Rogue Elf is available every audiobooks are sold. If you'd like to dive deeper into the Stormborn Saga timeline, I recommend both Ranger's Oath, part of the Black Moon War series, and following Fadis during his time away from Valrin and the rest of the crew, as well as the best-selling Fallen Dwarf series. Hello, it has been a wild ride. The conclusion of the Stormborn Saga has come. This was a tough book for me to write, knowing that Valrin's fate would be revealed to those of you who might not know the events of Half-Blood's Rising. That said, the crew's story continues, and that last line of the epilogue was not just a reference to a King Arthur-esque styled mythos. Readers of Trials of Eshel, the second Shadow Elf Chronicles book, have already gotten one hint. The book I suggest you read now is Half-Blood's Rising. If you're a fan of Valrin, Ivern, and Evium, this is not a series you want to miss. This is the next in the story of the Dwemhar world, and eventually leads back to many familiar faces. Continue the Dwemhar realm's epic story here. https://dwemharrealmsbooks.com/collections/the-rogue-elf. Thank you so much for reading this series. I truly appreciate you and can't wait to have you join me in future Dwemhar books. By the light of the Stranta Vedi, I will see you in future adventures. J.T. Williams, The End.